7.5. Congratulations. Backup number is a little low in the mid-threes. Danny will have a pretty respectable number. It'll probably drop in as the second best scorer of the heat, so he'll probably go directly into second position. Lakashita, we need a wave out of our Sri Lankan surfer. He's out there in white. No doubt he will have first priority. We can see him sitting there in the distance. Still got 20 minutes to go from heat 2 here, everybody. Mel, would you like to glance through heat 3 and let everybody online know who we got to look forward to next?
Absolutely, my good mate. So yeah, in red we've got Sivaraj Babu. He's travelling all the way from India, which is only about 700 kilometres north of here. It's actually the closest neighbour, as a fun fact 101. Also now we're going to see the absolute legend or current legend as it was, Hussein Arif from the Maldives. He's going to be out there in blue. Then we've got Hassan Nasi. He's going to be out there in the green, and also the Japanese powerhouse is backing up this round with in white Taro Takai.
Yep, and once again, their junior surfers are doing it in the open, so they brought 4 men, and they're just doubling up here, and they're going to be surfing a lot of heats, Mel, because neither of them have dropped into the repechage rounds yet. They're about to surf their junior heats, and oh my goodness, there's a big workload on those guys, but why wouldn't you?
Oh.
You know, more heats you can get out the front, the better.
But yeah, you raise a really good point. The powerhouse, that is Japan, is the emerging Asian nation at the moment. We've got them all here, so this is really cool to be able to get a spotlight on who's who in the zoo in Asia at the moment. And these Japanese guys, the Indonesian guys, the real surprise packet for me has been India, so I'm looking forward to see how they go in the juniors a little bit later on, Mark. But I don't know, surfing's alive and well, and thanks to the Asian Surfing Federation, and in particular the Maldivian guys who are then backing them up, this event is going to send the Maldives into stellar orbit. It has been bubbling under the radar, but this event's really going to take them into the world stage.
Yep, have a look at that on our screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. You can just see every atoll, every island has that ring of confidence around it, the light blue water. It's with the white foam, it just looks golden. This is what you see on all the the postcards, etc. And trust me, this is not just a random thing. Every island has that. From the air when we flew in, Mal, it was just like, are you kidding?
Yeah, no.
How's what's going on down there? All right, blue. So this is Danny. He did in fact earn a 7.5 for his last ride, so an equal best number of the heat. Gets his footing a little funky on the end move right there, but probably going to, well, put a little bit more distance between green and white, let's say that. Here it is again, Mel.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Danny here, he just wants to do a bit of a setup turn here, and then now power's off the bottom. This is his turn, but it just goes a little off axis there, Mark, as you said, and the wobble started to play, so the wave had closed out after that, not much going on. Looks like a backup ride happening straight away. Over to you, buddy.
Okay, so the Sri Lankan surfer now up and riding, his first appearance this morning. Goofy footer, just smashing away on his backhand. He's got a bit of white frothy stuff to deal with here. A finishing move would look really good. Kind of tagged it, but just slipped off the back of the wave. So something's better than nothing at this stage. So the the Sri Lankan surfer is in the chute. Mel.
Okay, this is our surfer in red. Boom. Oh, and that just crushes him. Legs crunched. There, so the knees have got a little bit of ouch going on with that little bit of an end section. It is quite powerful. So the first turn, chucked a bunch of chook feathers. Second turn, unable to handle that Maldivian power at Cokes this morning.
All right, so 3 waves ridden for Ricky Sato now. He's got a 7.50 and a couple of incompletions. So the good news is he's still got 16.5 minutes to get out there and entertain us. But let's have a look at the replay now of our Sri Lankan surfer, Lakshita.
So yeah, a couple of nice turns there, Mark. Sort of gets caught up now in the powder there, and then bang, tries to get a finishing turn. So the body language sort of said it all, a little bit forced as such, and that won't be a huge score, but boy, oh boy, he's on the books.
Yeah, kind of ran out of puff there towards the end of that wave. Oh, in the chute, this is Danny. He's been threading these things. You could see there was a lot of travel time there for the young fella out of Kuta Beach, but just gets clipped on the top of his head. Down he goes, but have a look at the travel time.
Yeah, I like this. He sets himself up well, and then this lip just grabs him a little bit by the neck, scruffles him, and then throws him down, so unable to exit.
Still, he's having a dig, and he's still got plenty of time to go. Wow, 15.5 minutes. You'd be pretty happy with your workplace today, mate, pulling the rashy on and getting out there and doing this, because it's pretty consistent. There's a lot of waves getting ridden.
Yep, exactly that. The forecast is still looking good. I went through it with Mikey this morning, Mark.
Yep.
We really did sort of dissect that whole next few days, so things are looking cool as.
About this size, or is it?
Yeah, and that little sort of thought that it was going to be flat on Thursday, that's out the window. This swell is hanging in there a little bit.
Ooh.
And the direction probably might even get a little bit later towards the weekend. So out there in Web World, if you're watching, you're checking out the best surfers in Asia here, and the forecast is still looking fresh.
Unreal. So Ricky Sato with a strong lead right now, 7.50, needs to burn off that 3.83. And we see Danny Widianto, he's also matched him for the top score of this second heat of the morning. He's got a 7.5 of his own and a score in the 3 range. So both those guys could easily upgrade their 2-wave totals.
But yeah, just referring back to your drone shot before, this place is paradise. Even if you're not surfing, the snorkeling is amazing. You're going to see black-tip reef sharks. You're going to see leopard sharks when you're snorkeling. I had a buzz the other day where the turtles were hanging around, so I saw a pair of turtles while I was snorkeling. And then I took the Brazilian judge and also Kiki from Taiwan, and the girls had a ball. So safe, the water's so nice, and the drop-off on the reef, there's just so many multicoloured fish. So do yourself a favour out there in Web World. Come and visit the Maldives. The place rocks. Not only do the waves pump, the people are cool, the food is amazing.
Yeah, especially at our hotel. Thank you, Paradise Seasons Paradise.
You know that.
Yep. Okay, so Lakshith has put together a 3.47, the Sri Lankan surfer, for that backhand effort. Moves him into third. 2 points on the scoreboard for the surfer in green, Ishmael Iglal. Languishing in fourth spot, needs kind of something in the excellent range. Let's have a look at red now. So Ricky in the tube. A nice thread, some rail work. Here he goes. Boom. Oh, the judges are going to love this wave, Mel.
Oh, absolutely.
So good, so good.
Well,
A completion. There was a lot to like about it. There was a really long, well-threaded tube. 2 big power hits.
Here we go.
It is again. Go, Mel.
Let's chop it up here. He gets a nice bottom turn, parks it so well there. Doesn't really even need to speed pump on that. He's got his line right from the start. Here's the bottom turn now and the layback drag, the backhand there to pull that short, and then that nice forehand closeout re-entry into the flats at the bottom there. As you say, Mark, probably going to be maybe one of our best scores of the morning.
Okay, well, while we're waiting on that number, I think we are going to hear from Kayla Moore, and winner of that very first heat. So let's go down and see what Kayla's got. Over to you, Kayla.
Hi, guys. I'm here with Team Sri Lanka's Jay from heat number 1. Jay, how is it being here in the Maldives similar to your home?
Where I come from, the East Coast, we got a lot of right-hand brakes as well. Not like this. Here it's a lot more hollow and fast, but first few days we had a bit of trouble, but it's a really fun learning experience. I had a lot of fun on this wave. Really like it. We hopefully try to get some more hours in while we're here.
Amazing. Well, you definitely have a very beautiful style, and we look forward to seeing you move through the event. And is there anything that you wish to say to your friends and family back in Sri Lanka?
I just want to say thank you everyone for watching, all for all the support. Been gotten all the messages from all of you. It's been really nice to hear from all of you. Thank you, guys.
Amazing. Well, thank you, and good luck in the next round.
All right, thanks, Kayla. Well, picking up on not the winner, not the first or second placing, but giving the other nations a voice. And I'm sure the young fella there would be pretty stoked to stand there and have a little bit of a convo with Kayla Moore.
Absolutely. Cool. That's what I like about the soul and the spirit of this event here. You know, we're actually going to include and give all our brothers a spiritual hug around the world at the moment with this event, and I'm just loving it. That's a great interview there from Kayla. And look, just quietly, oh mate, if he doesn't have a surfing career, he's got to be a model for a Gundam movie or something. He is.
I wasn't expecting, I'll tell you what, Mel, I wasn't expecting that accent to come
I
out
was
of
a bit
Sri
the
Lankan.
same. I was a bit the same, yeah, but no, he's a bit of a smooth-looking cat, that dude.
All right, well, that was good. That was our first boardwalk interview of the morning. So
well done.
Nice pick up there, Kayla Moore. Thanks very much. Meanwhile, we're still waiting on that last wave of Danny's. Maybe the tube wasn't quite as deep as he got yesterday, Mel. Looking on the replay, we could see the nose of his board the whole way through it, so maybe the score might be a little reserved, but Green just missing what looked like a great wave to have a go at that
peak and just peeling off.
Ishmael Iglal will probably be kicking himself that he couldn't capitalise right there. And the fact that it's dropped a little, Mel, it seems to just offer a lot of combination of moves today.
Yeah, well, here we go, the surfer in blue here on this one here. First turn was nice. Second turn, couple of turns there were just speed traverse turns, and then overcooks that little bit of a forehand Rio attempt, as you'll see what I'm talking about here, ladies and gentlemen. Nice-ish sort of first turn, couple of speed pumps there. This one's here sort of going to go in the average, probably a little bit lower than average there. We'll probably go lower than average on that by virtue of the fact that last manoeuvre wasn't completed. But look, for everyone out there in Web World, this is paradise. Yeah. It's just such a beautiful place. And this, what we're seeing now, was something that in my brain, I thought the Maldives was pretty much always about these conditions. But Mark, the last 2 days, it was pumping out of there. You know, it was solid.
Fair bit bigger, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? And then as we sort of now are finding out, waves down in the southern atoll group. So for any of you guys out there that are core chargers, there are some pretty interesting, incredible setups, and I don't know, that surf dream travel is still alive here in the Maldives. Make your way, get over here, check it out. It is all of the above.
Yep, and the island we are on is Thulusdhoo.
That's it.
There's 30 guest houses / hotels on this island, so there's a budget there to suit everybody, so check them out. The hotel we're in, Seasons Paradise, Mel, I believe it's kind of booked out a lot of the time of the year, so if you are going to do it, you might want to make your bookings well in advance and try and log into the Seasons Paradise, because it's a ripper hotel.
Honestly, I don't even want to sort of stay anywhere else. It's been such a amazing setup. You can check the ocean from your room. There's a rooftop pool there. There's a gym there. I don't know, Kieran and the crew that are in the restaurant there, they just cook up a storm, those guys, and I'm really enjoying the actual nighttime dining where you just go out on the tables outside underneath the coconut trees and sit there and rap with your friends, and it's so much fun, man.
Sure is. Well, Danny Widianto, I think, still not sure of the score on the tube ride. The numbers are in, but surely, anyway, I can see in his scoreline is a 7.50. We saw that earlier. It's some really good rail work to match Ricky Sato for the wave of the heat. Backup number at this stage is still sitting at only a 317 for Danny. And let's have a look now at blue. So this is Danny again, the drone view. One tidy hit away, fast section approaches, gets up there and sends the spray flying again. A third hit right there, ladies and gentlemen. That will be enough to get Danny into the lead. He was only chasing an 8. He needs an 8.67 actually. Ricky Sato's just blowing up. An 8.67 has dropped for Ricky. So that is the number that Danny was chasing on that wave. So it's negotiable. I think he will hold on to second place, so with that last wave for blue.
Absolutely. And like this for me now really sort of gives me a good comparison. As we see another surfer up there, I think, mate, just behind that, we got the long vision shot. Yep. And there's Ricky Sato. First turn was big, but yeah, just trying to go ham on that thing. Comes unstuck on the second turn, so not going to be much. But I'll circle back a little bit. That last wave for Danny, it's going to be interesting for me to see how the judges go with the tube. But that last wave was 3 really nice turns for Danny. So how that goes.
Well, here it is.
Watch it. So here we go. Look at this.
This is what the judges get to see, folks. So let's stay with the young fella here. It was one sort of nice setup move. He now he's thinking down the line. His eyes are down the line. So realistically, no brutal moves there, mate. It's just going to be a pretty sort of mediocre number. It will be his second best score, I'm tipping, and just enough to sort of fend off Laksita in the white, who is in second, and also Ishmael Iglal, the Maldivian surfer, there in green. So this is Laksita. Let's see what the Sri Lankan has got.
Yeah, I'm liking what Laksita brings. It's just that he's not quite finishing, so therefore, and the other thing for me, Laksita's just a little bit down on his wave selection. He's not picking the best waves with the good walls on them. However, he just looks like a predator when he takes off with those flowing locks, and then he goes crush that first section. So that's a really good sign. But for me, just lacks in wave selection at the moment. I'm going to be looking forward to is if he gets a good runner, I reckon he could do 3 big Occy backhand blasts.
Yep, he's definitely got a strong backhand on him. He's just like you're saying, not really getting the bowl to show us his best work. The waves he's picking are kind of running out of puff as he surfs them. So I'm liking what he brings. There's our judging tower, everybody.
How's that?
We're right under the priority board in a little man cave under there. It's pretty cool, our little workplace today. Production team are next door, and of course all the judges up top.
Oh wow, look at this wave coming through the lineup. Welcome to the Maldives.
5 minutes to go, green. Wow, so this is Ishmael Iglal winding up here. Bury some rail again. He's a big fella and he knows how to use his power. This is more like what we wanted to see from Ishmael. He's in the 3rd round for a reason, Mel. He's a good surfer.
Ooh,
and we've seen him throw a little cat amongst the pigeons now.
All right, let's see. We're going to start seeing some boxes getting ticked here. Good set wave. Nice, smooth, powerful first turn. Maybe a little lateral. Second turn, though, he goes and corrects that error on the first turn. Carves back into the serious section of the wave. And then now, a little bit dreamy. This is what you sort of want to do when you're sort of cruising. And then he's out. So he's got the exclamation mark on that wave. Going to be interesting to see where they go with this. I think the second turn was stronger. And we'll see where the judges rest on their laurels with this one.
It was only his 2nd wave, so it's definitely going to help him. He will, no doubt, overtake White for 3rd. Probably get a closer look now at Danny once Danny's last wave locked in. Those 3 hits at a 4-2-3, as we were speculating, just a sort of midfield score there. No brutal moves for Danny. So at this stage, Ishmael needs a 9-7-3 to go into 2nd, so that's not going to happen.
Oh, this is a sick wave. Surfer in red. Ricky Sato's got a gem, and oh, there it is. That is what we've been used to seeing from this guy here. Ricky just goes ham on that. Buries the full rail. He's just almost wet that up to the nose, that thing. And yeah, that's a great turn. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
Right,
what do you reckon, Mark?
Well, he's got good speed early, which led to this move, and then he just helped himself to a full grind. He's got 2 killer scores. Pressure is off. He's surfing a great heat, so he's just gone, you know what? I've got speed to burn. I'm just going to throw down my best turn right now. Danny Widianto.
Oh, Danny Widianto has actually... Oh, God, he's did it. He collect his feet on that. Oh, I can't wait to watch this replay. First turn was massive. Second turn, I thought he just, like, lost it, but somehow he got both legs together, both feet together, almost did a pirouette like a ballerina to be able to pull it off, and he landed that manoeuvre.
He was kind of redlining a little bit on that second move, wasn't it? It was like going so hard at it that he just about blew his chances, but a great recovery. And then to rip straight into a 3rd move, backed it up with a finishing turn. A good sort of 4-hit combo there from Danny. So for sure his 2-wave total is going to go north. He's chasing to track down the win, an 8-6-7.
Won't get that.
I don't think so, but it's definitely going to be his well and truly into his top 2 numbers.
Well, he's built a lot of real estate, as you like, you know, between 2nd and 3rd with that ride. So that's the thing here. You know, 2 surfers will go ahead, 2 will come back a little bit later to have a second bite at it. But let's have a look at this. This wave here was so nice. Look at that. That first turn, tail drop, float into the flats. That's a difficult manoeuvre. And then Danny goes, watch this. Both feet there almost go together. And then he manages to pull this off. And yeah, all right, I think there was a lot of effort there to pull that off. It didn't matter about that 3rd turn. All the points happened on those first 2 turns there, Mark.
Well,
so he sort of liked it.
Yeah, he did. He gave himself a rev up, and good on you, Grom. His front foot almost came off on that second move. It kind of, you know, disconnected with the board for a split second. Great recovery. I mean, had that been anyone else and not a flexible Grom, you were gone. So really strong surfing from Danny. Challenging now. He'll totally consolidate second position.
Look at his waves, Mark.
This is the Sri Lankan surfer.
There's the Sri Lankan. This is the guy I like on his backhand, and yeah, once again suffering from wave selection there. So I think he's got a lot in the tank. He's got a lot to show us. But at this point of the game so far, just not quite on the best waves.
Yep,
Got to be on the best waves to get the best scores.
You're up against quality surfers like Ricky and Danny. You've got to try and beat them, A, by being on the best waves, 100% Mel. 1 minute to go, and Ishmael Iglal's last score, his good wave for green was a 4.67, so that confirmed him solid into third, but he's still a fair way off having a good look at tracking Danny down, because Danny's next number to drop is really going to put some distance and confirm him, book himself a spot in round 4. So 6 surfers will come out of these 3 heats, Mel. They'll be waiting in, I guess, what we're going to call semi-finals somewhere. They'll be waiting for re-qualifiers through repechage heats to catch up to where they're at. So I imagine there'll be a little bit of downtime maybe for these guys now, waiting for the others to catch up. So a 6.67 drops in for Danny for that last effort we saw, which is pretty good.
Which is where we thought that was going to go.
The judges may have seen a little loss of control out of that second move, maybe, Mel, which might have kept that in the 6s.
Kudos to the judges.
Yep, the 5.5 for Ricky is a throwaway number. So that heat is over and out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just write this down, Mel. Let's get some highlights in. We've got a pair of 7.5s, one for Ricky, one for Danny. The 8.67 is the total highlight there for the surfer in red. So Japanese have won yet another heat. Indonesia, well done, and moving through to round 4. It's dead set pumping. Heat 3 is going to be coming up shortly. Here goes Ishmael's replay of online. What a day out for these boys. It's only
Winning on the first score for White, time call 22 minutes and 20 seconds.
Men's Open Division. It's been an exciting day of surfing so far, getting started with our first 2 heats of the day. And we've now got 4 surfers with an opportunity to book themselves a spot into the next main round and keeping themselves out of the repecharge round here at the Asian Surfing Championships hosted by ASF. And we've got some live action happening as we have Siraj Babu from India in the water, Hussein Arif, Hassan Nasi now up and riding with a couple great turns to start things off, setting his line, nice slash, and looking for one more opportunity through the inside here. This wave has so much more in front of it, and he'll kick out quickly. We also have Taro Takai in the water from Team Japan. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth to call the action today alongside Afridun Amu. Afri, you are representing Team Afghanistan here competing. You had a couple of heats yesterday, but you are also a representative from the Asian Surfing Federation, and you've been one of the organizers behind this event, so it's an honor to have you to call some of the action with us today.
Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, seems like I'm a little bit of everything in here, but right now I'm stoked sitting here with you commentating heat number 3, because also Hussein Arif, who is surfing for Maldives right now, is sort of a legend of the surfing sport here in the country. He's surfing since ages, he's working with the youngsters, and you know what, I would say he's even one of the favorites for winning a medal in this event.
That's so exciting to see, being that we've got the 2 Maldivians in the water, one of them just an absolute powerhouse, knows this break so well. We did see some really solid scores coming through yesterday as well, and we'll see how that kind of pressure holds up. So far they've done well to keep themselves in the main round, which means that they were advancing through as one of the top 2 surfers in the draw of the first couple of main rounds. And the conditions today still looking really, really fun. We know that that swell is kind of on the decline, but it's been really good so far, as we see Hassan there with a quick in and out.
Small little dip from him, second wave. And you know what? You're right, the waves are still pumping, maybe a little bit smaller than what it was yesterday and the day before, but still, look at this, like wave after wave. You know, we have every other wave, we have a barrel opportunity. And tell you what, I think that is actually one of the biggest problems for the surfers, because the waves are so good that it needs a lot of discipline to not waste all your energy with the free surf.
Taking a look at some replays now, we're still waiting for the scores to come through for this first exchange, Afri, but what did you think of this first wave for Taro?
Well, Japanese surfing, it's, you know, if you open a lexicon on surfing, you will see a Japanese guy on it. I mean, this is one of a smaller wave. He is trying his best on the very end of it, but still, the Japanese surfers, they're always surfing so clean. But here we can see the first wave of Hassan. That was his better wave. You saw the first move was quite powerful. A little bit of a fight in the middle, but then he made another top turn there. Deep bottom turn, got a little wobble at the end, and the finish, well, I've seen him surfing, you know, he can do much better finishes, but still, it was so far his best wave. And then
we've got this last one for Taro.
Right, there you go. Got the lip and landed it.
All right,
nice
so
one.
a couple of scores to come through.
Right, still the first wave of Hassan. Oh, no, that was the second one, the little flyover. I'm really curious to see Sivaraj from India, because I think so far that's the most surprising to me. We've seen the Indian team, I think at least 2 surfers of them surfing in El Salvador in the ISA World Games a couple of months ago. Was the very first time that India competed in an international event, and you could see that they were lacking the experience back then. But here in this wave, Cokes, which as beautiful as it is, it's definitely not an easy wave, they are ripping.
Yeah, they've been doing incredibly well, and like you said, just the growth that we're seeing in the performances from Team India from just 6 weeks ago when we were all together in El Salvador for the World Surfing Games has been really exciting to see, to note that they've been practicing hard, getting ready to surf waves that are really wave of consequence here at Cokes in comparison to some of the waves that they're used to surfing back at home. So it's been a really impressive trajectory of growth for them over the last 6 weeks. And, you know, this wave maybe being, although there's a lot more consequence to it, what are your thoughts on competing out here compared to competing in El Salvador? You've surfed there at La Bocana, which is the main podium that we typically surf on for the World Surfing Games. The juniors have been there as well. It seems like a really challenging wave, though it's an A-frame, you can go left and right. There's a lot of water moving. It's got a lot of power to it in comparison to a wave like this at Cokes.
Absolutely. I mean, both are beautiful waves. La Bocana, it's on its days you can get barreled there. It's, as you said, a very powerful wave. I would say that's probably the biggest difference in all waves of El Salvador compared to here. You got, oh, there we see surfer on black, Ibu on the wave.
All right, Ibu up and riding. Hassan Arif, nice start on his backhand. Smooth entry for that second turn. Sets his line here now, engages that rail, wraps it all the way back into the pocket. So a good bit of variety in his surfing so far. And he was really patient within this heat. This would be his first wave, and now he's going to put a solid score on the board. Really able to find some of that power as well. Tags the finish, so he's going to have a great score to roll through. And we do have a couple scores in for the rest of our field at the moment. It is Taro currently sitting in the lead. As we take a look at this replay here for Ibu, what are your thoughts?
Ibu is such a consistent surfer. You see up on the wave once again on his backside, doing a nice little roundhouse cut back there to the foam, and doesn't lose a lot of speed. I mean, again, it's not the biggest wave, but what I really love about Ibu's surfing compared maybe to all other Maldives surfers who are all excellent, but Ibu is consistent, you know. No matter if it's big or small, as you can see with this wave, even on that little 1-2 foot finish, he stands it, he makes it, so that's what we know from Ibu.
All right, well, we've got some scores to drop through at the moment. It is Team Japan that's currently sitting in the lead, but we had a great heat in heat number 2 for round 3, and we've got Kayla Moore down on the beach ready to go with an interview.
Hi guys, I'm here with local Maldivian surfer Iglal, and he grew up on Malé, but he was absolutely shredding out here yesterday at Cokes. What's that like for you to come here often?
Yeah, I'm from Maldives, but I moved to here. I have a surf school here. Oh. So normally I do for kids for training. I go every school holiday, different island for teach. That's why I came to here, because this is such a beautiful place. Because I love to city, not a city, but local island. That's why I moved to here. Yeah, everyone is so nice here, so friendly. I came so many times here. So this Amade is the first time I went here. Is Amade really kid, a little bit small. So yeah, I'm so happy to be here. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'm super happy to be here. It's absolutely beautiful. The people are really nice, and the waves are amazing, as you can see on the live action. But what, for you, what is it that you enjoy about teaching others how to surf? As you said, you have a surf school and you teach young kids here in the Maldives. What is it you hope to share with them?
For sure, the future is the kid. Huh? So I always loved to teach. So before I never compete, because I want to be growing up, help for the kids, because there's a future generation. So a really good surfer in all the islands now. So this is so many good waves in the island. So many good kids.
Amazing. Well, yeah, we've definitely seen a great amount of kids, local kids here surfing, and you're definitely leading by example. So thank you, and good luck in your next heat.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Ishmael Iglal from the Maldives, taking away a win and locking himself a position into the next heat. And now out in the water, taking a look at some replays here. We saw this just as we were throwing to the interview for last of Taro. He's already got a 6.17 on the board, off-free, and a 4.5, but has a score to drop for this one.
Right, look at this with the lip. It's amazing to see the Japanese surfers. I mean, we know Kanoa Igarashi surfing the city, but there's so many other good Japanese surfers. And Ibu again on a wave. Nice little top turn there.
Oh, nice re-entry on that second turn as well. Just gets caught behind the section and can't quite go complete. So we've got some scores to come through for the panel. At the moment, it's going to be our surfer in green who is sitting with priority as we take another look at this one. Great opening turn.
Absolutely critical position, and he really goes for the critical maneuver, but there lost the wave. Well, that's the price you're paying if you surf risky.
Yeah, that risk versus reward is well worth it, especially when you're at an event like this, the Asian Surfing Championships. There is a regional title, so to speak, on the line for every surfer competing here. What would it mean for this crew, or for yourself even, being in the draw to walk away with an Asian Surfing title?
So much. I mean, as you can see, all the surfers, like Sivaj here from India, they're trying their best. And that's not only because, you know, they love to surf specifically a wave like this, but it's also because this event, the second official Asian Surfing Federation Championship, is something that boosts the Asian surfing. You know, Asia being the biggest continent in the world with the biggest population, still the surfing, you can say, is not that developed. I mean, of course, you have countries like Japan, Indonesia, also the Maldives, Philippines, but if you look at most of the other countries, like India, the country that Sivaraj is representing, surfing just recently had got that hype, and only now those surfers, since surfing has become Olympic, do get the support. So it means a lot for them to be here in this event, representing their country, and obviously they're trying their best to get a medal.
Yeah, that's a great bit of insight, especially with that Olympic surfing coming into the conversation after Tokyo 2020. Amazing as well for this region that the very first time surfing took place in the Olympics, it happened in the Asian region in Tokyo in Japan. And now to see that a lot of other nations in the area have been able to throw more support to the surfing communities. As we take a look at some live action, Hassan just caught behind the lip. So let's have a breakdown now of our current heat in the water. We've got 10 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock, so more than halfway through. At the moment, it is Team Japan's Taro sitting in the lead. He also is holding on to that priority. He dropped in a 5.60 for his last wave, which improves his heat total and backs up the 6.17. He's now up and riding, and he does have first priority over our surfer in the red jersey who had second priority over this. So this will definitely be a priority interference. Very unfortunate for the Indian competitor in Sivaraj because he will be receiving an interference based off of what we can see on the priority screen.
Right, there you can see it. He wasn't probably paying attention, maybe even haven't seen the Japanese surfers on the waves. That's the lack of experience. There you can see the difference between a Japanese surfer and a country where surfing is, you know, part of the mainstream sport since decades, and an Indian surfer. It's a pity, but I'm sure that's a big, big learning for Sivaraj, like the whole event is. Again, we talked about it. The development, the progress of the Indian surfers within a couple of months is incredible. Not even 6 weeks. So we really have to find out what these guys are eating and drinking to develop that much.
So true. As we see Taro, just a quick in and out. So we did just hear from the beach announcers. Officially, there is a priority interference, red on white, being that our surfer in white had first priority, which means he has the pick of the lineup. For those of you that are listening in, maybe the friends and family of, you know, some of the surfers that are in the water right now that are newer to surfing, the surfer with first priority is allowed to go on any wave. As we take another look at this replay here, just one quick turn for Taro. And any surfer sitting under second, third, or fourth priority has to give way to the surfer with the higher priority above them as we take another look at that scenario. So unfortunately for red, it was actually white's wave. Now he ripped this one. I mean, he had a great looking wave, and he would have been feeling really good until he received the news that he'll be losing one of his scores based off of that, as we see Taro just putting on that finish on the inside section here.
Yeah, I feel with Sivaraj, and I understand that this could happen because, you know, being out there in this beautiful break, still you have to consider so many things. One, of course, are the competitors. Then you really want to stay safe, you know. At the end of the day, you're surfing right above a sharp coral reef, and then the priority is where the judges are. You know, we have this booth in the middle of the water pretty much.
Yeah, we're sitting in the Indian Ocean right now.
Exactly, similar to what you might know from the CT events in Kaafu or back then in Cloudbreak. So there are a lot of things that the surfers have to be aware of, and there you can see again the nice little top turn there with oh wow, look at this. Even with this size, the Japanese is ripping. There you go. So focused, doesn't lose any speed at all, and finishes beautifully.
Yeah, great combination surfing, really making the job look quite easy out there today, and picking apart, you know, the kind of differences. It's It's kind of a nice thing in competitive surfing as well. Middle of a heat, you've been surfing on the bombs. He's already sitting in the lead. Knowing that that swell is going to be decreasing over the next few days, you're going to have to learn how to surf this break when it looks quite different than what it currently does, being some smaller waves rolling through.
Right, and also, you know, make a smart decision of what board you're going to surf. As we can see Sivaraj again, oh, that's just a quick one. He's now trying his best to have a high score with that one wave, because the second wave, fortunately, won't go into his final scoring due to the interference.
Yeah, that is such a bummer for Sivaraj, but put together a great heat. I mean, he kicked off with that 3.17, which was a nice score to try and build from, put that effort in on that wave, but unfortunately got an interference onto the scoreboard.
Here we can see the Maldivian youngsters who are next after the main round of the men. After the heat 3, we will start with the sub-18 surfers, and there are plenty of them from the Maldives. That's the future of the Maldivian surfing. It's incredible how disciplined these boys are already. You can see them with their coach from South Africa, Clyde, giving them some advices, letting them watch what the other surfers are doing, because their heat is next.
Yeah, it's great to see that input from a surfing nation like South Africa that has a longer standing history of competitive surfing, a little bit more to draw from that side of things. And for Clyde to be coming over to the Maldives, he's been coaching for them for a couple of years now and really helping to grow what's happening in a team dynamic, the development of the next generation, as you can see him there on the shoreline. They've got a couple of women that will be competing as well that have been absolutely ripping and setting the standard for Maldivian women, being in the ocean, enjoying it, and learning how to surf some of the world's best waves. So really incredible to kind of see that coming together all around. As we take another look here at Sivaraj, great opening turn, sets himself up, nice hit for the finish. So 2-turn combination, looking a bit excited on that one, and he's going to have another score to roll through, sitting with that heat total of just a 3.17. With that priority interference, he does lose his second scoring wave. So if he can better that 3.17, which he may likely do with this 2-turn combination.
Right, you can see him being hungry now. You know, the mistake that he did with the interference, he wants to get rid of it. He's going for all the waves with a lot of energies now, a lot of energy. So good on him, absolutely. But coming back to the South African coach, Clyde, Shannon, what is going on? There's so many South African coaches. If you remember back to the World Surfing Games in El Salvador, we had Team China with a South African team. Team India had a South African team. Then obviously the Maldives, and I'm sure I forgot some other South African. Oh, actually even
Great Britain,
there you go. So what is going on with those South African coaches?
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. You can see them looking for those work opportunities outside of home. There's so many great qualified coaches there that, you know, you're not going to have that many coaches representing for just South Africa on the world stage like this. And so it's great for them to be able to put their names out, get the call up for other nations, and help to pour into the development of some other countries.
And I can tell you that it wasn't only the South African coaches, but pretty much everyone I was talking to in El Salvador, telling them about this event in Thulusdhoo, Maldives, Coke's surf break. All the coaches were, hey, tell me which Asian country needs a coach, I'll be there. Because, you know, obviously they will also have the chance to surf this beautiful wave. Not only this one, we have Chickens, another world-class surf spot just around the corner on the next island, and there are plenty of other world-class surf spots within 20 minutes boat drive. So this place is absolutely blessed with world-class spots.
There's so many waves, there's so many opportunities to surf. If you're thinking of going on a holiday anywhere, we highly recommend coming to the Maldives. It's an incredible place. There's waves that are great for the most advanced of surfers, as well as for beginner surfers and intermediate in between. Some that are a little bit softer with an easier entry into that wave that aren't going to be taking off into a deep section in a barrel, but you also have waves like Cokes. As we take a look across the bay at Chickens.
Absolutely. I was actually surfing it yesterday. It's an amazing left-hander. It's long, it's workable. You always have some good size there. So tell you what, if you're a surfer and if you take it serious, Maldives is one of those places that at least once ideally more than once, you have to visit. Actually, Imoto-san, who's a board member, who's the general secretary of the ASF and also a board member of the ISA, he has been here 26 times, a Japanese surfer. And you know what? I understand why he keep on doing this. The waves in here are just different, you know. You don't have that hard, raw power like you would have in Hawaii. Though on a powerful wave here, Ibu right now on his, I think, 4th wave.
Ibu up and riding, nice opening turn, sets himself up for a second, really able to dig deep on that explosiveness for his 3rd turn as well. He'll eject, so he's got 3 turns together looking for a score. If he can find a 5.54 on this wave, he'll put himself into the leading position.
Right, I don't know if that will be enough because his other waves were quite good too, but you can see again, he's right next to where the action is happening. He is trying to surf radically, doing his backside bottom turns, goes all the way up. Some nice spread there, so let's see what this wave does for his final scoring.
All right, so scores to lock in as we take a look at Sivaraj. He was able to increase his heat total to 367 off the strength of his single score for his last one, getting a bit of work done here as well. Unfortunately for him, he is in a combination situation, meaning he's chasing a heat total of over 10 points. And off the strength of the single wave with the interference, he won't be able to get that. But look at the technique of that first turn.
Right. And that being a surfer from India, if I'm not mistaken, from Tamil Nadu, from the south, you're not used to waves like this where he is surfing. You know, so absolute maximum respect for him for that short period of time that he had the chance to surf this wave, to really understand it and know what to do on these waves.
Great surfing from a man who's taken out wins on the under-18s championship level at home in India. He represented at the ISA World Surfing Games as well. And we've got scores in for the last of Ibu of Hussein Arif. It's enough to take him into the lead with a 6.83. He now sits in first over Team Japan, who's down into second. Japan would need a 6.89 to take first again. And our other Maldivian in the water, Hussein Nasi, is chasing down a 6.37. He does have first priority. We've only got 5 seconds on the clock, though, so it's looking unlikely that he's going to be able to scratch into one more wave as the ocean has gone flat.
Right, and there you go. Ibu with the first place on this heat, the Japanese surfer Taro Takai second, Hassan Nasi from the Maldives third, and Sivaraj Babu from India 4th place. And Ibu showed us once again the consistency that he is known for, to no matter what, go for the waves, do his job. Big waves, small waves, no difference for him. He does what he does best, and that is surfing.
Well, great heat here, and surfers from the next heat already getting ready to go. We're going to go to a quick heat recap and a commercial break, and we'll bring you back with more action here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. ISF Asian Surfing Championships. We've just seen a great moment for the Maldivian Ibu to take away a bit of a buzzer beater to get himself with the win, not just that advancing position. He'll take out the lead over Team Japan's Taro in that last heat, and we are now switching rounds. So we finished out main round 3 on the men's side of the draw, and we are into our under 18 boys main round 1. For some of these guys, first time hitting the water, but a few of them are surfing in multiple divisions, Afri.
Exactly. For example, one of them being the Japanese surfer Ricky Sato, also with him competing from the Maldives, Kayan Abdullah Arif, and 2 Indian surfers, Srikant and Kishori Kumar. So that will be an interesting heat because one, obviously we have a local surfer from the Maldives, then the Japanese, definitely one of the favorites of this event. We have seen them getting barreled here, doing crazy turns, so that already for itself is promising. And then also the Indian surfers, we were talking about it. It's incredible to see the progress of the Indian surfers compared to what we saw they were doing in El Salvador in the World Surfing Games 6 weeks ago. So the progress of the Indian surfers is one of the most amazing thing we saw in this event so far.
Yeah, it's been really incredible to be able to see their performances among, so many other surfers from different nations. We've got 18 nations represented here for the Asian Surfing Championships and 87 surfers total in the draw between 4 different divisions: open men's, open women's, under 18 boys, and under 18 girls as well. As we take a look at some live action with Srikath opening up on his first wave. Nice couple turns to start things off. Now starting to find that flow and rhythm after a little bit of a shaky opening turn. Hits the finish as well, and he'll be looking strong to put down that first score on the board.
Absolutely. You could see that his fins might be a little bit too small, or maybe that's the board. Nice little drop there, going for the roundhouse cutback, but then he loses it. The fins is connected to the water. Once again, a little bit loose on the second maneuver, but then he stabilized it. Nice spray on this third maneuver. There you go, another one, and then he goes for the finish. So huge learning curve for the Indian surfers. They don't have that kind of reef breaks that they have here in the Maldives, but then again, it's around the corner. That's the good thing about South Asian surfers. You have Sri Lanka, you have Maldives, you have India. They can easily go back and forth and surf those different waves, which helps them to improve in all those different conditions, like the reefs you have in the Maldives or the beach breaks and in South India and also Sri Lanka. So I'm sure those sub-18 surfers, they benefit a lot from being here and experiencing that different sort of waves.
Oh, that's so true. To be able to see them in the mix now at this age, knowing that they're going to be the future of surfing out of their nations. Now, one of the surfers that already is one of the top here in the Maldives is Ibu, and he took out a great win in that last heat. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with him and Kayla Moore.
Hi guys, I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Ibu, who is referred to as the GOAT here in the Maldives. I'm sure that is a lot to carry on your back. What is it like representing your country here and being one of the best from your country?
It feels great. I'm really happy that this competition is having in one of our home breaks, and we have a lot of confidence in these waves, and and I'm happy that get a lot of support from the locals and all our teams. Yeah, happy to be here.
Yes, well, the confidence is definitely showing, and especially in that last minute of the heat where you took the win. Tell me a little bit about that.
I had a heat strategy, so I just want to get like 2 comfortable scores and just wait for my priority and then wait for the good ones to come through. So yeah, it came through at the last minute, so I was happy.
Awesome, and we're looking forward to seeing you in round 4. What is your strategy going into the next round as a leading into that?
Just gonna take it as it comes. Just have a look at the conditions, and I'll do my heat plans before my heat. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, good luck. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Great to hear from Ibu. And, focusing on that strategy, watching the heats 30 minutes before you're paddling out, knowing conditions are always changing. As we take a look at live action from Ricky Sato. He's been putting together some huge scores in our men's open division, and now looking just absolutely on fire, slicing through each of those turns. Up behind him, Srikath from India, currently sitting in the lead with the 2 scores as the only scores on the board at the moment, but he'll go down on his opening turn. And let's take another look here, Afri, at this last of Ricky.
Pumping in the beginning, getting some speed, getting over the section that closes, and then nice little curve there, going up. Again, you see the spray that the Japanese produces and not losing any speed. That's special. You have to have clean technique to do something like that.
Great surfing from Ricky. Scores to drop through now from the panel, and a small score will come in for Srikath of India. Still waiting now for the opening waves of our Maldivian in Kayan, currently in the water, and Kishore, our other surfer from India.
Right. You can see those countries you don't see too often in international events. Even the Maldives, being a surfing nation, in the last couple of years couldn't really go to the international events because, you know, the support, financial support was a big issue, but now that surfing has become Olympic, obviously that gave a whole different momentum to all those countries. Also, Team India, who in El Salvador was actually followed by the Olympic Channel. There's a nice documentary out there. You can all watch it online in the Olympic Channel about the Indian team. And the nice thing about this event right now is it brings even more Asian surf nations into international surfing. So in El Salvador 6 weeks ago, there were 12 Asian countries participating, and now we have even 6 more, 18 countries. And that's only the second official ASF Asian Surfing Championship. I'm already looking forward to the next years because, you know what, the potential for Asian surfing is not even close to being on its climax. There's a lot to come in the future.
Yeah, this is an incredible amount of growth coming through. To see those 6 extra nations added in as well, I was so excited to see that on the calendar, or you know, to see those extra countries on the roster in comparison to what we had at the World Surfing Games, and to know that with each event like this that runs, it pours into the current surfing generation, the current surfers that are qualifying for these teams, you know, through their national championships most likely. And then it also gives that hope for the younger kids that are coming up, the younger Groms within those nations, to know that not only are they looking to maybe hopefully one day get themselves onto the junior tours or the qualifying series to eventually, you know, try and get themselves onto the championship for tour for the WSL or to get themselves on the team for the ISA World Surfing Games, but they also will have this event within their region, which allows more competitive opportunity. It also allows them to travel to new nations that maybe they wouldn't have that opportunity to outside of that, and to get to meet surfers from other parts of this region of the world, which is really incredible. I was talking to AJ, who's one of the local surfers from this area. He was hosting alongside myself and Mark Cliff for the opening ceremonies, and he was out in the water earlier today caddying for one of the surfers competing, so he's going to be around the event. We're going to get him in here to chat for sure. But he was just sharing the importance of not only having this event here to kind of bring in that international competition, but just getting surfers here from around the world is going to expose the younger generation of Maldivian surfers to what surfers from other nations are already doing. It's going to show them different types of surfing. They're not just going to be watching it at home on their computers or on their phones as far as video footage of surfing, but getting to see some of the world's best surfers competing here on this break this week is a really exciting thing to be able to see firsthand.
Couldn't agree more. And it's not only the surfers, you know, at the beach I was even seeing all those international coaches from South Africa, we have them from Brazil and many other countries. They are not only helping their own nations, their own teams, but are also giving tips and tricks to the other surfers. And you see, I think that is a dimension of this event that makes it so special. Obviously, it's about, you know, being good as an athlete. It's the sports side that is important in here. So it's a continental championship, but it's also about getting to know the other countries, bringing all those countries who are not so known in the surfing world together and let them enjoy this beautiful waves, this beautiful country, and with this coaches from other teams, from competing teams, from you know, those countries who are actually surf against Thu also helping the others. I think that really shows what kind of, I mean, it sounds cheesy, but what kind of love is in the air.
Yeah, it's so true. To be able to just see that camaraderie. It's a grassroots movement here. Shannon and Afri in the booth calling Yakshin as we see Kishore just go down on that first turn. Great to see him put a score on the board, though, because he's been sitting really patient throughout this heat, more than halfway through. And this is just his first wave that he's taken off on. What went wrong here?
I mean, I think a major thing in general is the Indian surfers, they're not used to surfing waves like this. Him being on his backhand, he went for a wave that was quite fast. You know, with these waves, you sort of have to be picky unless you really want to charge the barrels. You shouldn't go for the wide ones, but more the picky ones. So I think he was a little bit overwhelmed by the speed of this wave. But still, again, sub 18, coming from India, absolutely, he's doing great. He's learning a lot just by being out there, seeing the others, surfing that wave that normally you wouldn't surf with only 3 others. I'm sure he's trying his best to get a high score, but whatever he does here, it's an investment for his surfing career.
So true. Well, scores in from that first wave of Ricky Sato. It was an 8.50, so an excellent score. Really dynamic top to bottom surfing for his opening wave for Team Japan. He's sitting in the lead. As we take a look at the replay here for Srikath of India, he is sitting in that second place position with a 3.83 and a 4.67.
Yeah, you can see he's a more experienced surfer. He needs a little bit time. Already in his last waves, the first couple of maneuvers he was struggling a little bit. But you see the difference with the Japanese surfer. Super smooth, looking already to the next section of what to do. He's anticipating the wave, and with that, again, not losing too much speed, being able to do the transition smooth, because smooth surfing is what gives you extra speed. And you know, smooth surfing is something you can only do if you have the technique for it.
So true, being able to find that speed, power, and flow that the judges are always looking for. As we take a look at this last replay from Kishore, goes down on that first turn, unfortunately, and he'll just have some small scores on the board. Now, we haven't seen a wave yet from our surfer in blue, from Kayan Arif, a local Maldivian competitor. So he's been very picky within the lineup so far. We are down to about 11 minutes remaining. We have about 25 minutes on the clock today. And a nice big floater re-entry for Kishore. So redeems himself, just a single maneuver, but finds it complete, and he's going to get a better score on the board.
Right, and you can see he learned from his last wave. Again, he went for the wave that was, you know, you could see very fast, but instead of fighting against it or trying to win a race that he can't probably win, he decided to go for a big floater, and that will give him some scores.
Great surfer, loves surfing at Kovalang Point back at home in India. He is a 7-time national champion and has been putting in the time in the Grom comps on that side of things. He's only 15 years old and already gets to call himself a professional surfer. So exciting to see that he's been able to find so much success at such a young age in the National Surfing Championships.
Absolutely, 15 years old. So that means he has at least another 3 years to have the opportunity to get qualified to surf at the Asian Surfing Championships sub-18 division. So I think this is a name we should remember, because Team India is coming. Their progress is insane. Seeing what these boys and men were able to do within 6 weeks, coming from El Salvador World Surfing Games 2023 in El Salvador, and see the difference of surfing, the improvement of surfing here in the Asian Surfing Championships in Coke Surf Spot, Thulusdhoo, Maldives. It's just incredible.
So scores in a 2.5, so completed maneuver. It does come through as his high score, but he's still sitting shy of the requirement and is chasing a 6-point ride for Kishore to be able to get himself into that advancing position. Again, top 2 will be moving through into the main round, and the bottom 2 will have that rapid charge opportunity. Now later today, we're going to see more from our under 18 boys. We're going to see some of our men's rapid charge rounds running, but before we get to that, we're going to have our women's main round 1 paddling out after this U18 boys round. So that's going to be exciting to see some of the women hitting the water. They've been out there charging through the last few days, a big swell, and we've seen some really incredible waves being ridden from the women in the field, and I'm really excited to see them hitting the lineup later today. As we take a look at some more live action here with Srikath, nice opening turn, sets himself up here, drives hard off the bottom, gets that tail and that fin release as well.
Yep. You can see he is, for a reason, second placed right now. We're still waiting for the first wave of Kayan Abdullah Arif, the local surfer. There you can see going down for the bottom turn. Could have gone a little bit more vertical, but then again you always risk to lose the wave since it is a fast wave, especially the inside section, the one that they are surfing right now.
So counting down to 8 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. The two Indian surfers in the water are from the same area back at home. Both of them love surfing at Kovalong Point as their home spot. So they've been training together. As we take a look now at Ricky Sato, he's already got an 8.5 on the board, goes big on that opening turn, but can't find that connection, and he'll go down.
Right, he's in a comfortable position. I mean, he can still work on a second score, but you can see he wanted to serve risky. Even though seeing the wave was fast, he was going for that lip. But with his first wave at 8.5, I think he knows he's got a good chance to proceed with the time remaining. So this is why he really wants to show the audience, show his fans what he's capable of. This is why he chooses to surf more radically. Here we have the Indian surfer going for his last wave, losing it a little bit at the end, but still able to finish it. And now we're still waiting for the first wave of Kayan Abdullah Arif. I wonder what is happening there. I mean, I'm sure he knows the wave good, so probably he's waiting for the right wave. But then again, he doesn't have that much time. You can see the Indian surfer Kishore on his next wave.
All right, great opening turn, snap for the start of the second turn. Now sets his line here. Frothy section in front of him. He's got a bit of work to get done to be able to get that score. Oh, that in section I think was going to be important. He's looking for a 6-point ride, which would be higher than, or it would have to be the second highest score of the heat so far as we take another look at it here. Right. Looking for a 6 to find himself into second place.
Exactly, and to get his competitor to third place so that he could advance. You can see that his bottom turn are always a little bit too long. He's fighting a little bit to go up the wave. But tell you what, he's hustling, he's going for every wave he finds, so that he still has got enough time to make it. And we're still waiting for the first wave of Kayan Abdullah Arif, so it's still interesting to see. I mean, the Ricky Sato, the Japanese surfer, with his first wave, he has got quite a big score there. So right now, I think everybody's focusing on the second place, though having seen the surfer from India, Sri Kantan, there you go, he's on a wave again.
Up and riding, so he's looking to hold on to that second place position. Single maneuver, and he'll go complete. Looking to increase on a 3.83 is going to be tough with just that single turn. And scores are in for the last of Kishore, a 3.27. Does increase his heat total. Chips away at his requirement slightly, but he's still chasing a 5.23. 5 minutes on the clock, so he's going to need great wave selection in order to get a score of that magnitude. That's one of the things that I think we're noting from the judges throughout this week. Wave selection is super important, as well as actually that all-encompassing speed, power, and flow within the surfing.
And talking about wave selection, the difficult part right now for the surfers with the remaining 5 minutes is, hold on, there's the Japanese surfer.
Ricky now Sato. Up and riding. Nice opening turn, sets his line off the bottom. Nice wrap back into the pocket. Sets himself up here for a couple turns on the inside. Kicks out quickly as we take a look at, I believe, Kishore. There we go. Chasing down that 5.24. Dynamic on that last turn. Slides back around. Looking for a strong finish. A little bit of tic-tacking through the inside to try and gain some speed. Knowing that it's important as well to try and find those finishing maneuvers. Although the strength of that score would come from the outside section as we take another look at this from Ricky.
Right. You can see the Japanese surfer being smooth, knowing what to do, looking what the wave does, anticipating every maneuver, and not being a judge still, we can say that will definitely drop his second, get into his final score, dropping the 1.4 that he had before.
Originally from Shonan, now lives in Chiba and loves surfing at Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast of Australia. You can see a lot of that style coming through from surfing waves of quality.
Right. And, you know, the big difference of surfing on Snapper Rocks to what he does right now is obviously the crowd. Snapper Rocks, when it's on,
great point.
one of the crowdiest spots, whereas here he's surfing a world-class spot just with 3 other competitors. But still, if you know how to surf in a crowded spot, you will know how to surf everywhere, because you have to be on point. You have to know where to paddle to. You have to almost know a little bit of game theory, you know, knowing what the others are doing and position yourself in the right place. There you go, Kumar from India, trying his best to get to second place. You can see his maneuvers are more aggressive now. He's really looking for it, trying to find a nice finish, pump his way through, but unfortunately doesn't find what he needed to.
So scores in a 3.9. Now the benefit for Kishore is that he has been increasing his score line with wave after wave. He's been improving. Ricky Sato now looking for a quick cover up, nothing too deep, but just would feel nice to find a little bit of shade when the sun is so hot outside.
Yeah, right. You can see the confidence. The surfer who surfs in Chiba, the spot where the first Olympic surfing took place, you can see that he knows what he's doing. The way he got covered in that wave shows you this boy is not surfing a barrel for the first time in his life.
So true. Loving those sessions that he's had back at home, as well as traveling around the world, hunting down some of the world's best waves. Coming down to 2 minutes on the clock, Afri, and these heats are just flying by as we take another look at this one.
So smooth.
Just threads the needle, nice and easy, like you said, sets that opening line really well.
Right.
And some more live action here with Srikath. Nice opening carve, the 18-year-old out of India, holding off his teammate in Kishore throughout this heat, doing well to try and build on that scoreline as well. Fourth turn, adding in a little bit of variety there, ditches the fins and falls on the finishing maneuver. He's looking to improve on a high score of improve really on the low score of a 3.83 with this wave to make it even more difficult for his teammate.
Exactly. So that's what it is about right now for both Indian surfers. Try to become second. You can see that he's trying his best to cement his position. But you know what? A lot of the surfers, not only the Indian surfers, they're really struggling with the end section. They're trying to pull something out at the very end, but more often than not, they can't complete their waves. So maybe their coaches should tell them for the next rounds to really focus on a last maneuver before they get to the end section to get the scores that they wanted to.
So true. Great insight from Afridun Amu, representing Team Afghanistan, also serving on the Asian Surfing Federation, and helping us organize things to be able to be at such a beautiful location this week. This is Thulusdhoo Island in the Maldives, and the break that we are currently surfing for competition is Cokes or Coca-Colas. There's a Coca-Cola factory here on the island, which is how this wave got its name. And it's been such an incredible place to be able to spend a little bit of time. There you can see where the judges' tower is at, literally sitting on top of the reef out in the water. We're sitting right on the bottom of that tower as well.
Exactly.
To be able to commentate today.
And being surrounded by beautiful corals. Every time I go that booth, that walk from the beach to where we are right now, I'm amazed by how beautiful a place can be.
It's so inviting to just have a swim in at the end of the day. It's been a great place to be able to spend some time, and we have really enjoyed it so far here. Now scores coming through for the finish of this heat. Looks like Ricky Sato has taken away the win with an 8.5 and a 6.5 on the board. Srikath with a 5.17 for his last wave. He did increase his heat total overall and walked through in that second place position. And our surfer for India, Kishore Kumar, falls through in that third place position, as well as Kayan Abdullah Arif of the Maldives in fourth. We've got more action to come, so stay tuned. A heat recap and a commercial, and we'll have Mark and Mal back in the booth.
Junior men's, we can see right there in the red, another one of these famous Japanese surfers. Stand by for some heavy action from this heat here. It is Kailash Mason there in the red, leading out heat 2 of the juniors. Yasin Ahmed Nasim out of the Maldives in blue. Yep, in green is Mohammed Zayan, that is his teammate, also out of the Maldives. And Kanapathe Ramesh J. Layla from Sri Lanka. So this is heat 2. Really looking forward to this. The juniors are amazing surfers. Most of the Japanese surfers, well, they brought their whole junior team. They're doubling up. They're doing really well in the Opens as well, Mel. So there's a lot to look forward to going ahead into the junior division.
Absolutely, mate. Look, thanks for having me on board this year for the event. Absolutely love it. Even more so now. This is my favourite at every event. We love the junior division. We've been so big on that for a long time now. And yeah, no, I'm salivating on the opportunity to see what the up-and-coming stars are here in the Asian region and to showcase their talents at this joint here. This is picture perfect for junior surfing. So, yeah, really loving the show, mate.
And Kaisi Adachi, 15-year-old Japanese surfer, is off to a fly with a 5.83. So a really good start right there. That'll release some nerves and get him right in the groove for a big heat here in heat 2 of the juniors. Up against Mohammed Zayan in the green. He's got himself a wave at 2.33. Mohammed, 17-year-old, born in Sri Lanka, surfing for the Maldivian outfit. Chopu is Mohammed's nickname, surfer in green. Surfer in blue, Yasin Ahmed Nasim, 12-year-old Grom.
Wow.
Yeah, he's riding a 4.6 Chile surfboard, the goofy footer, so we'll be seeing him shortly. And Kanapathe Ramesh J. Layla, the surfer in white, representing Sri Lanka, born in England. Got a 4-board quiver here with us and says he's been surfing since the age of 6, so I imagine he's got some pretty good skills to display.
It's good to see, 12-year-old. That's what I'm liking about this event. You know, we're actually like looking at pretty well much the best surfers in all of Asia, and yeah, to see the kids also having their day in the sun as we see the first our first ride, mate, and nothing's going on there. So we'll let that one go through. That was the surfer in green, Mohammed Zayan, the local.
Just needed the extra paddle, but how good's that drone footage? You can just check right through to the reef. All the cracks and crevices that's going on in the reef. You could just about see the urchins. There's quite a few of them on that reef, Mel.
Yeah, no, you're right. But look, what a place. You know, if you're going to come here, come to Thulusdhoo Island. Pretty well much the sort of central part here of the central Malay Atoll region here, and as a myriad of breaks within a quick speedboat ride from this joint. So, you know, not only can you surf here, Cokes, Colas, across the channel, Mark, and I know you're sort of going to have a fair rave about this, but the wave over there, really nice left-hander by the name of Chickens.
Yep.
I thought at first they called it Chickens because it was for sort of chickens. But no, there's a chicken factory on the island. That's how it got its name. But if you want some serious left-hand action, that thing there's really sick wave, eh?
Yeah, I was lucky to get a crack at that yesterday and mighty impressed with what goes on over there in the last couple of days when we had some 6-foot surf here. Geez, it was bigger than that over there and it was looking that good. So plenty of options here on Thulusdhoo Island. It is the capital of the Kaafu Atoll. It's only about 30 minutes from Malé where you fly into, so for those people that want to come to the Maldives, you get your act somehow to Malé, either via Singapore, KL, whatever, and then fly across the bay to here, and a short boat ride will put you right here where we are at Cokes. So at this stage, only 3 waves ridden, a couple of waves there for Mohammed, leaves him with only a 2-wave total of a 2.73, and the real highlight at this stage, Kailash Adachi with a 5.83.
And yeah, Kayla Moore's doing a really good job there on the beach interviews. So yeah, I'm going to really go. It's her first gig, so I'm going to give her a little bit of a pat on the back there and say, well done, Kayla. She's getting some good insights into the guys, and just like to see there how, you know, they're bringing on fresh faces too with this. So I wish her all success in her future career, and yeah, great to see she's part of the show this year, Mark.
There's the drone footage flying over what was the big tent for our opening ceremony, Mel. I imagine there's going to be a closing ceremony utilised right there. There's the boardwalk that takes you out to the small island, which is kind of your jump-off spot if you're game. And the wave in the background just rolling on through Cokes right there. It's just a picturesque setup. It's very cool. So they can be proud of themselves what they've done here. The Maldivian Surf Association really making this place just look the goods. You can see a lot of people sitting out under the orange tent just to the left of screen right now as we're just flying over. Jump off spot is right out in front of that orange tent. You've got to be a little careful. There is reef is littered with sea urchins.
Not thousands, I've been told millions.
Yep, there are. And I remember day one when I paddled out here, mate, the guy right in front of me, poor little fella, right. He was only about 6 feet ahead of me. He's taken a step, then lifted his foot up and showed me he would have had 15 spines sticking out of his foot, mate, that were about an inch long.
No.
And he's like, what do you reckon I do? And I said, mate, go in. Like, seriously.
At that point. Pouring hot water on it, they reckon, is the tip.
Yep, I believe so, just to help ease the pain. But you've got to get the spines out. So if they dig in, got to get the tweezers out, mate, and have a good old crack at it. So juniors, 25-minute heats. Our format today, have we got that available, Mel?
Not quickly on hand. I can't give that one to you, mate, so I'm going to own up to that.
No, I've got it here, mate. I'll just have a quick look.
Yep.
But I think we're going to try and power through 18 heats today, so I'm pretty sure most divisions will get a surf.
And I think the women's are going to be on today, which is a really cool thing. I've been looking forward to that so much. But yeah, what a lifestyle. Look in the background there as we see a surfer paddling here, Mark. Over the, oh no, that extra paddle.
He's done that twice.
Yeah, needed by the Maldivian there.
Maybe needed an extra coffee this morning.
Yeah. But there's there's island lifestyle for you, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty well much water world around here. I've counted 3 cars on this whole island. Everybody gets around on little moped scooters as such. And even then, they're in the minority. Everything is just pretty well much within walking distance. You can, in fact, circumnavigate by land the whole island in 1 hour. Yep. It is that small.
Yep,
It's beautiful.
Half long.
It is.
Half a K wide.
Half a K wide. That's pretty
format here, mate. So,
go.
Yep, we've got 6 heats here of the juniors. This is heat 3. Rolling into the main round of the women's. Open round, heats 1 to 4. And on we go, finishing up with some repechage heats this afternoon. But while there's a break in the action, we are going to throw down to Kayla Moore with an interview of the winner of the last heat. Go for it, Kayla.
Hi, I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Ricky Sato from Team Japan. He's going to be answering in his home language. Ricky, how did that heat go for you?
すごい波数が少なくて難しいヒートだったんですけど、なんとかいい波乗れてラウンドアップできてよかったです。
And I want to give Ricky an opportunity to say hi to his friends and family back at home in Japan.
まあオープン面も勝ち上がってるので、このままもっと調子上げて勝つので応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, thank you guys.
All right, there we go. Thank you. Short and sweet, but it's always good to hear. Well, I'm not sure what he said, but it's good to see them on screen anyway, and you put a face to the performances. Meanwhile, let's have a look at White. So this is his first wave.
So yeah, this is Kanapathe's wave. I just saw it in the interview. Just getting himself sort of busy, and they're probably not his best wave. It's probably going to come in underneath the average, that one. Did link a couple of turns together, but a little bit lateral mark on that. So the judges really want to see surfers going from 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock, up and down the fall line on the wave. And that one's probably just a little bit windscreen wipery, so we'll wait and see where the boys go with that one. But major cred, major kudos to the judging panel under the watchful eye of Perry Hatchett this year. So he's been pretty heavily involved in the Maldivian surf scene in the last 3 years and doing a super credible job. So I had a chat with him this morning, and he elaborated on where this sort of connection had started. It was back in the early 2000s when they actually did 2 O'Neill events here, which were pretty well much the start of getting this thing out into the international stage. They then had a late year as such, a year off, and then they ran 2 Sri Lankan Airlines events as well. So you had the cream of the crop under Perry's eye in those days, and that's what really got this Maldivian Surf Foundation going. And boy, oh boy, has, you know, the crew taken it on board. We're going to get to hear from Amindi a little bit later on today. He's a local absolute legend that's been around for eons, more or less, and an interesting character. I've already met him, Mambo from Sri Lanka. He's actually their team judge. He's helped set up the federation as well, and he's a 30-year veteran, Mark.
All right, well, it'd be nice to have a chat with the local legends and find out a bit more firsthand exactly what goes on around here. Mohammed Zayan, that was him in the green. So this heat, there's been a few hit and misses. We've got Red screaming down the line now, Mel.
Oh, look at this. This is a great wave for Red. And, oh, he leans on that and then just cannot recover in the whitewater.
Kaisi Adachi, that was. Meanwhile, let's stay with blue right now. Yasin Ahmed.
Okay, you see.
Backhand. Yep, he's just getting a couple of moves going on here. 12-year-old Grom riding his 4-6 Chili. All right, so in a kind of a low-scoring heat, probably a useful wave there for Yasin, who was sitting in 4th place, only his first ride. Here's the action replay again, Mel.
Oh, this is cool as, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 12-year-old Maldivian grommet. And he's out there competing for the pride and the joy of Thulusdhoo Island in particular, but also the Maldivian archipelago. So the little Grom's out there flying that flag. It's a red and a green flag with a little yellow crescent on it. So I reckon that would be a super proud moment for him, and he's got such a good support base on the beach.
And there's the launching spot we were talking about. If you're game to take it on from that angle, you can't walk out too far on the reef, hence the urchins. So you've got to kind of start paddling pretty much from the word go. If a set comes, pretty easy to get cleaned up, so you've got to time it and rely on your crew on the sort of boardwalk there just to give you a little bit of heads up when there's a break in the action. Got some scores coming through for Kanapathe, a 4.33 for the surfer in white, just previous, the goofy footer. He is now in 2nd on the strength of that one wave. All scores seem to be locked in, nothing really huge at this stage. Wave 1 for Red, the 5.83 is the highlight so far, so Kaisi Dachi is in the lead. This was what he tried to just add a little bit of funk to that move, didn't he?
Oh, he was all over that turn for more or less 4/5 of the way, and it was just that last little error on the hillside rail that sort of just drew the error to then sort of ensure that there wasn't going to be super... Because the judges will look at that, they'll be super critical. You can complete that major manoeuvre 4/5 of the way, but unless you nail it, you're really not going to get a great score.
Yeah, it's an incompletion every day of the week until
You know that.
until you're 100% right out of any given move. So a bit of a set starting to roll through right now. It's looking like White using his priority quite handily. Kanapathe looking for his first scoring manoeuvre. Here he goes now, starting to bury some rail. Can't quite make sense of the end section, but either way, second score will consolidate second position.
All right, here we go. Let's have a look on the replay. A little bit downtown on the takeoff, but look, he does well to get around this section. That turn there, not so much lighting me up, and probably not the judges. That was the better quality turn, definitely the second turn, and then boom, he's out of there. Pulls out the back. He's going to say, right, I got my score on that. I need to improve, and he's going to see where we go with that one, mate.
9 minutes remaining, heat 2, everybody. So we can see Red's just jumped off the rocks, ready to do battle in his next heat. That will be Taro Takai.
And yeah, for any of my mates listening, yeah, I'm a carpenter, and that wasn't an impact driver going on in the back. They're going to put a light stack in here, crew. Geez, I tell you what, I just got to give a big shout out to Che and the crew. This is their first major event for some time, back in early 2000. And the infrastructure these days at the modern surfing contest is so critical and so much more complicated, but the boys are all over it, mate, like a cheap suit.
Well, the Sri Lankan surfer goes into the lead, Mel.
Yep.
He's just boosted a 5-point ride, so he's got a couple of those scores, a 4.83 and the 5-point ride, so that's enough at this stage to be, well, positioned just ahead of Kaisi Dachi, who has got the best score of the heat, the 5.83, stacking up pretty good. He needs only a 1.50 to go back into the lead. Meanwhile, in third is Green. Mohammed Zayan, his best waves, only a 2.33, so he's got a bit of work to do. 5.01 to advance. And Yasin, the surfer in blue, also with just one wave, it's a 3. And a mid-range 4 will put him into a qualifying second spot. 7 and a bit minutes. Pretty cool setup on the beach. Team there just relaxing. I think that's Team Sri Lanka.
But yeah, no, all the Asian nations have come here. You know, the worlds have collided here at Thulusdhoo, and in particular the Maldives archipelago. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the best of the best. You know, surfing is making a huge inroad into popular sports here these days. And with the Olympics coming up, a lot of these kids here are eyeing off that sort of thing. Even the tone, if you like, of the event is pretty well much based on that Olympic blueprint. As we see Red going, mate, let us know what's happening here.
All right, good bit of speed. Now used to use it to his advantage. He spins the wheels, goes sideways, effectively a no manoeuvre wave. So a little bit of a wasted opportunity there for Kaisi. Here it is again. Looked like he had a pretty good wave, Mel.
Certainly did. I think what's happening here a little bit, maybe pushing a little bit too hard for this finishing turn, and this one was his first turn. Ari made a really good point in the last one that some of the teams are sort of worrying about what's going on down the end of the reef to finish it. You might be better stomping your scoring turns and then, yes, kicking out the back. That was where I was going to go with this, because that's where the major points are, Mark. You and I know that. That's what Perry Hatchett and the judges are looking at. So, yeah, maybe for those team coaches, don't worry too much about length of ride. Don't worry too much about that end. Focus on those turns out the back.
All right, well, some good words. I mean, Surfer in red, he's only packing a 1.5 in his scoreline. Now a 1.6, that last score drops in at. The overview of Green sort of up and down, Mohammed. So as time ticks away, these juniors have fumbled around a little bit in these heats, given what went on in the last heat and what's gone down earlier this morning. They're yet to really get their groove on. White now, Kanapathe. This is our heat leader, Mel. So there's a touch of the fumbles going on here.
Yeah,
the Groms seem to be a little nervous.
Common denominator in this heat, mate. Just have a look at this. He sort of over arcs on this second turn. First turn's nice. Let's give him that. But look at that then. Mistimes that in the lip. Pretty well much slightly too far behind the flow of the wave, and therefore that drew the error. So, that one there ain't going to score too much. One wave completed. And we just see a couple of nice little lines coming through here. Is this second wave going to have some options for them, Mark? What do you reckon?
I don't think anyone's in position, Mel. It's looking a little tiny.
It is too.
It was pretty fast if you had it taken off up the point. So the boys wisely letting that one slide through. I mean, given the fact there's 4.5 minutes remaining, probably want to shut this heat out with something a little better. There's time on the clock to be a little selective. I'm not sure exactly who has priority at this stage.
So yeah, I'll just go back to what I was, because we've got a break going on out there, folks. I'll just go back to what I was talking about earlier. They're using the Olympic sort of thing as a blueprint for this. So, it's the playbook through the ISAs as such. And these guys are competing for a podium finish. So they actually get awarded medals at this event. We've got gold, silver, bronze and copper. So first to fourth will be medal winners. And this looks like a good wave, mate. Go for it.
Kaisi Dachi now weaving. He's in the tube. Oh, come on. Just kind of changed his line there and got sucked a little too high. It was looking really good at the start, but things went pear-shaped pretty quick, Mel.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay. Double hand drag. That's the first time I've seen anyone do that here. So that was a good slotting there, but really probably there needed to doggy door that to give himself any chance of getting out of that. That wave a little small, lip pinches a little bit, and to get a score on that, probably needed to just straighten out the front and doggy door that.
Took the high line when he should have taken the low line.
Yeah, you are on. You're onto it.
Got a little bit of a lip to the head. Down he went, but he's recovered. He's still got, let me see, I imagine about 3 minutes. There we go, yep, 3:10 on the clock, paddling up out the back, Mel.
Okay, here we go. The goofy footer on his backhand. Looks over his right-hand shoulder. First turn's a scoring turn. Second turn here, just hooks it underneath the hood. And now up into the lip, little roofline floater. And then comes unstuck. So yeah, just talking about that once again, probably would have been better off to have not tried to float that mark, but actually get a Rio in and then ride it down the front just to finish the ride. So first turn's completed. Don't forget these are juniors. Second turn here is under the hood, no cover up there, just taps him on the back of the shoulder. And then this one here, everything goes unstuck, doesn't it?
Yeah, he hit it in all the wrong
places.
Wrong places with the wrong momentum, and down he went. So Mohammed, 17-year-old goofy footer right there, riding a 5.6 squash tail. He loves fishing. And rolls by the nickname of Chopu.
Chopu, there you go.
He's won 2 Diwali League competitions.
Nice.
Yep, so he's yet to really get his head around, and his talent stuck into this Asian Surfing Championship round 1. A lot of the juniors are sort of surfing like they're a bit nervous, Mel. Some of these guys, it is their first heat, and as you know, can be nerve-wracking. Just get that first heat out of the way. Red.
So yeah, we're just watching the replay there on the screen, Mark, for Red, and smallish wave. He did what he could do with what he had, and very impressive that first turn. I like that, but yeah, sort of not too much then thereafter. So that's going to, or probably did come in the average scale as such with that wave for Red. Last for Red. What did he get? 4.57.
Last for Red, 3.57.
Sorry, my
so it
apologies.
Becomes his second wave and takes him back to the lead by 0.07. So it was a worthy effort.
Yep.
Needed to do it, did it, and
mate,
regained
sick
the
wave
lead.
coming here, over to you.
All right, White, so let's have a look at this. This is Kanapathe, who's in second position. Ooh. The Sri Lankan surfer grinding away. The drone footage looking really good. Got a lot of speed. Can he use it? Goes for a crazy floater again, Mel. Probably took the horizontal approach when maybe just to push off the bottom and get a little bit more vert in the lip might have worked.
Boom, spot on, Mark. Good commentary. There we go. First turn, very impressive. Second turn, then just almost pokes the nose, but he gets it going up here in the lip. Now, this is where probably the floater is not the elected manoeuvre, I think, to be able to maximising your score potential there.
Yeah,
maybe we should be starting to think, hey, before that, just get the turn in and then finish it.
Bottom.
Yes,
come off the bottom
in the flat.
Throw it up. Anyway, it's easy to say from here. Let's have a look how Yasin's going here. He's in 4th position. The young Grom, 12 years old.
Woohoo!
Not long to go now, 5 seconds. That'll be, well, hang on, we've got one last rider. A quick up and down for green again for Mohammed.
It's a grommet. Of course there's going to be another
frothing here at the end. So that heat is over.
Yep.
Heat is over, heat 2, so we'll just on standby for heat 3. I think we've got a couple of numbers to drop. Okay, so I'd just like to say welcome again, everybody. The junior division, that's the end of heat 2. My name is Mark Clift. This is
Malieva in the house.
It's good to have you with us, gang, and let's stick around here because that's only the first 2 heats of our 6-heat round for the juniors. And coming up next, I can tell you we've got a pretty high-powered heat again. We've got Taro leading Team Japan in as a 14-year-old. He'll be doing it next. We've got Syed Salahuddin will be surfing in blue. Ismail Madhu, another Maldivian surfer, in green. And we'll just have a quick squiz. We are going to have a recap back shortly. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Heat 3 of the juniors. Mel, would you like to enlighten us as to exactly who we're looking at?
Absolutely, it would be my pleasure to do so. And in red in this heat is going to be Taro Takai from Japan. So the Japanese powerhouse is being represented with the juniors as well. Coming up are 2 local surfers. So in blue, it's going to be Said Salahuddin. Okay, he's going to be out there in the blue representing for the Maldives. Also in green is also another Maldives representative, and that's Ishmael Ahmed. He's out there in green. And then following up that pack is going to be the surfer in white from Sri Lanka. That's Kailash Mason. So Japan in red, Maldives in blue, Maldives also in green, and Sri Lanka in white mark.
All right, well, another well-matched heat. I've seen all these guys surfing out in front over the last few days, so I'm expecting some goodness to come out of Heat 3. But those official results from the last heat was, in fact, let's have a little look at that. It was Kanapathe made his way back into the lead while the surfer in white. Well done to the Sri Lankan. Kaisi Adachi finishing in second place, but that's good enough to avoid a repecharge surf. And the 2 Maldivian boys, both in blue and green, will have to go via through repos. Coming up in Heat 4, Iko Watanabe, the standout from yesterday, mate, got a 10-point ride. Uncharacteristically fumbled around a bit this morning. Did get his way back into a second position in the men's side of the draw. So he's going to back it up again. His second surf of the day coming up in the next heat. And we'll get to that in a moment when we get back to Heat 4. But junior division's looking pretty strong, particularly out of the Japanese camp, the Maldivian surfers. Kanapathe, that last heat, well done to Team Sri Lanka. So a nice blend, a good mix of the nations going on out in front.
And look, how was that lead into this heat? That little 1 minute clip of what's all going on here at Thulusdhoo Island. Boy, oh boy, boats, you can go snorkeling. There is so much to be able to do here that there's probably not enough hours in the day. So here we go, mate. Your man in the red. Talk us through this one.
All right, good heavy hit there for Taro to kick things off. Screaming down the line, kind of releasing the fins a little there for a funky second move, but no doubt a scorer nonetheless. So Taro Takai, pretty worthy start. It's better than a fall. Couple of scoring moves. Should put himself right in the mid-range somewhere there. Another set wave out the back. So remembering at this stage, priority does not become established until all surfers right away.
All right, so what I like about this is that bottom turn. And, I don't know, though, in the latter sort of years, everyone said, bottom turn's not a manoeuvre. But for me, I know I'm a bit more old school, Mark, but for me it's that strong first almost manoeuvre turn that the whole rest of the wave gets its timing, it gets its sink going by virtue of that turn. So if you can do an a la Rye Crake bottom turn to get yourself going, then the rest of the wave then is pretty well much going to set itself up for you. So I love that bottom turn.
Yeah, it's a fundamental part of surfing, mate. It does set everything up. So, I don't think many people in the world do Rye Crake bottom turns. So, Crakey.
Well, the only other one I'd think of was, in fact, Clay Marzo.
He goes blue now. So let's just stay with the Maldivian surfer thrashing around here. Said. Okay. Green. So this is another Maldives surfer, Ishmael. I think shortly we might be here.
Okay, so let's have a look. Here's the Maldivian boys. For me, wave selection here is not super cool. So, they're going to struggle there because that wave's just going to peter out quick smart. That's blue.
Okay, so waiting for a couple of scores to drop in. So while we do that, we just watch White's wave here. It could be an important one. It's his first ride. Okay, there we go. So we'll wait. Yep, we'll wait for a couple of those scores to drop in. Meanwhile, we'll go down and check in with Kayla Moore, who has third place getter out of the last heat. So
cool.
Over to you, Kayla.
Hi guys, I am here with the youngest member of Team Maldives, Yasin. How was it out there for you in the water?
It was good and great. Yeah, I got some good waves too.
And how old are you?
I'm 12. I'm 12.
Who is your favorite surfer? It can be anybody, anywhere around the world, or it can be on your team.
Gabriel Medina.
Nice. What do you like about his surfing?
He does many airs and lands them.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to seeing you in the rapid charge round. Anything else you want to say to anybody in the world?
Hi, guys.
Awesome. Thank you.
That was so cool, Mel. Spoken like a true Grom.
Does that put a smile on your face, Mark?
I like the fact that Kayla grabbed third place getter because he's the youngest Grom and he's
Cool,
only 12 years of age. Replays are flying around here, Mel.
Let's have a look at this. This is the one for blue. I don't think there was too much in it. In fact, there wasn't. There was only just that first sort of tap turn. Oh, I sort of didn't mind the dismount, though. That was actually like a little bit of Bronco there.
A little bit of a step off.
Yeah, there you go. But no, that's so cool to see 12-year-old boys out here, and you know they're representing for the Maldives. So we see the replay here of our surfer in white. So first turn's pretty nice. Second turn just probably got a little bit too hard on that toe side edge, and was unable to then swing the board back through the 180-degree arc needed to complete that as a manoeuvre.
Well, all surfers will be on the scoreboard once our numbers drop, so that's a good thing. No doubt that will release some nerves in the first sort of 8 minutes of this matchup, being Heat 3, Round 1 of the men, junior boys.
Well, I'm thinking crystal ball gazing. This is going to be one of those logjam heats. Don't tune out on this one because I think this one's going to be one of those ones that goes down to the wire. How much have we got separating these riders?
Well, we've got no scores in just
okay,
yet,
they're
Mel.
still going with that. Yep.
The boys upstairs are okay. So we've got our first number coming through now. So Taro looking like he's opened pretty well with a 6.5. That's the surfer in red, the Japanese surfer.
That's a good score.
It is. All right, the other numbers coming through now. Sahid Salahuddin in the blue. He's got 2 numbers. His best of them is a 2.87 for that second ride. Currently into second. Kailash Mason in the white has got himself a 5. Team Lebanon there, I think, in the background.
They certainly are,
on
mate.
screen. All right, just taking things easy. There's the coach, the big fella. Have a look at that physique. Full athlete, that big lad. Ishmael Ahmed in the green, the Maldivian surfer, has opened with a 2.33. So the real news out of all of that, Taro has a 6.50 in red, and the surfer Kailash in white has a 5. The 2 highlights so far of this heat.
And just as I thought, you know, you pretty well much can throw a blanket over the first 3 surfers here at the moment. So, you know, only 1.5 points separating, early days. And I think this one is going to be a real interesting clash as it starts getting down towards the end of the heat. But look at the waves. It's still, I don't know, I was going to ask you this question before. Where would you say that this place would be replicated in your surfing journeys around the world?
Oh, well, I've probably surfed quite a few waves that are similar. We've got a wave in Lakey Peak area that's similar to this. It doesn't end as gnarly as that thing there, but it just stacks up as a quality right-hander, Mel. To watch it the last couple of days with some size was a real blessing because you really got to see this thing, you know, breathe and spit out some big old barrels and show a whole lot of power. So it is a good wave. It's up there with, you know, a lot of the better rights I have surfed, but it's kind of unique in its own way. That end section is a bit dastardly. You've got to keep your eye on that. But the other 80% of it when it lines up is just to die for. It's such a good wave. A little bit smaller today, but, you know, we've got juniors out there now, so they'd be pretty stoked that it's dropped a smidge to take out the big wipeouts out the back. There were a few nervous heads watching over the last 3 days, Mel.
And coaches.
Yep, there's some of the lesser experienced now. That was a good wave from deep. Right, had these Groms been sitting a little further up the point, that thing's still rolling on at a pretty good pace. You could have racked off a handful of moves on that thing.
So I'm going to have a little bit of a mini crack at it and just say that it almost reminds me a little bit of how Bells breaks. It's sort of got that up the reef section there, and then it comes in at the takeoff. You've got that nice takeoff. You've got that good first couple of turns section going on there. Without the end section, obviously Bells reels off and goes down to the beach, but I just like that section from the takeoff down to the corner there at Bells, and this place is pretty well much a more primo version of that. in my idea. There's definitely much more steep face on it, and then I guess I'll be hesitant and I'll retract that and say I haven't seen too many places around the place that have got that much scoring potential, hot dog potential, and definitely good tube potential. So it lends itself well to a good contest wave.
Good comp wave for sure. Especially once you free surf it a few times, you start to get your head around the lineup, and you know what to line up with is super important. Big difference between here and Bells Beach. We're doing it in board shorts, and you're sweating your zinc off.
Oh, I love it when you get my segue. I knew you were going to go there with that.
All right, so let's have a look at this. Big paddle up now, red. So Taro, let's see him rip into this thing. He's only got one number he can sort of be proud of. So now really starting to get his rails into gear. Starting to get a better read on this, and throws in kind of a little bit of a bunny hop mini air, but did get the fins out.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go with that one as well. That's probably our first little bit of that, but I liked all the work that was done before then, you know, very much so.
All right, so blue now, Sahid. Oh, he gets his head in a little barrel, but stayed perhaps a smidge low, copped the lip in the head, did get the exit. Judges prefer the nice clean exit, Mel.
All right, so let's have a look at this one here. A couple of speed pump turns, so the riding was on the wall, and then, yeah, as you say, that one just pinched. He's got quite a tall, lanky frame, so it's going to be hard for him to be able to squash himself and, you know, put the pie in the oven on that one, but he managed to get hit on the head with the glass axe, so that pushes him down to the bottom. But this is the wave that I like, mate. Look at this. Bottom turn is good. First turn, setup turn. Now, this second turn here, this is money. Look at that. Nice. And then he finishes this wave. He's not worrying about anything going down the line. Just gets a good little fins-free ollie on that thing, and then just lands that in the flats.
Yep, so a worthy ride there for Taro, realising he didn't have a second score. Looked like the way he surfed that wave, he just wanted to get to the end and finish it. First two turns look pretty good. Funky little spin of the wheels there to sign off on hit number 3, but that will feature as one of the best waves of the heat you would be expecting. Well, it's coming at a 4. No, it hasn't. It's not in yet.
No.
So Kailash has a 4 for the surfer in white, so temporarily in the lead. He will be overhauled by Taro once that number drops. It's definitely got to be better than a 4. Taro will probably have the 2 best scores of the heat, I imagine.
For sure.
So Kailash, Lyndon Mason out of Sri Lanka. Done a pretty good job to not only stay in the mix, but take a share of the lead at some point here. 10.5 minutes to go.
Now, you raised a good point before, and I'm just wondering, with the tide infilling, we know that the action's going to move up the reef a little bit. When are the coaches, when are the surfers going to maybe make that strategic decision to then push themselves up the reef a little bit?
All right, well, out wide this time.
Look
Let's
at
have a
this
look at
wave,
green. So Ishmael, the Maldivian surfer, he's got the matching green surfboard, Mel. He's winding up for something big. He still hasn't put a scoring move in. There's a little mini hit. Again, just kind of trying to tap into his power, but he's a little bit of inexperience showing there from Ishmael, we shall say, but geez, he caught a good wave.
He's got a great wave here, and yeah, just unfortunately probably not in the best part of the real estate of this wave here. Sitting down the bottom of the wave, needed to go, and I use this analogy a lot, that 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock. So if you can imagine that wall is a chronological clock face, the top part of the lip is 12, the bottom part's 6. Those surfers that are travelling from 12 down to 6, back up to 12, down to 6, are the guys that are staying in the fall line. That's the fastest and the most critical part of the wave. So he was going basically from 6 o'clock there to 8 o'clock, 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, and missing out on the top half, and therefore missing out on the speed and power of the wave.
Well, the good news for Ishmael is, you know, he could sit down with his coach after this heat and have a look at the replay of this, and you could really break it down and just show him that it's just too much time at the bottom, a bit too much downtime. Not really engaging the rail and tilting the surfboard, you know, to create your drive and speed.
Good point.
So, you know, win, lose or draw, there's a lot to learn from these events, Mel. They're all most of them having their first surfs in this event today. With the inexperienced people, the good news is there's a lot of room to improve. And once you get some quality spot-on tips and actually take them on board, you can easily make some big improvements.
Yeah, no, and that is a good point, because there's just so many wise heads around the event side as well. So, you know, you're able to, you know, the door is always open with me. If anyone wants to stop and have a bit of a chat, I'll try and help out where I can. I know you're the same. And our goal is just maybe when we leave this beautiful island paradise after this event that we've left a little bit of sprinkle dust behind us with the athletes and everybody. So, yeah, I don't know. This is sort of karma. Always comes back.
Yep, I like working with juniors, mate, because
I know you do.
Yep, a long time sort of doing some coaching gigs here and there, and you know the juniors have a lot. You know, some tips go a long way when you're juniors and you're a bit inexperienced, and if you can just take it on board and work on those points, you do see rapid improvement. So anyway, looking like a set coming through now. The back end of this heat, 7.5 minutes to go. So dropping in is the surfer in white. He's already in the lead. So Kailash winding up now, Mal, a series of backhand blasts. He hangs on to this. He's going to get a good number. That was pretty sick.
Oh,
did you like it?
Yeah, I did. I just punched the air, mate. I really did like that. Let's have a look at the goofy footer here. Slashing, quick, slashing and burning. Look at that. He chucks a fair amount of whitewater there. This turn here ain't no slouch either, and I love the finish. Look at that. Up and over and down.
What I liked about that end move, he went above the lip.
Yes.
Half his board went above the lip line. The other three moves, he might have pulled it a little short just to be a smidge critical. In a heat like this, though, it's definitely going to help out his campaign. He was sitting on a 5 and a 4. I think he upgrades his 2-wave total, Mel, and will start to, you know, really stamp himself as a qualifier in this heat now.
Absolutely. Best wave of the heat for me thus far. You talk about wow factor on the end. I like power factor. He got a bit of power in that, and that was a nice completion to that wave. So, yes, that threw not a full stop, but an exclamation mark at the judges with that finish.
We've got to remember that Taro still has a score to drop as well for that wave where he threw in the little wheelie at the end. So that'll be a reasonable number. White will have improved his situation. It's going to be a bit of a real duke out now for first and second. Syed Salahuddin, this is him in the blue. So the natural footer now, he's got it once again, a good wave. He just needs to bury some rail and get up there. That's better, right on cue. Come on, finish this thing off. Yep, all right, that'll be one of his better waves.
Yeah, and I'm sort of liking that because he's feeling it too a little bit. The body language said everything, so let's have a look at it. Here he is, up in the roof now. He goes down here. He's gliding through this bottom turn now. He's thinking, okay, I now need to go up to 12 o'clock, so he puts it up at about 10:30 there, drops it down to about 7 o'clock, and then now he gets a finish here on this one. So, yeah, I think that's his best wave. And always for me at these events, Mark, I love personal bests in any situation. So for him, that's got to be his personal best in the heat. We'll see where they go with that.
Well, that's it, you know. You just got to get out there and do your best. There's a big gap between the best surfers and the least experienced surfers in this event. You've got to get out there. You've got to have fun. If you're not having fun, don't do it. Have fun. Make sure you ride at least 2 waves. Enjoy the experience. You can come in and get some feedback from your coach. Everybody's going to get a second crack at it, Mel, so they can all learn a little bit from this first experience in round 1. And should they dip out into a 3rd or 4th placing, take some notes on board from your coach. Re-watch the footage would be probably the biggest tip you could take out of all this.
Good point.
And just work on a couple of the weaknesses or areas, things you could do better for next time. So there is a bit of work to be done, but the benefits of the footage and the replays, you know, I'm sure Ishmael and Syed are going to go home and have a good look at this and go, oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, no, you're right there. And like, I don't know, you and I have done a lot of man-on-man heats together and surfing. I really like the 4-man heat format. I like the repechage round. Often, you know, when we go to Aussie titles, we see this same or similar format go down. And for me, I just really like the fact that that more or less sparks the fire with these young guys to be able to say, oh, I'm not knocked out of the comp straight away. I've got another chance. So you got a chance then. Second chance format for me is a really, really cool concept. And congratulations to the Asian Surf Federation and also the Maldives Surf guys for getting the event done on that basis and seeing everybody get a fair chance in great waves.
Certainly helps when you have a big contest window. We started with a 10-day window back on Saturday, and Saturday turned into our opening ceremony. I think Sunday we blasted out 6 heats late in the day. Had a pretty solid day yesterday with 12 heats. We've got 18 heats scheduled today. Let's just see how we go, read the surf and the conditions. Meanwhile, Red screaming down the line. He's got a bunch of speed, a good first hit. He's looking confident. 2 real nice whacks there for Taro. His second number is still yet to drop, so he probably would have regained the lead with his second wave. His third wave, you can see the confidence now starting to come from Taro with 3 minutes to go.
Oh, for me, I'm really liking that. This is where we get back to the modern judging format. This is the modern concept here. 2 good, strong turns will beat 3 more or less average turns every day. And for me, I'm really liking this wave here for our surfer in red from Japan. Let's have a look. When we see the replay come, I think you might get what I'm sort of going at with this one. And yeah, in real life, that one there just had, like, the board looked like it was gliding. It had roller balls. It was getting up on a plane. So if you watch the board, it's using the bottom contours that have been shaped in it to generate speed. Look at this. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. This is a crouching tiger maneuver at the bottom. Good crush of the lip there, but look at this turn. Wham! Just gets a little bit of air in that drop. So he's managed then to be able to stick the tail there that peels the nose up and allows to be able to give that little bit of compression and suspension to the surfboard to allow his knees to absorb the shock of the landing.
Well, he's got 2 decent numbers to drop, as you can see there on your monitors in the red column. He's still only been rewarded with 1 number. It was a 650, which at this stage is the best wave of the heat. He might even challenge for a better number than the 6.5. Let's see, wave. All his waves are now starting to appear. He's got a 5.67 for his second score. That was where he threw in that little wheelie at the end, Mel.
Yep.
And his last wave is yet to drop as well, but he's gone into the lead. He's overhauled Kailash Linden, who himself has thrown down a 6.07 for that goofy-footed effort before, mate, where he threw down those 3 hits.
Yeah.
All right, so it's really close, actually. There's only just over 1 point separating Red in the lead from White in second. You'd imagine there's a fair bit of work to be done now by the other 2 surfers. In fact, Blue in third needs almost 8 points, and Ishmael in the green needs just over 8.5 to avoid the repecharge rounds. The bad news is they've only got 1 minute to do it.
Yeah, and in the background, while you were looking at that then, in the background another wave peeled off, so the opportunity is there. And, you know, Thulusdhoo Island here is delivering in spades, ladies and gentlemen. The waves are officially still pumping for these grommets. And, yeah, the canvas is out there. The fire has been lit. And I'm really, really loving what they're bringing to us here today.
So 3 more heats to go in our juniors, junior men's. Then I believe we are going to cross to open women's. So they'll get their first crack at it here this afternoon. 18 heats formatted. There is the beach marshal in the background. All the tented areas where the countries can come and park up and kind of stake their claim for a bit of beachfront viewing. So
do you reckon there's a couple of palm trees around here, mate?
Oh, my goodness, it's so nice, isn't it? There's just shade everywhere, which is a good thing because it's steamy hot down there on the beach. The beautiful white sands roll into just crystal clear water. Check that out.
Oh, look at that.
So our work environment, it's a ripping day. That heat has just come to an end. So let's write in those results if you don't mind, Mel.
I can do that for you.
It'll be Red first and White second. Some highlights out of all that would be the 6.50 from Taro. We'll probably throw to a recap in a minute, and the second best highlight I'd see out of that for White, Kailash getting a 6.07 for his best wave as well. So here is the recap.
Okay, here we go. I think you'll get what I'm talking about.
great morning so far. First day that we've been able to actually kick off just after sunrise and be able to get some heats rolling nice and early thanks to the tides changing and giving us a little bit of an easier roll in through the morning. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Afridun Amu from Team Afghanistan and from the Asian Surfing Federation. Afri, it's been great to call the action with you. We've got an awesome heat of surfers coming up next.
Right, we have surfer from Japan, Iko Watanabe, then from Chinese Taipei, John Chan, Maldives local Shanif Shafiq, and from Singapore, Julian Mark Spakaroletala.
4 fantastic surfers looking to keep themselves in the main round moving forward.
And it's going to be an interesting one because all these surfers are quite good. I think it will be a very competitive one.
Yeah, I agree. Iko already taking to the air on his opening ride and looking for a score to drop. Goes incomplete but takes the air.
Yeah, right. We haven't seen too many airs so far because everybody is trying to charge the barrels in the end section. But there you go. Japanese surfer Iko Watanabe tries to fly to the air. Couldn't land it, but good on him.
He is from Chiba, now lives at Ioka Beach, which is just outside of Chiba in Tokyo, and is out there riding his Sharp Eye surfboard. Team Japan has been sort of the front runner and not taking away a heat win necessarily in every heat, but they've been able to advance through in the top 2 and have shown, you know, I think the strength of the JPSA tour at home in Japan has really allowed these surfers from a young age to be able to enter into competition early on, to have great coaching behind them, and to be able to kind of sharpen those skills from a competitive surfing standpoint early on back at home, which then introduces them in quite a strong way into that international scene.
Mm-hmm. And Chiba has produced a lot of good surfers. Many of you might know Chiba as the first Olympic spot. It was the spot where in the Tokyo 2020 games all the surfing happened. And here for some live action, John Chan.
John from Chinese Taipei, currently residing in Southern California in Encinitas, surfs Seaside Reef as his home break. Nice couple turns to start things off. Hard through that last turn, setting himself up here. So combination of major maneuvers already underway, finding the best of the exchange for his opening heat. Opting to ride the to wear the helmet as well, as he just misses that end section. That's because it is so shallow out there. Afri, you've been in the water day after day and can definitely speak to that side of things as we take a look at some live action now with Julian from Singapore. Backhand attack, gets 2 quick turns, and he'll have to duck out before the third. Right.
Julian, a surfer from Singapore, but more than seeing him surfing in Singapore, you will see him surfing in Uluwatu, Bali. I mean, Singapore and Bali, there's not a lot of distance out there, so this is what he probably would even call his home break.
Yeah, he surfs there so often. His dad is a surfer. His sister Camille is competing for Singapore here this week. She's actually out in the water as the caddy during this heat. So she would have been on that paddle with him. Great for those two to have a chat, to get him into that mindset competing as well. To have someone that you're that comfortable with, I think, within that seat.
Yeah, right. And I was talking to Julian before, and he actually even said that he loves the fact that his sister is there. He's surfing a lot with his sister in Uluwatu. So her being his security person as the caddy gives him some extra comfort in these waves. And these waves are waves of consequence, not so much for the power, but definitely for the reef. And this is why I have to say I'm a big fan that John Chan is wearing that Simba helmet. Let us talk about that, but before that, some live action.
All right. Shanif now up and riding for Team Maldives. Nice opening snap, and we'll just lose that end section as he goes down. So he's going to put a first score on the board. Getting the best of the opening exchange, it goes to John Chan of Chinese Taipei, a 6.67. Julian with a 3.33 to back just in as that first score for him comes through as the second highest score of the heat. Iko with a 1.5 for a failed maneuver on an air, but if he lands a maneuver like that, he's looking into that good range for sure.
Absolutely. And you could see in that last wave, there was a little bit of tactics going on. I believe it was the surfer from Japan who was in the outside, pumping his way through, but since the Maldivian surfer had priority, was a smart call for Eco to go away from that wave because you really don't want to have an interference in these situations. There you can see the surfer going away from Japan and the local surfer going for the inside, doing a small little turn there, going for the bottom turn, and again, but couldn't make the final section. We do see a lot of surfers struggling with the end section, especially the ones who are trying to do like a big final maneuver. We don't see them landing in so far. Here we see John Chan going on his first wave. Nice turn, smooth riding, deep bottom turn going up to the lip. You see some spray there. And as I said, I really think it's a great thing that he is wearing that helmet here, because, you know, I have the feeling that in the surfing world, there's this, you know, unwritten rule that it's maybe not so cool or whatever to wear a helmet, but come on, be smart. You're surfing a reef. You want to really push it. You want to show your best surfing, and you can only do that if you're confident that you don't hurt yourself. Here we can see our surfer from Singapore, backside surfing, fast wave. We have those two different type of waves here, the ones that are peaky, a little bit slower, but Julian decided to go for the faster one. Couldn't make the final movement, but then again, we still have 17 minutes on the clock. So this is all a learning for these surfers to show what they can in the next waves that they're catching.
So true. As we take a look at this last one from our surfer in the red jersey, Eco, as well. So great bit of surfing from him coming through. Nice and smooth, just critical and in the pocket for those first couple of turns. We've got a score to come through for Eco. He's got a 1.5 and a 1 on the board so far, but that's going to better his situation. The 6.67 for John. Julian with the 3.3. And he's got another score to drop through as well. Shanif drops in a 2.5 for his opener. So really the waves of consequence so far being that of John's opener and this last score to come through for Eco that we've just caught on the replay.
Exactly. There you can see the beautiful wave. Even some left-handers. I've seen on the free surf that the local surfers here from Thulusdhoo, they're actually catching some right-handers, not the biggest ones, to be able to serve the left-handers afterwards, to be exactly on point again, so they don't have to pedal too much and go left, right, left, right, left, right.
Yeah, it's great to be able to just get into position to avoid getting caught too far in the inside section as well. How challenging is it when you're on the paddle out from just the top of the island there, your actual paddle out zone? How difficult is it if you get clipped by some of those sets to be able to make it out, especially when you have waves of this size and magnitude coming through?
I feel like the bigger waves, like the waves we had the last couple of waves, they're at least on the outside sort of safe. You know, normally you could say that in the outside the height of the wave is pretty much the depth that you have from the coral. But it's a different thing with the inside. In the inside, you really want to make sure that you know, don't get wiped out too bad.
Well, as we wait for that next set to roll through and some scores, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Kayla Moore.
Here with Kailash from Team Sri Lanka. He is advancing on to the next round. What was your strategy like out there?
Try and get two waves as fast as possible, and then just work on them, stay focused, and just no pressure.
Awesome. Well, no pressure at all. How old are you, and are you in school? Have you finished school? What's your plan?
I'm 17. I turned 18 this year. I finished school last year, my GCSEs. So right now I'm taking a break, just surfing, focusing on that.
Awesome. And do you have any plans with surfing since you're taking your break?
Yeah, next year I'll start QS and the Pro Junior. Try how that goes, see if I can, and where that gets me to.
Amazing. Well, that sounds very exciting. We look forward to watching you in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Great to hear from Kailash. And taking that opportunity, having graduated from high school already, now getting to really focus on surfing. I mean, that's what so many kids around the world are able to do once they hit that 17, 18-year-old range. Get high school finished, so important to get that education in, but maybe taking a break before heading into university, getting an opportunity to travel and to compete to see if surfing might be something that actually allows some opportunity for them on a career perspective before deciding what degree to study.
Exactly, and especially in a country like Sri Lanka, where you have so many tourists, surfers coming to the country, there are a lot of opportunities for good surfers. Even if they don't compete, they can go with it. Some live action here.
Shanif has to, John has to duck out as Shanif takes off on that one. So our surfer in green would have had priority over the surfer in blue in that situation.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that second time that happened with Shanif. So it seems like he does do a little bit of tactics here, because every time he's in priority, at least the last 2 times, he was still further inside. So yeah, well, smart moves here. But then again, it's not enough to just get the ones who are in the wave out of it. You also obviously need to provide the scores. Otherwise, yeah, well, you might not make your competitors get a big score, but it doesn't help you if you don't do the score yourselves.
Yeah, that's such a good bit of insight. It's so important to focus on your own game in competitive surfing in the heat, while paying attention to what's happening around you, but it can get kind of complicated if you're too focused on blocking other people or what's going on with their scores, rather than just sticking in your own lane and getting waves, getting some good waves, putting some good scores on the board. Shanif from the Maldives, he's from a different island called Mali, and his home break is Formula One. His favorite break is called Mushrooms. He's super active, and he said if he's not in the surf, then he's in the ocean anyways, taking part in wakeboarding or any other kind of sea sports that he can get himself involved with. He just loves being in the ocean.
I was lucky enough to be in his home island, Mole, 3 months ago when we started to organize this ASF Asian Surfing Championship, and it's such a beautiful island. The spot that he calls his home spot, F1, has a reason why it's called F1. It means Formula One because it's incredibly fast. That is the reason why you can see him sitting on the inside and being comfortable there, because he knows how to charge. There you go.
All right, up and riding, looking like a Formula One driver as he races down the line. Check off the top, now looking for that big change of direction. Just bites that inside rail, unfortunately. Can't find that smooth transition out of it. Eco now looking for a quick cover up, and he'll duck out. Not sure what happened at the beginning of that wave. He may have had a good turn before pulling into that barrel, so it could be just that little exclamation point on the finish.
Right, the tide is going down, which makes the inside even more dangerous and heavier to surf. You can see in the replay that we are about to see that Shanif wasn't really able to get his rail into the wave, which is why he slowed down and couldn't really finish his roundhouse cutback. But it's interesting that he decided to go for that maneuver on a fast wave like this. Again, probably the experience that he has from his home break, F1. And the other spot he was talking about, Mushrooms, you can call it a longboarder's paradise. It's a long right-hander, super smooth, nice takeoff. You have a little bit of a faster section at the beginning, but the rest is just, you know, surfing on butter. So whenever you make it to the Maldives, you have so many waves, so many places you can visit. Muli should be definitely one of those places, because you will definitely enjoy the surf out there.
It just seems like the number of waves and the kind of varying levels of difficulty and the types of waves around the islands here is just absolutely all time. There's so many great spots. It's been fun to kind of, you know, see some of those boats going past in the background. There's been a great crew on the ground here that are making sure that they stay well enough on the outside of the break here that hopefully that wake doesn't factor in too much, because I have noticed at some of the other breaks we've been able to get out to throughout this week that those boats come in close and that wake can really kind of mess up the face of those waves, as we see that quick in and out from Shanif once again. So he hasn't been able to build on that score line very well, but he is staying pretty active, trying to get a few waves. As we take another look at this one, it's come through as he's got an 8-point ride on the board with one more score to drop for Eco.
Right, there you can see small little cover, got hit on his backhead and decided to go out to have a better priority. Shannon, as you said, there's so many incredible good waves here in the Maldives. We are here in the northern Mali Atoll, where you find some of the best waves of the island. And yes, it does get more crowded in here. That's due to the quality of waves. But then, you know, when you're on the boat trip, or even if you just want to stay in an island, you have so many other options. You can go to the central atolls, southern atolls, Mule, as we heard, one of the places in the central atolls. incredible surf over there. So the good thing is not only the breaks, but it's also the swell that hits the Maldives. This is the swell that you would surf in Indonesia with 2 or 3 seconds less, or in Western Australia with even less seconds. But once it arrives here, it gets super clean, it gets filtered, and this is why you have this beautiful, beautiful long period waves, long period swell that produces the nice images that you can see right now.
And there we could see the surfers for the next heat paddling out. Now a lot of the surfers are opting to paddle from the beach, right where the beach marshal is, which allows them just a nice mellow paddle over the lagoon here. It's quite shallow, but it's just deep enough where your arms are not going to be touching the rocks as you paddle through. Gives them enough time. They've got about 10 minutes for the paddle out rather than the standard 5 minutes for a lot of contests, so that they have plenty of time to get out there. There's also a buoy that's out in the lineup where they're not allowed to kind of paddle out past, but they can get there and set anchor, as well as having a caddy in the water, which is an important factor when the swell has been bigger like we've seen the last couple days. It is really shallow on the reef. The potential for broken boards is pretty high.
Exactly. That's the reason why highest priority for us is obviously the safety of the surfers. We'll talk about it in a sec.
As we see Eco now stalls to start, but now goes to the air. You can see him lining that up the whole way through. That little stall starts to pump through to find a bit of speed. So second aerial attempt for him, and unable to ride out complete for it. Let's take a look at it here.
Yeah, Eco really wants to get his air, so I admire it. We were talking about it a lot, who is going to do the first air in here, because again, everybody's focusing on the barrels, but Eco says, you know what? I know I can surf barrels, but now I'll show you I can also land an air in a wave like this, and a wave of consequence. So that's great, but again, waves of consequences, you really, really have to make sure that the safety of the athletes is assured. This is the reason why we're working with some of the best jet ski drivers from WA, Jet, one of the very best from Margaret River, also doing the security safety for the CT events. We have Simba as the official partner for the headgear, and yeah, obviously, I mean, we all enjoy seeing people getting barreled, getting some beautiful waves, but most importantly is the health of our athletes.
Yeah, it's been awesome to see all the work going on behind the scenes here, to see the thought that's being put into, you know, creating this tower specifically. There's the judges sitting way up on top. They've got the best vantage point possible, and putting that tower out into the reef here, like literally in the middle of the lagoon, allows their perspective on this wave to be really critical. They've got a great eye. They're able to see actually how deep those surfers are getting barreled, as well as now being able to view the end section of the wave really clearly, where you can see on the right hand side of the screen, just in front of this first tree, out there's a second island, and that's where sometimes the judges would have been set up at other events running here, but from there their vantage point is not the best for being able to see the end section.
Exactly. The chain of thought was, hey, look, we have some of the best surfers from Asia surfing one of the best waves in the world, but what's the point of it if we don't have the best view for the judges? So here we go again, Eco on the replay trying his air, unfortunately not making it, but you know what, I have the feeling he will land air in this event, because he's really hungry for it. And again, giving him the best scores is only possible if the judges have got the best view. This is why we have that booth in the middle of the water, but since obviously we don't want to destroy anything in this beautiful island, it is a booth that you can completely reconstruct again. So it's nothing that will stay there. After this event, we can take it all off, and you won't even notice that there was a surfing event in here.
Down to 4 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock for current heat in the water, which means less than 5 minutes to go. Currently, Iko Watanabe is sitting in the lead for Team Japan. John Chan of Chinese Taipei is holding on to that second place position. Julian from Singapore is sitting in third. He's been working hard out there, but he hasn't been able to find himself that 4.52 that he's been chasing down to get himself into that top 2 position. And Shanif as well, being busy but unable to find himself the 5.45 that he is looking for. Top 2 surfers will be heading through into main round 2 on the under 18 boys. And the bottom 2 surfers will have that opportunity in the repechage rounds, which is great to see across all divisions this week for the Asian Surfing Championships, for Open Men, Open Women, U18 boys, and U18 girls as well. Having that extra chance means that if they bow out, at least on the Open men's division, if they bow out in that first heat and fall into the repechage rounds from round 1, then they've got about 10 heats to surf through to get into that grand final. But surfing those repechage rounds means that there is always an opportunity to get back to the main event and back into the final, which is exciting to see as we see a couple waves rolling through here.
Right, and that's really something I love about there you go, left-hander.
All right, first big left of the contest, pumping down the line, looking for that section to head into the air, and you can see he's really just trying to test it out now. He's already sitting in that leading position, and he's been putting together some great heats in the Open Men's as well.
Iko tries everything to get that air, and that was even the closest so far, even going left on a right-hander. So you can see this is definitely not a conventional guy. He goes for airs and barrels and goes left on right-handers. Good on you, Iko, to be so creative.
Yeah, there's the kind of moves that we see from the likes of 3-time world champion Gabriel Medina at a break that is primarily in one direction. Everyone's always going in one direction, and suddenly he changes it up and goes for an air off of a crazy closeout section and gets himself an excellent score and changes the way that we're looking at a break. So it's fun to see that happening here as well. And we'll see how many more surfers, maybe as that swell continues to change, if we see more surfers heading left instead of right.
And as you said, Shannon, the good thing about the repecharges is nobody will, just be judged by one heat. One is, there we go, some live action with our Japanese surfer, Iko.
All right, so nice opening turn and into another attempt for an air.
He's getting closer and closer and closer. So this one he already landed, but then in the very last bit he couldn't control his surfboard. But yeah, he's going for it no matter what. I mean, he's got the right score for it. He's comfortably in the first position. So he probably thinks, hey, let's go. I mean, he's even coming back now because he feels like he has done enough. And then again, paddling out in the inside section, you really want to make sure that you don't hit the reef or the sea urchins. I had some contact on my second day with sea urchins, and something you don't want to do too often in your stay in here.
Especially because you're going to be in the water every day. You're not able to, take the time out of the ocean to let those cuts heal. And so yeah, is your foot doing okay now?
Finally I am. And you know what? It's not only the cut that is the problem, but also getting it out. Those things, they stick. Some live action. John
Chan now up and riding. He's done well to hold on to that second place advancing position. Looking really good on his forehand here as he wraps back into the pocket. Now setting it up here, driving hard down the line and connects with the finishing section. Can't quite ride out of it on the finish. But impressive surfing from surfer representing Chinese Taipei. He was born there but now lives in Southern California, surfs at Seaside Reef, which is where the WSL World Junior Championships was at the start of this year. So he would have gotten to see some of the world's best competing at a wave that's now his home. He only started surfing 2 years ago. So his trajectory for improvement has been monumental to be competing at this level already after just a couple of years. And he's been able to hold himself into that second place position. Iko holding on to the lead with an 8-point ride on the board and a 4.83 to back it up. A 6.67 on the board for John for his biggest wave with a 4.5, now dropping in for his second highest score. Locks him into that second place position. Unfortunately, Julian and Shanif will be heading into the repecharge rounds, but we're going to see more of them in days to come. And now we'll take a look at the heat recap and the commercial break, and we'll be back with more action right after this. Welcome back to the action here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. We are in day 3 of competition, and we're currently in our boys under 18s division. Main round 1, heat number 5. Just one more heat to go as we round out our boys main round. And we've got 3 great competitors in the water. Shannon Hughes alongside Afridun Amu, who's going to talk us through the surfers in this heat.
In green, we have local surfer from Maldives, Mohammed Inan Abdul Hanan. Blue will be Korean surfer Do Hoon Yoon, and red from Thailand, and now please bear with me, I will try the name. It is Master Natri Jariyavatana Vijit.
Incredible pronunciation. Great to have a linguist in the booth with me.
Right. I hope I pronounced it right.
How many languages do you speak?
Well, my mother tongue is Persian since I'm from Afghanistan. I spent a lot of time in my life in Germany, so I'm quite fluent in German too. English, I'll try my best. You tell me how it is.
Incredibly good.
And then I live in Portugal now, so there's a little bit of Portuguese, some Spanish and French too. I lost the count.
That's what, 6 languages as
Something
we see
like
Do Hoon Yoon now just cruising down the line on his first wave. Wasn't able to get any major maneuvers thrown in, but he's going to get that score on the board and kind of wipe off some of those nerves. Now you've been competing as well as working behind the scenes in organizing this event with the Asian Surfing Federation, but how's it been in the water? How have you enjoyed your time in the Jersey this week?
Look, this is the least feeling of working that I've ever had. I mean, yes, it was a lot of things to do to organize the second official Asian Championships from the ASF, but working here is still holiday, you know. You are in a beautiful spot, crystal clear water, coral reefs, there's the best diving, nice food, friendly people, and the best surf you can think of. So it's amazing being here. I wish I could continue with this Asian Championship for another year. I mean, an event like this is incredible. We all used to a lot of surf events these days, and especially since surfing has become Olympic, you will see a lot of events, but this event is really special because you can sort of say it's a dream tour again, you know, being able to really surf in one of the best spots in the world on the peak swell season. It's not for granted these days.
Oh, it's pretty incredible that you guys were able to line this event up with the peak swell season being July. They say that, you know, the best surf season here in the Maldives is running from April to November, but it really peaks from May to October. So we're right smack dab in the middle of that window. And it's shown. I mean, the surf that we've had over the last few days in the lead up to the event has been really great for everybody to be able to just get their feet in the wax, figure out this break, and to be able to figure it out on more challenging days rather than having to do that while they're already wearing a jersey. As we see Mohammed up and riding, nice re-entry to start things off for that first turn. Great right-hander opening up in front of him, but unfortunately he goes down on the second maneuver, charging on a wave that was well overhead for him. Great selection here.
Absolutely. You can see his first maneuver being super critical, right under the lip, nice spray. Then he goes for the turn, realizes it's too fast, little check turn, but that was already too much. He should have pumped his way through, and that's what happens.
Yeah, that check turn, that sort of maybe not being so confident or changing his mind, that decision-making time being a little bit off there, unfortunately. But he's going to have plenty of time to wash that off with 20 minutes on the clock. Throughout this event, this competition so far, we've been able to put 25 minutes on the clock because we have a 10-day waiting period. We've got so much time to get all 87 surfers with an opportunity to surf at least 2 heats, you know, having the main round, having the repecharge round. So we do have basically a double event running with the amount of heats that are being surfed through in comparison to a lot of events that, you know, our viewers may be surfing in back at home where it's just that single round elimination, or what we see at the world's highest level of the championship tour, but more mimicking the ISA and the International Surfing Association and the way that their events are running. Having that repecharge round means that everybody gets that second opportunity, and to be able to have so much time to run this event with such a small amount of heats actually to get through, because we have a smaller field of competitors, means we've really been able to allow Perry upstairs, our head judge, contest organizer, to be able to pick the best of the conditions for our surfers and really, you know, find the most favorable tides, find the most favorable days within the swell window.
Absolutely. Perry Hatchett, absolute legend, our head judge in here, worked many years with the, well, before ASP and any sort of event. Did you know that it was actually him who invented the rule of the two best waves going into the score?
Incredible. He was sharing that story with us at dinner a couple of nights ago, and where it started out, I believe, is at a Margaret River event, and it was 4 waves that counted, and they made the change, and the surfers kind of went into uproar, but we'll get back to that story in a moment, as we see Master from Thailand goes in for that first hook, can't quite ride out complete. We'll see if anybody else is going to be able to get into this as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, right. He saw this wave rolling in through, but unfortunately his bottom turn wasn't deep enough to really generate that speed that you need to finish the turn. So this is why the wave just went, and he was on top of it and had to stop it.
You can see that offshore wind is really kicking in as well, making it a little bit more challenging maybe to find that flow out of those top turns back down to the bottom. But back to that story about Perry Hatchett, incredible to hear that the first event that he introduced that changeup of you know, how many waves would count, scoring waves, which we've now been running for generations, that it's just the top 2 waves, that the surfers threw an uproar, and he said, well, let's just run with it for first round. They weren't happy with it, so the second round they went back to having 4 waves count. By the time that round finished, all the surfers realized it was actually a much better decision to run with just the top 2, because it meant your highest waves really were going to be the strength of what carried you through, rather than just getting scores that were smaller for the sake of getting more points. And it stuck.
Absolutely, and it's amazing to hear that story, because now in surfing, competitional surfing, you take it for granted that, yeah, obviously just the two best wave counts, but to actually hear that this was an invention I really enjoyed that story.
Well, we have Kayla Moore ready to go down on the beach with one of the surfers from the previous heat. Take it away, Kayla.
So Julian, there's no waves in Singapore. Can you tell me a little bit about how you got into surfing?
So basically, around 6 years ago, me, my dad, and my sister, we were all in Bali, and we wanted to try surfing. So we went out with like the big blue boards, like as beginners and all. And from there, it was like we really liked it. It felt like really good, and from there onwards, like we kept going to Bali. In the weekends, and every like holiday that I have from school, and from there that's how I progressed. Just keep going to Bali, and then got better. Like my level got better and better. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, yeah, in 6 years you've really, improved your surfing so much, it sounds like, and I love Bali. I spent a lot of time in Bali as well. You have a favorite spot there?
My favorite spot there is Uluwatu, because we have a villa like in the Bukit. And we always surf at Uluwatu, and this is my favorite wave.
Awesome. I love Uluwatu lefts all day long. Can you also tell me what it's like to be here representing your home country of Singapore in the Asian Surfing Championships?
Yeah, I'm really honored to represent my country, Singapore, and it's just really such a good experience, and I'm really proud to be here and to represent my country.
Amazing. Well, thank you, and looking forward to watching you surf again.
Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, Julian, who is having casually his leash around his shoulder. Super cool. Wow, Julian has got a villa in Uluwatu. How cool is that, Shannon?
Incredible. I mean, what a life to live. Being in Singapore, an incredible area of the world, and then to be able to just hop over to Bali, hour flight, as we take a look at a solid size wet for the local surfer in Mohammed, who's jumped himself into the lead.
Right, you can see the experience. He knows what he's doing. He knows the inside, and he is one of the rare, almost one of the rare guys who really make that final section. We have seen many trying to get a last maneuver on this last bit, but not so many were successful so far.
Yeah, that end section is definitely proving to be a challenge, isn't it? Even for the surfers that were getting some of those higher scores. If they were kicking out earlier, maybe it was, kind of that show to the judges that they're putting on that complete wave, but they're also in control and they're getting out a little bit earlier. Where the surfers that have been trying to finish off on the end section have found it a little bit more challenging. Now, scores of the moment, Mohammed for the Maldives sitting with a 2.83 and a 3.17 on the board. Master from the Thailand team, just a 1.5. Same for Duhun Yoon, a 1.5, as we see pretty large sized boat coming in between the islands here, and there's a lot of opportunity for surfers from around the world to come here to travel, maybe to stay on land somewhere. You know, the island here at Thulusdhoo has 430 beds available. They've got about 30 guest houses around the islands, plus the hotel, Season Paradise, where we've been staying this week, which has been an awesome experience. There's so many opportunities for surfers from around the world to stay on land, but there's also some great boats to be able to actually get on a full boat trip, sleep on the water every day, and probably be the first surfers to those breaks in the morning.
Yep, yep. And it's not those surfers you would reckon or you would know from all the surf trips you've been to, but you have surfers from Lebanon, surfers from Palestine, Mongolia, a lot of countries that haven't even surfed in the ISA games. So it is a special experience for everyone who's here in Thulusdhoo right now. And well, it's just a big party, you know. We're here since a couple of days, still running until the 17th, and wow, it's, you know, not only surfing the best waves, but also hearing all those interesting stories you haven't heard of yet. I remember the opening ceremony. I had goosebumps when Palestine went and you know, waved the flag. You know, Samir, who is one of the surfers from Palestine, he just arrived on that day. He was able to leave Gaza, where the situation is pretty bad right now, with like 2 days in advance, but still it took so much time to come here. But once he arrived here, he sort of treated like a superstar. Everybody was so stoked to see a surfer from Palestine competing here.
Yeah, it was really incredible to see the welcome that he received as he walked up, the support behind him, and so great to see that he's just going to be able to get into the water. He hasn't surfed in the last couple of years. Being at home, he just hasn't had that opportunity. There's been just too much else going on, too much to focus on with his family and other things in life, to be able to just be in the ocean and surfing. He has spent a lot of time traveling around the world. He was sharing with me the time that he spent in Indonesia. I believe that's how the two of you originally met?
Exactly. We met in a spot in the south called Gunung Payung it was, I think. It's one of those spots that you more often surf in the wet season, since it doesn't really work in the dry season where you have the big swell, because the trade winds wouldn't do what you need them to do. And yeah, already then I was so amazed. That was the first time for me seeing a Palestinian surfer, and I think it was the first time for him seeing an Afghan surfer. So that was an interesting combination in Bali.
So incredible to be able to see both of you with your stories connecting on that stage, at that stage of life as well, and now to be here. I mean, would you have imagined at that stage of your surfing that it would have taken you to the world stage like this, and on an organizational level, to be able to pour into, you know, generations to come for professional surfing?
No way. No, I started surfing in my 20s, and back then I lived in Germany, so for me it meant I only went surfing during holiday. But you know, I was so stoked, I was so in love with surfing that I tried my very best to go surfing as much as possible. But again, for me, it never was, and it still isn't about, you know, achieving, I don't know, any medals or something from an athletic perspective, since one thing obviously is my skill level. I have started too late. But it's more like being able to represent my country, represent Afghanistan in surfing, which, well, it's the motto, it's the reason why I'm doing this, because one is I'm able to represent my country in something where you don't hear too much about it, so it's possible to share my experience, share the situation in Afghanistan right now to the outside world. And the other thing, obviously, is to give that drop of joy to my compatriots in Afghanistan. And I know that same thing is going on with all the other surfers who are here, surfing here for the very first time. Even the surfers right now surfing from Korea and Thailand, two countries where you wouldn't hear too much of them in the past. But now, since surfing has become Olympic, there is this opportunity for all these countries to get their support from the government to be able to surf in this kind of competitions.
Yeah, it's so awesome to just hear your story, and we're going to get to pick apart little bits of that as we go through the week, getting to have you in the commentary booth with us, which is really exciting. But, you know, how unlikely it is that someone from Afghanistan, born and raised there, would become a surfer one day. It's an incredible story, and it's the same for a lot of surfers within this event specifically, coming from different parts of the world, like you said, Mongolia, Lebanon, Malaysia, the South Korean in the water right now, they've got some great waves in Korea. So it's not so much of a surprise to see them surfing and becoming surfers necessarily, but it's been great to see their expertise coming through and them really becoming one of those nations to keep an eye on in the Asian region. As we take a look at Dohoon on point, as we're talking about South Korea, huge re-entry, comes unstuck on the finish, unfortunately just a little bit late to it. But his story is really unique in itself because his home break is actually a wave park, a wave pool in South Korea called Bali Sanur, and that's where he learned how to surf. His favorite wave is Karamas, which is no surprise, getting over to Bali when he can. Taking a look at Mohammed, though, that was a wave of consequence and a turn that really mattered.
Absolutely. You can see him going for the bottom turn, looking to where he wants to go, bam, doing his turn, and then once again trying to get it in the second maneuver, but then the wave was just too fast in the inside section. Yeah, it's interesting to see. I mean, it doesn't come as a surprise that so many surfers love to surf in Bali. Wow, look at this. He really got the nose out, but unfortunately didn't bend his knees enough and wasn't facing the shore enough to land it, but good on him to try it. Yeah, well, Bali as another one of those beautiful Asian islands where you have epic surf. I believe Bali, probably together with North Shore, Oahu, has got the highest density of world-class spots. And, well, another place where you can say so is here in the Maldives. But the reason why the density with those islands isn't that big is because the islands in here are quite small. It's all atolls. So, Thulusdhoo Island, Thulusdhoo where we are right now, less than half an hour you go around that island. But you know what? Just like a 2 minutes boat drive away, you have chickens, another world-class left-hander, and that island is even smaller. And then you got sultans, ninjas, pasta point, honkies, so many spots. It's incredible, and it's all like 10, 20 minutes away. So definitely this place in here is blessed with world-class spots. Just since the islands are so small, you can't call it a high density of well, good waves in an island, but with a boat, you can surf it all.
Taking a look at the time on the clock now, we're down to 6 minutes, 13 seconds. The local Maldivian holding on to the lead, drops a 3.5 for that last big re-entry, and he'll increase his lead over Dohoon Yoon from South Korea. He's currently chasing a 5.14. But the real question mark now is going to be the battle for that second place position, because our surfer in third place, Master from Thailand, is currently chasing just a 1.54 in order to take himself into that second place position and to avoid the repechage rounds. Now, Master Natri, originally from Bangkok, currently lives in Kailash and gets to surf at home there really often. His favorite wave as well being Karamas, and I've seen that in the bios for a few of these surfers this week, coming out of this region, traveling over to Indo a lot. But for Master specifically, he started surfing at age 12 at Memories Beach back in 2020. So he's been surfing for about 3 years now, 15 years old, and also is an avid basketball player when he's not in the ocean.
Nice one. And Karamas, another beautiful world-class right-hander, fast one. You understand why he's able to surf these waves so good.
So true. That is as he just goes down, unfortunately, on that first turn. But, you know, it's so important as a competitive surfer to find waves. If you have the opportunity, if you have the finance, you have the time off, the time available, to travel to waves that are going to be similar to spots you're going to be competing in. You know you've got an event coming up, to be able to surf, even at home, the wave that mimics it the most is always a smart decision, just to sort of get into that mindset. So it's cool to hear the breaks that these guys love surfing. As we see some changing of conditions out in the lineup, it's been so fun to be able to see the conditions through the afternoons on that high tide. We're actually draining out to low tide now, so it's going to be interesting to see how different it is compared to the last couple of days, as we see Dohoon just trying to find anything that he can to make it work. But you can really see how split apart this wave is now on low tide in comparison to high tide, where it's really just a clean running right.
Also, the swell is dropping compared to the last days, and I do believe that that could be an advantage for our surfer from Thailand, because in Thailand they only surf wind swells, and well, that probably is more the conditions that our Thai surfer is used to from his home country. And I know that actually foil surfing has become quite big these days in Thailand, because obviously all those wind swell, or even smaller swell in general, you can have so much more time on the wave with the foil than you might probably do with the shortboard.
Well, we've just received news as we're down to 3 minutes 30 seconds left in this heat. We're going to be heading into our next heat, which is our main round 1, heat number 6 on the boys under 18. We'll be finishing out that round because it's just six heats within it and gets all those surfers surfing in the same types of conditions. But with the change that we can see now starting to happen with that low tide bottoming out, the judges have noted that that current is just getting slowly stronger and stronger, which means that within, the next 45 minutes by the end of that next heat, it's going to be quite strong out there on the low tide. So they made the call that we're actually going to be going on hold after our next heat. So our women's division that's prepping to get ready to go is going to have a call at 1:15 p.m. for a possible 1:30 start. So the women getting ready to go, Saudi Arabia's competitor there, putting the sticker on her board, we'll actually have a little bit of a break now before heading out into the water. And as that tide changes and starts to push in, we should see the conditions getting a little bit easier again.
Right. How cool is it that Saudi Arabia is with us?
Oh, incredible.
Right. We already saw them surfing in the World Surfing Games in El Salvador 6 weeks ago, and here we go again. So it's really nice to see that, that country finally started to really focus on surfing. And, the whole Gulf region, not only Saudi Arabia. Hold on, some live action.
As we see some live action from Mohammed, driving that high line, just finding that speed, making it through that first section. Really goes hard on that opening turn, just gets a little bit too much of a gap between his board and the tail as we take another look at it here.
Yeah, right, pumping his way through to a part of the wave. He thought he could do a nice maneuver, goes for it, but then last bit, couldn't stand it. That would have been a big score, but tell you what, he's still in first position. He has got a comfortable score, so it was okay for him to go for a risky maneuver, because there's only less than 1.5 minutes left. So probably he thinks that it will be difficult for the others to catch up.
1 minute, 15 seconds to go, and Mohammed, the local currently sitting in the lead. Duhoon from South Korea is sitting in second, and Master from Thailand sitting in third. He still is only chasing a 1.54, so again, that battle for second place is so close. It is so tight. If Master can just get himself up and riding. Here we go. Taking off on the left, gets a completed maneuver. Now only chasing a 1.54. I think he's going to end up taking that second place position, and it's going to leave the South Korean chasing a score.
I believe so, because one, going for the left, I guess the judge, nice one with the lip, landing it, having a little bit struggle, but there you go, completed his wave. So that's going to be interesting what the judges will give him in the last minute.
All right, so scores to come through from the panel. We're just waiting for it now. Down to 20 seconds on the clock. Will Duhoon get another opportunity? Our heat leader, Mohammed, has one more chance. He goes down on the opening turn.
He got
getting
smashed.
So smashed, so excited to be out here. Loves surfing at Cokes. It's his favorite break, although he's not from this island originally, as we take one more look at it. So scores to come through. The buzzer is about to sound, but we're still waiting to know. And there it is. It's a 2.37 for that last left, that backhand turn for Master of Thailand. It takes him up into second, pushes South Korea's Duhoon Yoon down into third, and it'll be Mohammed and Master advancing through into the top round. Our bottom two surfers will be, our bottom surfer, Justin Duhoon, will be heading into the rapid charge round. Now we've got one more heat to roll through. Then we'll be going on a hold for a couple of hours just as we wait for that tide to push through. So we're going to have Mark and Mal back in the booth to call it, and we'll be right back after this.
So once again, following the end of this heat, we will go on hold, and we'll have a next call at 1:15 for a possible 1:30 start. And that's going to be for our women's main round one, heat number 1. Where we'll have Sato, Wen, and Nasim. So once again, we'll be going on hold after the heat number 6. And be ready for your next call at 1:15 for a possible 1:30 start. Currently in heat 6, we have 22 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Blue up and riding. Opening ride between Korea's Kanoa.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. This is Heat 6 of our junior boys, our last heat before we go on hold for momentarily. My name is Mark Clift, this is Mel Caithness, and this is the legend, Amin Didi. Amin, welcome into the commentary booth.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for inviting me to come here and say a few words. It's been it is a great honor and a privilege to be among you guys.
It's great to have you here, and you've just had a big old chat with Mal. Mal, would you like to fire the first question away and ask
Yeah,
Amin?
absolutely. Look, good to meet you, Amindi. I can tell we are kindred spirits from brothers from a different mother, I call it. Yes. Okay. So, yeah, look, we did have a little bit of a chat there, so I've got a little bit of background on you. Tell me a little bit about you. We're not going to elaborate about that. A little bit about you, where you're from, when was the first time you sort of surfed as a kid growing up, what you rode, and how you made your way then to become a surfer that surfed on Coke's Island, or on Coke's Break on Thulusdhoo.
When we were children, surfing was there because we would be, all the children and even grown-ups would catch waves with planks, bodyboarding stuff. This was all around the country. People were doing it, and it's a traditional thing. We call Rala Elung. We even have our own word, which would be today in English is surfing. Cool. But we had the like Rala Elung was a common thing here. And during my school holidays, I was born in Mali, so it's like city boy. Yes. So I was born in Mali, but that time we had a lot of access to the ocean, and there were not so many people in the island. And then we would go on school holidays, we would be, go and spend time in the fishing villages. And so during that time, every place we went, all the little kids would be, all the children would be catching waves near the break, And we would start doing that. And then Europeans and Australians and people start arriving with surfboards. And then we get the surfboard and jump on it. That's how.
Natural progression.
Natural progression, exactly.
Unreal. Well, we've got a lot to like about having you in the booth here, because everybody we've spoken to says you are the GOAT, the greatest of all time, and you are the person we need to have a chat with. So out of all our interviewers and out of all the Maldivian crew, the respect we're showing is that you're the first one in here for obvious reasons. So thanks for coming.
Yeah, sure, and it's a great pleasure for me because this kind of event, is for us a big learning experience too. Because we live in small islands with, kind of remote kind of. But today, of course, we are not remote anymore. We, everyone's got the connection with, all the internet and everything like that. And so, the contest is for, I think, as a Maldivian, for me, is a great learning thing for us to, improve our surfing and, how to go about it better.
And do you enjoy watching the professional surfers come here when they do?
Oh, it's amazing. It's beautiful. Some of these, like to watch new surfers from, like around the world come and ride our waves, the waves that we have been surfing all the time. And it's, we get kind of little bit numbed by doing it ourselves all the time. So when, new surfers from Australia or, Fiji, Japan, they're here now, from all these countries, and we see the fresh surfing new, so that's very interesting for us, because otherwise we are always surfing among ourselves, you know. So, but now it's changed, you know. We have a lot of traveling surfers coming, and so
of course
we are much more exposed to modern surfing than before.
We are indeed. We'll quickly just touch on this heat. This is heat 6, everybody. I'll let you just in on who we got in here. In the red, it's Master Tin Johnson from Thailand, 13 years of age. He's riding a CI out there. He is our surfer in red. He has caught one wave. It's only been a 217. But Kanoa Haji Palmiano, the Korean surfer, 15 years of age. He's our surfer in blue, the goofy footer. He's out there riding one of his Pizel quiver, and his first wave was slightly better. It locked in at a 350. Waveless at this stage, but our third contestant, the surfer in green, Yusuf Kayan Hamdan Zaki, out of the Maldives, only 12 years old, born in Colombo. He's doing it in green, yet to get a wave. That's our matchup right there, as you can see on the screen, everybody. Now, I did notice in Didi, that the tide is getting quite low.
Yeah.
So the organisers, in their wisdom, the current, as you realise, does get pretty strong on the low tide. So we're going to have a 2-hour hiatus, ladies and gentlemen.
We have to.
And we're probably going to come back for around about a 1:30 start at the end of this heat. A short break, lunchtime, perfect. Tell us, how tricky is this wave when that tide is low? It gets a little bit unsurfable. Do you agree, or?
When the tide's going down, what happens is the current starts pulling inside, you know. So it's for one thing, it's harder to stay in the lineup as well, because the current's going the other way, and the waves start going down in size when the tide is going down. Actually, today, when the tide is coming up, we're going to have some beautiful waves. We can expect some beautiful waves when the tide starts the other way. So I think you guys did the right call to give a little break when the tide is going down like that. It's good.
Awesome. Now, look, we spoke about it on the way out. It's a really good competitive contest wave, isn't it, this wave out the front? It has so much variety. Talk us through what you think this wave delivers for the contests at Cokes and Colas.
I think it's very beautiful wave. You can get many shades of the wave depending on what the tide and everything and the swell is doing. And my favorite one is when you take off and you do the first barrel, and then it starts sucking into the next one, you know. Into a double one. So
you were saying earlier, and you being a surfer through and through, Mel's like, so what do you like best, this, that, or that? And you're like, of course, the barrel. It's about the barrel. This wave offers up a pretty nice tube ride,
It certainly does. And look, I know you're a man of few words. You didn't even really want to talk about it, so we're actually honoured to have you in here, and thank you very much for that. But look, the future for surfing, for the Maldivian Surf Foundation, for the kids in the whole of the Maldive Island, not just here on Thulusdhoo, but all of them. What do you think would be your future dreams could come from events like this coming into your country?
This is, for us, it's very good, because we, for one thing, we enjoy being part of the surfing community, you know. That's one of the biggest thing that comes from this contest and things like that, is to get together with the world surfing community to be part of it, you know. So that, I think, is the most important thing for us in these events and things, is that we are also part of the surf community of the world, you know. So that's the number one thing in my, I think, you know, for us, you know, that to be recognized that we are also part of our tribe, you know. Wow.
What we'll do is we'll just have a look at the replay of a Maldivian surfer here, this young grommet. He's a young fella, Yusuf.
Kai, I know him, yeah.
Okay. So what did you like? Did you like what he did on this wave?
Oh, yeah. Look at that. They're slashing and, you know, ripping. And
he's only 12 years old, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you know all the young grommets?
Well, I know some of them, yeah, because I spend time, you know, around the contest and on the beach, so...
All right, and so how important is it, or is it difficult for grommets like his age to learn surfing here, like given the surfboard availability, time off school or whatever? Is it a tough kind of a learning environment, or is it pretty easy?
Well, what happens is because the school still, we're actually working on that. We're actually working on, introducing coaching programs and things like that into the school system, because until now we don't have like surfing in the school system. They have swimming, but they don't have surfing or anything. But we were talking with the bodyboarding boys, and we feel that it's the best thing for us is put the bodyboarding into the school system, and we are working on it, program and writing. And once we put the bodyboarding into the surfing school system, I think that's the groundwork.
All right, well, listen, one of you young boys out of school and into a Rashfest and into the lead with a 4-point ride. So Yusuf did pretty well right there. So currently leading, half the heat remaining. While there's a small break in the action, in Diddy, we are going to go down to Kayla, who is our boardwalk interviewer with the winner of the last heat. So let's just throw over to you. Thanks, Kayla.
Hi, I'm here with third place from the last heat, Duhun from South Korea. Duhun, what was it like growing up and surfing in your country? I heard your main break is a wave pool. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's very good place for growing my surfing, like maneuver practice. Is perfect way for make turn or cut back. So I always practice there.
Awesome. And how long have you been surfing?
I surfed 3 years. I start in Bali.
Amazing. Well, is there anything that you want to say as you are representing your home country of South Korea to your friends and family back at home?
Thank you for my sponsor and everyone support me, and especially for my dad and mom. I love you.
Amazing. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Kayla, just signing off there. So good work, Kayla, and we're back now with the last 11 minutes of Heat 6, the last heat of the junior round, junior men's. Before we have a short break, everybody, so we'll go on hold. Doesn't mean you don't come back and watch. We are going to round out this afternoon from about 1:30 till pretty much stumps, I imagine, Mel. As Armin Diddy was saying, the swell should start to reappear as the tide pushes back in. What do you reckon is the optimum tide out here, Armin? Mid to high or low to mid?
I like when it's low tide and coming up.
Yeah, okay, so low to mid coming up.
That's my...
And that's what we're going to have after lunch. So these guys are going to benefit from that. This is, let me see, surfer in blue, it is Kanoa. He's in second place. Doing a pretty good job on this wave. Yeah. Kanoa is from Korea. 15 years of age.
Oh!
Now, what about that? The whole aerial surfing, in aerial part of surfing these days, how different is that?
Oh, it's not from my time actually. Like
no,
the aerial
it's not from ours either.
Yeah, the younger boys to me started doing the aerial stuff, and there's some boys who do some good stuff.
This was a really strong wave by Blue. Yeah. Four really good turns, and then throws in a little, how you going, just to sign off. He didn't ride out of it, but geez, he did some good work early on in that. So I think that's going to be the best wave of this heat, and we'll rocket him straight into the lead, no doubt. He's chasing just a 0.51 for the lead, so that's a no-brainer. There it goes. The score is in, and it's coming at a 6-point ride. So well done there to Kanoa.
Yeah, good stuff. But look, we were talking about the future before, and that's what we've said we would focus on. Yeah. I just wanted to touch on one thing that we spoke about when we were out there. When you guys used to come here and surf, well, when Mark and I used to surf in our area, we didn't have surf schools. We had to what we call WAG school to go surfing. So, you know, we weren't... But you were saying that when you used to come here, you used to have this little thing going that, what did you used to do? Used to surf for how long?
Yeah. We would like surf the whole day.
That was classic when I heard you say that before. You don't have to surf and go home. You just stay all day. And what your wife or your girlfriend or whatever, they bring lunch to
they bring lunch to us.
Take note, ladies at home. Close to the beach, please.
But no, you and I
think all your ladies also know that, you know, that's what you guys do too.
That's so true. But no, we love them for that too. So
so it's all over the world. I think we are one people in that way. So our rhythm and our lifestyles are all very similar in those ways, I think. And I think for the talking about the future, you know, I think We have very small pool. Our nation is very small and our population very small. So we are actually now planning and looking forward, because we must share resources like Sri Lanka, India. We are nearby to each other. So we must share resources in training and things like that, and work together also to build a bigger surfer community. So Mambo from Sri Lanka is here.
We're going to have a chat with him later too, mate.
Beautiful, to have him here. It is for us is a very great honor. They are our cousins across the lagoon. So this is an opportunity for us to get together. Like all the other teams, we talk to the Japanese, and Bangladeshis, and among us, for our surfers to get together to build for a better future. This provides opportunity, I think, very much.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, and you made a really good point. They're cousins across the lagoon, and that's how I felt. That's how you've made me feel. That's how your brothers have made me feel. I'm a cousin across the lagoon of the Indian Ocean.
Exactly.
And I'm on the pimple on the bum on Western Australia. Australia's the largest island on the planet. And I'm with you on that. The brotherhood that this event, the Asian Surfing Championships, brings to the table.
Yes.
And that we can all go and come and celebrate surfing here with people like you, with your young kids, with all of us. And then when we go away, we have a common denominator, and that we share that brotherhood. So I thank you for that.
Oh, of course, most welcome. And I think now in this moment we are plotting, we are plotting big schemes and things for the future. That's, I think, what the time for this. At this time, I think that's very important. We talk, we organize, plans among ourselves, among our nations and together. This is a great time and place for that, I think.
So the future is bright for
Very
Maldivian
much so,
surfing,
yes.
and I believe that. At the moment, you guys have been bubbling along because we all knew that you had this resource here on your doorstep, fantastic waves, beautiful lifestyle. But after this event, I can see this place going, and the trajectory that has been created because of stuff like this and because of people like you that have been part of it is so pure and so good, and it's gold, mate. I'm rating it highly.
Thank you very much for your kind words.
And of course, Armindi, the whole Asian region is really taking off. Have you been impressed by, say, perhaps the #1 nation here right now, Japan? They've got some very strong surfers. So Japan and Indonesia across the Asian nation, really sort of your front runners. And do you guys take some inspiration from those countries?
Oh, for us, this is like at the moment the way things are going. Among the younger people, there's a whole new thing bubbling. Like my grandson wants a photo with Ichi.
Yeah,
from Japan.
Well, why not? Because he got a 10-point ride yesterday.
Yeah, how cool is that?
So the what's cooking with the younger generation is very good. This kind of thing going. It's fantastic. Thank you, guys.
Oh no, it's an honour to be part of this.
What I'll do, Mel, quickly, with just under 5 minutes to go, we'll just give a quick little update on what's going on in this heat. So your surfer there, Yusuf, he's dropped back into third position, Ndidi, so he's going to have to chase down. Let me see a score. It's not a big one, a 0.0, so basically stand up a 0.6, and he goes into second. Not much more than that, and he'll go into the lead. So Kanoa at this stage, the Korean surfer, is in the lead. The South Korean, his best number of the heat is a 6. Master Tin Johnson out of Thailand, currently in second. He needs just over 7 points. But here goes your boy right on cue. This is Yusuf. Look at these turns he's doing right in the pocket. This is looking like a really strong ride. Are you liking this, Armin, did he?
Oh, yeah. And I know him, he's very, very dedicated to surfing. He's very passionate, and he's doing well. And it's great to see all these young, children just, charging and having fun.
I've got a stat on Yusuf here, Mel. He's the...
Can I just go with the replay on this? Look at this, guys. This is such a good wave, you guys. I saw it out the corner of my eye. Ndidi, look at this young grommet of yours. Nice style, nice powering cut back there. He's done it again, and then he's got himself a little bit of a hand drag layback. And look at this turn. That was a beautiful forehand cutback re-entry. And look, finishes the wave with an exclamation mark.
Exactly, that was a good finish there.
Good surfing.
Good surfing. I like the way he first rode the first part to build up to the second part.
Very good. Sorry to have
All
interrupted.
right, no worries. That's cool because the replay made it look really good. He's only 12 years of age, ladies and gentlemen. He's the current under 14 surfing champion, and he also got runner-up in the under 16. So he's no slouch.
Wow.
We've just seen some pretty good work from Green. I'm tipping he goes to the lead once that
I'm with
wave
you.
drops.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Quality turns there. The judges are going to dine out all day on that thing.
it's
That's
pretty
just
good.
what they want to see. So I'm on board.
And just as we're almost getting to the dying stages of this heat, Diddy, we'd like to just say again, thanks for coming and having a chat with us. For you, who is the best Maldivian surfer you've seen over all your years? Would it be Hussein Arif?
Don't put me in that spot.
Ah, that's
Hang on. Let's just stay with this again because here goes blue. So this is Kanoa. He's trying to regain the lead because, of course, Green just did take the lead via a 5.93.
Yeah.
Okay, then give me a handful. Let's watch red. We got red now. It's the three-way exchange from the goofy footers. Down he goes. So that was Master Tin Johnson. Give me a handful of your favourite all-time Maldivian surfers.
Ibu has to be one of them, of course. Ibu is one of my favorite surfers. Hussein Arif. And Issei is one of my favorite surfers. Unda. He's not in the contest or anything, but my old friend Unda is one of the greatest surfers also from our country. Abdullah Salim Unda is one of our great. Big Mo. These are good surfers that I hung out with in the old days. So when we were charging all the waves and that time, like we had to figure out, what the wave is doing because there's no previous surfers. So we have to work out where is the pocket, where's the barrel, where does it close out. Interesting times that were. Good fun.
Good times indeed. 1 minute remaining in the junior round. It's been a great 6 heats here for the juniors. I'm sure they're pretty pumped that they got to go in such nice conditions here
100%.
today. Tide starting to bottom out a little, so the organisers have decided to just go on standby for a couple of hours. I think there's going to be a 1:15 call for about a 1:30 restart, but your boy Yusuf has gone into the lead. His last wave was a 5.93. Tidy combination of moves. Kanoa, I think, is owed a number. No, it's all in. So your boy remains in the lead. And Master Tin Johnson out of Thailand in third. Surfer in red needs somewhere just above 7 points to get himself out of trouble here. But would you like to sign off with any wise words of magic? We've got about 20 seconds to go.
Well, all I can say is keep on surfing.
That's the wisest words I've heard all day. Can I shake your hand, brother? Keep on surfing.
That's so cool.
As we see the vultures circling, it's about to go on hold, and everybody's like, there's still good waves. We're getting out there, so 5 seconds to go. It's going to be green first. Mel, if we could write this down, it's going to be green first. Well done to Yusuf out of the Maldives. Well done. Kanoa in the blue was second, and Master Tin Johnson red will finish in third spot. So a couple of the beach scenes right there. We're about to go on hold momentarily, but I think we are going to have a little highlights package of a recap of this heat, so we can see exactly how Yusuf won the heat. Let's wait for the boys to tee that up. Here is the recap. Check this out, folks. Well, that was a nice recap of that heat. It was green and blue all the way, so well done to your fella, young Yusuf, winning his way through to the next round. We are going to be going on hold right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a 1:15 call Maldivian time for about a 1:30 restart, so that's all in about an hour and a half time. So I've had a blast of a morning so far. Looking forward to lunch, looking forward to coming back and having a high-quality afternoon. I've really enjoyed having a chat with you, my man. So Armin Diddy, thanks for joining us. Mel?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I actually thought it was really cool that we had him in here, the old legend, and here he is with the kids out there in the water right in front. So
and a future legend winning that heat.
And a future legend winning that heat. So Armin Diddy, I really say, on behalf of all of us that have come here to your island nation, thanks for having us. We are with you in the spirit of the brotherhood, and let our surfing do the talking in the years ahead, and I think that you guys, with your surfing future, is just so bright that you guys are going to turn it into a comet.
Yeah.
Thank you kindly.
No worries about that.
Unreal, everybody.
And everything, and keep on surfing.
That's it. Keep surfing. We're going to go and have some lunch. We'll be back in an hour and a half's time with the Open Women's first round. See you back here then. Cheers.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. Up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. 9 calls, 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Driver goes to green. Driver goes to green. Then the driver goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up, red, first ride. Keep the band, keep Watanabe. Third side goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for Blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, both waves. Blue up and riding, local talent. Now Blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Rider goes to green. Rider goes to green. Second rider goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up, red, first ride. Keep Watanabe. Third ride goes to Blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for Blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, both waves. All right, Blue up and riding, local talent. called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Japan, Iko Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Japan, Iko Watanabe. goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second guarding goes to white, third guarding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day two of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Driver goes to green. Driver goes to green. Then the driver goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth wave. Opening up, red, first ride. Keep advance, keep Watanabe. Third ride goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second guarding goes to white, third guarding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave.
day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Driver goes to green. Driver goes to green. Second driver goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third try goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
This will be the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third already to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day two of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Driver goes to green. Driver goes to green. Second driver goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third try goes to blue. Time stop.
Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Developing right for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Priority goes to green. Priority goes to green. Second priority goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Second ride. Third priority goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Developing right for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Then the flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth place. Opening up. Red, first ride. Japan, Iko Watanabe. Third prize goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
This will be the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Then the flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth place. Opening up. Red, first ride. Japan, Iko Watanabe. goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day two of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Cloudy goes to green. Cloudy goes to green. Then the cloudy goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave.
on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Brighter goes to green. Brighter goes to green. Then the brighter goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth grade. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day two of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue goes. Brighter goes to green. Brighter goes to green. Then the brighter goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth grade. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Developing right for blue. Putting his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third already to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. Blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flight goes to green. Flight goes to green. Second flight goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the Iko Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Developing right for blue. Putting his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third already to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent.
day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth place. Opening up. Red. First ride. Band tipo Watanabe. Third ride goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Good opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second riding goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day two of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth place. Opening up. Red. First ride. Band tipo Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop. Developing right for blue. Putting his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Band equal at the nave. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Developing right for blue. Putting his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Try to go to green. Try to go to green. Then to try to go to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth grade. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third try goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Developing ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day two of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Try to go to green. Try to go to green. Then to try to go to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth grade. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third priority goes to blue. Time stop. Developing right for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and righty, fourth wave.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Opening up, red, first ride. Keep the band, keep Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Developing right for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and righty, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Then the flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second party goes to white, third party to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue goes. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Then the flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Looping right for blue. Begins fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Priority goes to green. Priority goes to green. Second priority goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Bad people Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Looping right for blue. Begins fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent.
on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth place. Opening up. Red, first ride. Band y Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
The opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day two of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth place. Opening up. Red, first ride.
Welcome back to the action here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined alongside Afridun Amu from Afghanistan from the team, but also representing the Asian Surfing Federation. It's been great to have you here in the booth with me today. How are you feeling about the conditions this afternoon?
I love it. I love it. It's what I really like is the difference that we see right now compared to yesterday and the day before. I mean, obviously we're all looking for those big sets, the big waves, but I really believe that in a competition of this scale, it's nice to have a little bit of a difference. Right now we're having a little bit of a smaller wave so that the surfers can show how they surf on this kind of conditions.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. We've just had a short break because we had that low tide conditions coming through. It gets really challenging here on low tide, which is why the first couple days of competition, we actually only started out in the afternoon at midday as we can get that pushing tide. So we went on a short hold, about an hour and a half. We're now going to be sending out our women's main round 1 to kick things off. It'll be the first time that we're getting to see the women compete here today.
Right, and I'm super excited for that because, as we already heard, Asian surfing is on a rise, is something people weren't aware of too much in the past. Maybe in Japan, maybe Indonesia, here and there, Maldives and Philippines, but now the whole continent pretty much is surfing, and also the women do. So first heat, main round number 1, we have surfer from Japan, Tsunomo Sato, from China, Jinyi Wen, from Maldives, Mariam Rahil Nasim, and from Afghanistan, Ursula Weiss, who unfortunately won't compete in these conditions, but I'm still excited to see the others.
Well, it's going to be exciting. Thanks for that insight that we won't be seeing Ursula out in the water, unfortunately. It is still pretty big. There are still some really solid sets coming through, and so it is one of those things to kind of take into consideration, especially for some of these surfers that are newer to competitive surfing and even new to surfing in itself. Now, the 3 women that are in the water for Japan, China, and the Maldives, they are excellent surfers. They have been competing for a long time. They've been in the water for a long time, and they're well and truly comfortable with conditions like this. But we do have some other surfers, like one that's coming up in our next heat, Layla from Saudi Arabia, who's only been surfing for 2 years. So we've got those varying levels, and it's exciting to be able to see what they're each bringing to the table and to see them representing their countries this week.
Absolutely. And from a country like Japan, you would expect them having really good surfers. Also, of course, Maldives being blessed with these kind of wave conditions. But China, since surfing has become Olympic, has been up there. They were training like crazy starting from 2017 when it has become official that surfing will be Olympic. And there you go. I'm really excited to see Jinyi Wen surfing these waves.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Jenny in the water as well. And we're just waiting for that first wave to be ridden. But we do have the countdown that has started. So 25 minutes on the clock. We're down to 23 minutes now. And as Afri was saying, we've just got 3 women in the water out in those jerseys. We're seeing that change of conditions as that tide is pulling through for the afternoon. We are planning to still run everything that was on the schedule from when we began this morning. So we're gonna run through women's main round 1 next, which is 4 heats of 4 women in each heat, and then we're heading into our under 18 boys main round 2. We already saw their main round 1 just before we went on that brief hold. And then to finish out the day, we've got 2 repecharge rounds for our men's main rounds, and so that's going to be exciting to see that get underway.
Right, there you can see the beautiful island of Thulusdhoo. We are sitting right over there in the booth. On the top part is the booth for the judges so that they have the best views, because what's the point of having the best judges if you don't have the best view? So this is what we assured, and we are sitting right underneath. If you would have an X-ray view, you could see us right there above the corals underneath the judges.
Well, I was thinking even if we had an X-ray vision right now to see through the floor, we would be able to see all the fish that are swimming underneath us, get to see the wildlife, and
don't forget the sea urchins.
The sea urchins as well, which we know have already gotten you this week. Thankfully, I've avoided them so far, but I know a lot of the surfers have been dealing with that as well. I've seen a lot of surfers wearing reef boots, and I know that some of the crew even asking to borrow reef boots from local surfers here because they didn't realize traveling over that it was, you know, something that was kind of talked about and recommended, but they didn't realize actually how crucial it could be at some of the breaks specifically to be wearing them.
And specifically in cokes, you know, chickens, which is right next to the corner, you don't have any issues with sea urchins, but here, for some reason, they love it, the sea urchins. There are plenty of them. There are families of sea urchins, so make sure to be safe, use booties and those kind of conditions. And if, unfortunately, you happen to step onto one of them, don't try to pick it out. This is knowledge that we got from the local surfers in here, the local community. What you need to do is get some boiling water, put a little bit of vinegar in it, wait till it cools down, and then put that part of your body into it. And then after 10 minutes or so, it should dissolve.
Oh, that is so interesting. You got to trust the local knowledge as well when it comes to these kind of things. They've been dealing with urchins in their feet from, you know, the generations before that were fishermen fishing in this lagoon specifically, going back to the traditional name. So we know this wave specifically to be Cokes, which is named after the Coca-Cola factory here on the island. That's still a functioning factory. It employs a lot of the workers on the island as well. But the original or the local name for this spot is Ran Da, and that translates to the golden net, which is literally, you know, for this area inside the lagoon where our broadcast is coming from, where our judges tower is inside of this lagoon where the fishermen would walk out and they would cast their nets, sometimes out on the reef when the surf was smaller, otherwise just from the shoreline. So I'm sure that from, you know, the ancient times of fishing within this lagoon, they were well aware that those sea urchins were there.
Right. Though I think fishing here, apart from the sharp coral reef and the urchins, wouldn't be too difficult because there's wildlife everywhere. Crystal clear water, so it shouldn't be too difficult to know where to catch those fishes.
So true. It's been a great time just getting to swim in the afternoons, talking to some of the competitors as well, spending their time with a snorkel mask on and getting to see some of that local wildlife. As it looks like we're going to have our first wave ridden, a paddle from our surfer, our local competitor, Aya Nasim from the Maldives. Unfortunately was not able to get a piece of that one, but she's positioned herself a little bit deeper than the rest of the crew. Now she's originally from Male, but spends a lot of time here in Thulusdhoo as well, kind of going back and forth. Loves surfing at jailbreaks and at kitchens just across the way. And back in 2021, she was the national champion for the Maldives on the women's side. So she's been in that competitive zone for a number of years. She's in her late 30s now, and she's actually a marine biologist by trade.
All right, there you go. And living in Male, she has got the advantage to surf one of the most diverse spots in the Maldives. The spot that is right underneath the bridge is one of the rare, well, I can't call it beach break, but it is not only a reef break because it changes a lot. And if you have a spot like that is changing a lot, obviously you have the opportunity to surf many different sort of waves, and that helps you to compete all over. Another thing of that spot is when it gets big, it's probably the heaviest wave in the whole Maldives. Like surfers from Hawaii actually compare it to pipeline.
That's incredible.
Right.
One of the most challenging and death-defying waves in the world. So if
For
you've got a
sure.
wave that you're comparing to it in any manner, you know that it is a wave of consequence. So we are about 17 minutes remaining in this heat, 6 minutes down. And we've got a paddle now from Jenny Nguyen, tucking into the barrel. I love that she drew that line to start things off.
Right, and since it's the first wave, that will put her into first ranking. So I think what they're struggling with right now is after the break and after the change of tides, it's not 100% clear for them where to position themselves best, because in Cokes you have two main spots where you can take off. One is the outside part, the other one the inside, but right now I think they're still trying to figure out where to position themselves best to catch some of those sets.
Yeah, that's a great bit of insight. It's always challenging. It's, you know, typically if there's no holds in the day, then you kind of get to see that positioning from the heat before yours and how it changes through the day. But it's that same kind of conversation when it's the very first heat of the morning. Getting out in the lineup, getting the free surface cleared out, and suddenly there's only 2 to 4 people out there. Finding that positioning can be challenging. As we see Aya up and out on a quick wave, so taking off a little bit deep there, that wave closes out in front of her, and she'll get a score on the board though, and that will set us up for that priority rotation, which will put Sumomo Sato of Japan into that leading position. And there was a look at her first wave.
Right. There's a takeoff on her backside, but the wave was already gone by the moment she went down. But still more than 50 minutes to catch 2 waves, so plenty of time.
Plenty of time. A 1-5 on the board for that first of Ginny. I love the fact that she went for that barrel. She's clearly had that in her mind. That's the type of wave she wanted to get into. set her line kind of high, dragged that hand as well to try and find a little bit of cover, and unable to ride out of it, but an exciting way for her to kick things off.
And
There's the platform where the surfers get to paddle out from.
Exactly. You can see most of the surfers sitting there watching the waves, also the trainers to give the input to the surfers where to go best. And if the swell is not too big, like it is right now, you can even paddle out from here. This is what people normally do. Once it gets bigger for the contest, we advise the surfers to paddle out from the bay, and then we have jet ski support to bring them to the buoy, and from there they can start to paddle. Because the rip gets quite strong, especially during low tide. And again, we don't want any situations whatsoever with people stepping on a sea urge or on a reef. We want the people to surf here. We want the girls and boys, men and women to surf some of these best waves and not being stuck with the rip or the coral.
Has been challenging over the last couple of days with the size of swell that we had rolling through. A lot of rip, especially on those draining tides, but even on the high tides, just with so much power coming through from those deep ocean swells rolling through into the Maldives. But it's been an exciting way to kick things off. And
as it looks, we will have probably a little bit of a drop in swell until tomorrow, and then in the afternoon we have a new impulse. So yeah, we will for sure see some of those beautiful barrels we've seen yesterday, and even today there's a good chance, on a wave like this, once the wind and the tide help a little, we might even see some barrels in the next couple of heats.
Beautiful look from the island that's just off the coastline here for the island of Thulusdhoo.
Right, and we still have more than 40 minutes. I love that the technical director, the head judge, and everybody agreed on having 25-minute rounds. On a competition like this where you have so many surfers and you're dependent on the swell, there is a chance, as we know it from other competitions, to just go down with the amount of time the surfers would have in their heats. On that level of surfing, sometimes you even have 15-minute round heats, but no, not here. The decision was made. We want to see people catch some waves, even when there's like a little bit of a gap of sets rolling in as it is right now, but there's still plenty of time for everyone to catch their waves.
Yeah, I loved that decision as well. Just to add that extra bit of time, of course, with 10 days in the waiting period, minus our day 1, which was technically just our opening ceremony. But aside from that, it's been really great to see some surfing kick off for the last couple of days and to be able to really get the best of the conditions, take advantage of the right tides, and within that to allow a little bit more time on the clock than some of the other events that surfers are competing in, where it is 15 to 20 minutes. A lot of surfers maybe competing back at home in board riders events have 6 surfers in the water and only 15 minutes to be able to get their 2 best waves. As we see a beautiful looking wave just peeling down the point unridden here at Cokes. And the current situation in the water, we're halfway through the heat. We've got 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Jenny Win of China is currently sitting in the lead, and Nasim from the Maldives is sitting in second, with Japan's Sumomo Sato sitting in third. Still waiting for Sumomo to get her opening ride.
And here you can see Layla Sahid from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia doing a nice little stretch, make herself ready to jump into the water and catch some waves at Cokes, Thulusdhoo, Maldives.
And we got a paddle now from Sumo Sato. Took a long time to get her into this wave. Nice and patient, though, as she engaged with that first turn. Up into the lip on her second, and unfortunately just pushes a little bit too hard. She's coming off of a great result. She finished off with a 5th place finish at the WSL Crewy 5000 QS. So for her, we know her competitive ability is right there as we take another look at this first ride.
Yeah, right. You can see she has got the technique. She was waiting for the right wave, had a little bit of a top turn on our first maneuver, and then wanted to do a little bit of more of a risky turn. Fortunately, couldn't stand it. But tell you what, since the competitors that she is surfing with right now don't have the highest scores too, there's a good chance that she might take the lead with this first wave of hers.
Yeah, especially getting that first completed maneuver, falling on the second one. She'll definitely be walking through with the highest score of the heat so far. She is a huge fan of listening to music when she's not in the water and loves Burleigh Heads in Australia, Gold Coast of Australia, as her favorite wave. So getting to spend some more time traveling and competing now between the junior events and then leading from there into the qualifying series events that she's been competing in more recently.
And also stretching another Arab surfer from Lebanon. There you can see, I think it's, no, is it oh, that's actually the heat after, but they're already on their stretch. It's great to have so many Arab surfers in here. We have Palestine, Lebanon, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and all the other Gulf countries like the Emirates and Qatar. They're starting to pick up surfing more and more too. Just recently you could read in Step magazine that in Abu Dhabi in the Emirates they're actually building the biggest dynamic wave pool, and probably that even will be at one point a CT event.
Yeah, that's going to be insane. It's exciting to see that waves like that are popping up around the world and that there is funding behind them and, you know, just kind of developing that wave pool technology is an exciting thing to see, which also means that a lot of surfers in landlocked areas might have more opportunities. But right now we've got up and riding Jenny Nguyen. Unfortunately goes so big on that first turn that she can't hold on to the finish. Was a great looking wave though that she selected. So she's going to have a score to drop. We're still waiting for that first score of our surfer from Japan as we take another look here.
Right, I think she was a little bit amazed by her own turn, because if she would have gone more on her knees, bended more the knees, she could have stayed it, but well, at least she's got a second scoring now. All it takes for this round to proceed is to become second. So we're still waiting for the scores of Japan, but with her second wave, she will be at least second, the Chinese surfer Jinyi Wen.
Yeah, to put a second score on the board, really important. She finished off with a 5th place at the Chinese Championships, has gotten her then into that mix of opportunities and call-ups for the team to be competing across these different events. Of course, you know, those call-ups, anyone that's really competing in those national championships, even if they don't fall maybe in that final heat where they're within the top 3 or 4, they're within that conversation to be able to qualify themselves for events like this, whether it be the ISA World Surfing Games, the juniors, or into the Asian Championships like this. So exciting to see her getting more time in the jersey. And we have got a score, a 2.83 on the board for the first of Japan's Sumomo Sato, as we take another look at this first barrel attempt from Jenny.
Right. It was optimistic, but good on her to give it a try. That, I believe, was the second wave from the local surfer from the Maldives. Oh, the first one. And this one is the first wave from our Japanese surfer, the wave that got her the lead. A complete first maneuver. Couldn't make the second one complete, but still it was enough. With a 2.83, she has taken the lead. And that is the second wave. Our Chinese surfer unfortunately couldn't stand it, but again, some points will roll in. Only less than 8 minutes left for this round, so any wave they can take now will probably help them to proceed.
That's so true. As we take a look at the contest site here, the palm trees, and a great vantage point for anyone that's down. You know, there's a great spectators area for those that are going to be competing, for the teams, the coaches to kind of have their own space there. But then also for anyone else that's just down around and traveling through the Maldives at the moment, they're able to stand on this other side of the bridge here and just view it for themselves and take a look at some great surfing this week. So that's an exciting part of the action.
And once you make yourself to Thulusdhoo, love the island, but be aware there are not only the sea urchins that you have to be careful with, but actually the coconuts too. You see all those palm trees? They're having coconuts, and you don't want to be underneath it if one of those coconuts falls.
Aya now up and riding on the longest wave that we've seen through this heat. Beautiful technique and style as she kicks out of the finish. So great looking wave for her. She's going to get herself a better score on the board. And at the moment, Jenny has jumped up into the lead with a 2.00 to improve on her heat total. As we see now, Japan's Sumomo up and riding. Great opening turn. Drives hard off the bottom into that second one. This is going to be the game changer for the heat. into that third turn, showing great technique and power. She'll kick out before that finishing section, gets 3 solid turns connected together.
Right, by far the best wave of the heat. Yeah, I mean, with this wave, she can be quite confident. She can try to, well, either get a secure second wave or just try some stuff, maybe even try to find one of those barrels that are out there, that are always out there in a spot like this. And with the finishing maneuver, with her going out of the wave before she gets into the end section, I think that is probably an input from the Japanese coach, because the last couple of heats we always saw that those surfers who really tried to surf to the very end had a hard time to finish the end section. But you can see that the Japanese surfers are not doing so. So you can see there was a lot of research going on before from the coaches, from the surfers, and the Japanese know what they're doing here.
So scores to come through for last of Japan and for last of Maldives. Our Maldivian surfer, Aya, I mentioned before that she is a marine biologist. She is the co-founder and runs an NGO, a non-profit called Maldives Coral Institute. And she loves surfing, and she loves teaching children around the Maldives how to surf and how to care for the ocean. Of course, naturally they're going to be spending so much time within their life in the ocean because they're surrounded by it, living on such small atolls. So it's amazing to see the influence that she is having around them, wanting to take a care for the environment that's surrounding them, caring for the oceans and caring for the reefs as well. She works with a local volunteer group called Ralhu Enduru and another one called MSA Ralhu Hana program. So she's doing some great work behind the scenes as we take a look at some replays here.
Exactly. You can see the classical Japanese clean technique, going for the carves. 3 maneuvers on the last one. She just goes out because she saw that wave might make her fall, so she decided against that. Smart call. But back to our Maldivian surfer Aya, you have to admire what she's doing. There she goes on her first good wave, cruising down the line, backside, doing some check turns. But again, for a girl surfing here, that's a big step to represent her country on home soil, on home water. There we can see the Japanese surfer on her third wave.
Sumomo now up and riding. Just a quick in and out, has an eye off that one. Now she's going to be feeling so much more relaxed because her score has come through for the last wave, and it's an 8.50. Judges loving that rail work coming through with 3 clean turns and the exclamation point to just finish off clean, not waste her time on that end section. Kicking out early from a wave like that or before maybe the final last turn or 2 doesn't take away from the score at all. The only thing she could have done was maybe built a little bit higher, but all the work that mattered was in that big critical section at the back, and she got 3 great turns done.
Absolutely. And then you have to make sure to have a complete wave, and then you get a score like this.
So currently sitting in the lead is Team Japan, as we've seen quite consistently throughout this event so far. Sitting in second, China's Jenny Wen with a 2 and a 1.5 on her name. At the moment, it is Aya Nasim from the Maldives who's chasing down just a 1.71, so still 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. Her last score drops in as a 1.80, so judges giving her her highest score so far on that nice long right. Wasn't able to get any major maneuvers connected together, so that's where that score is kept low. If she can get 1 turn within that, though, she'll be looking to take away that second place position.
Right. We can see that there are some sets that actually have quite some potential, but again, since we just started with the first heat after the break, takes some time to really understand the wave, understand where to go, make the decision of surfing the outside or the inside. And the Japanese surfer, you can see, she started to understand that wave properly. She understood where to do which maneuver and kicked out before the end section wouldn't allow her to finish her wave.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance from the Shizuoka local. Her home wave, Omezaki, and she's definitely going to be enjoying the rest of her stay here as she's locked in an excellent score. What's it like when you're surfing in a heat and you get a score that you're feeling really good with heading into your next round? Does that help build your confidence and momentum?
Oh, for sure, for sure. I'm understanding this wave. I mean, you don't come to surf a perfect wave like this too often. So any chance you have, even during those heats, even during those competitions, any chance you have to surf this wave, you understand it more, and you know what to do in the next wave. We have seen it a lot. That there's a evolvement happening with all the surfers who already had 2 or 3 heats there. That was almost a wave for our surfer in green.
Nice attempt, unfortunately unable to get into it for Aya, and now the clock may be working against her. Down to the final minute, and Sumomo up and riding once again. Nice opening turn, has to get a bit of work done there to just try and keep that wave with that trim line, that speed and power. Is unable to stick with it. Now up and riding out the back is Jenny, deep behind the section. Will she find her way to the open face? Nearly gets there, but is unable to. Now the question mark is going to be on Aya. With just a few seconds left on the clock, will she get into position to take off on one more wave? Let's take a look at this one for Lasso Sumomo.
Nice little pump at the beginning, getting the speed for her first maneuver. Small roundhouse cut back there. Not going for the bottom turn, but back to where the action is. But for her, she knows she has made it, so that was just like a fun little surf for her. And with that, we can hear the horn. The first heat of the women's round 1 just finished. We're still waiting for scores for the surfer in red and the surfer in blue, which unfortunately means for the surfer in green from the Maldives that she will not make it to round 2, but it's not that bad because we are having repechage rounds, so Aya has got another chance to show what her surfing is all about.
That's right, she's got another opportunity for the marine biologist from the Maldives to see if she can get herself back into the main grand final. Exciting days of surfing and exciting times ahead of us. We'll be back with more action right after this for heat number 2 of women's main round 1.
score in just a moment. Time called 21 minutes and 15 seconds. Red has first priority, second priority is white. So green, Layla, without moving closer to the other competitors, you will not enter the priority cycle. Red has first priority, second priority is white.
The full team, the people here, and we're really amazed. We really appreciate the people who welcome us, and definitely we will be here more and more.
Well, it's been really exciting for Afri and I. We both noticed that Saudi Arabia has kind of taken they've taken note of surfing. They've taken the note of the fact that surfing's entered into the Olympics, and we've now had Saudi Arabia represented on the ISA side of things, the World Surfing Games for the last 2 seasons, which has been amazing. What's it been like from the pushback at home?
It's really amazing for Saudi Arabia to be consider surfing as a really main sport in Saudi Arabia, even though we don't have that great waves in Saudi Arabia, but we make it happen to make trips and travel, make the sport bigger. We're trying to get more athletes into the sport. Now, we started the federation 2 years ago, and pretty much we have 15 athletes right now. We're getting bigger and bigger. And definitely we're gonna keep it bigger, definitely.
And we can all see it. I mean, you said you started 2 years ago. I remember a little bit over a year ago, or not even, to see the first time of participation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in an international event, which was in Huntington Beach in the World Surfing Games 2022. And then again this year, 2023, El Salvador World Surfing Games, and the team had become much bigger. You had 3 male participants, 3 female participants, a high-class coach from Brazil who is here with you again in the Maldives and the Asian Surfing Championships. So I can see you're taking it seriously. Hey.
Yeah, no, we are taking it serious, and we were like in the World Surfing Games. It was really amazing for us. We were like full team. The technical director was there, the coach, the athletes, and we have more athletes, but we took it. Let's focus on the athletes that we have, and we'll participate in different, of course, championships.
Nice. Tell us about the surfing in Saudi Arabia. I mean, in the Gulf of Persia, I guess you don't have too much swell, but still, where are you guys surfing? Where are you guys training? How does it look like?
Pretty much we surf, we do camps outside of Saudi Arabia. We did pretty much 3 camps in Sri Lanka, and that's what we started in this year. Definitely next year, one of the main points to go, Maldives. It's really close to Saudi Arabia, and it's easy to get here, and the people, the food is just amazing.
Yeah, luckily, there we see surfer in black, in blue, Chinese surfer, Yingjun Chang.
So great opening turn, sets herself up here for another quick snap, and great re-entry to finish with as well. So she's looking super strong as she comes right past that piece of coral on the inside. She's already opened up with a 7.17 on the board, so she's coming through as a really strong surfer Afri, let's take another look at this one.
Take some speed, high line surfing, seeing what the wave does, and then finds the pocket where she does her first turn. Goes again with the backside bottom turn, another maneuver, second maneuver, and nice finish. The whole top of her board is outside, and she lands it right next to that rock. You could see in her eyes that might concern her a little bit, but she did just great.
So she'll have one more score to come through. Now Rika's got a couple of small scores. She found that other quick in and out. Taking a look at this last one of Camille as well, taking a nice high line to start, Afri.
Exactly. We already saw her brother surfing, and there you go. Nice little roundhouse cut back there. Pump her way through and just passes the Chinese surfer. Couldn't make her last maneuver, but still first score for her. For the surfer from Singapore, half French, living in Singapore, but most often surfing in Bali, as we heard from her brother, because their family apparently owns a villa somewhere in Uluwatu.
Yeah, not a bad setup.
That's amazing.
You guys from Saudi Arabia, are you sometimes in surfing in Indonesia?
No, but our athletes, they pretty much go like to Bali, different places to Bali. They do like sessions in there.
Nice.
But yeah, it's really amazing.
Amazing. Well, down on the beach, we've got Kayla Moore ready to go with an interview, so take it away, Kayla.
Hi guys, I'm here with Aya from the last heat. She's from Team Maldives, and she is a marine biologist. Tell us a little bit about the work that you do.
I'm a co-founder of the Maldives Coral Institute, and what we're doing is we're trying to save corals and help them survive the future conditions.
Amazing. I am a very big advocate for coral restoration as well from my home in Hawaii. Can you tell us a little bit more about the work that you do specifically?
Yeah, so we lose a lot of coral because of El Nino ocean warming events, and all our islands are built on coral, and we are only protected because of the coral. So what we do is when there's bleaching events and the corals die a lot, we try and restore them. And we also try and work with policy to try and give better protections for corals so that they can have a better chance of survival.
Wow, amazing. That sounds like some great work that you're doing. What is some advice that you can give to people in and around the world to help save our coral reefs?
Advice? Yeah, well, my advice would be to get in the ocean, look at the corals, and gain a deep connection with them, and that'll make people really want to protect them and make good choices and good decisions and make better voting decisions as well to protect our corals in the future.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We look forward to watching you again.
Thanks so much. That was such an interesting interview from Aya, just being able to hear about her passion for coral reefs, for sustainability for them, and just the fact, I mean, to think of the fact that these islands are built on coral reef, and that if they all die off and they start to disintegrate and they're not regenerating themselves, then that protection from the open ocean swells is going to not be there anymore. As we see Layla, the Saudi Arabian, that was a hectic takeoff, and she was up and riding on an incredible opening ride. That was so well committed from the outside section. She's only been surfing for 2 years, and she's had an incredible way. What do you call it, Faisal?
It's really amazing. Yeah, I mean, she started pretty much like 7 months ago.
7 months ago.
Pretty much she started
surfing cokes after 7 months of surfing. Look at this.
She's just amazing.
Incredible. You can see her board choice, Afri, being one that's got a little bit more width to it, a little bit more length as well. But have a look at that stance. Absolutely perfect.
Look at that. Just amazing. I mean, what she's doing, just amazing. Consistent, focusing on surfing, training. That's really amazing.
Yeah, it was really exciting to be able to see the inclusion of women onto the Saudi Arabia team this year at the 2023 World Surfing Games. So you got a new generation of women that are entering into the ocean and learning how to surf, and I'm sure giving a great example to those back at home.
Yeah, definitely. Now we have 3 girls on our team, and we gonna grow the women team more and more, and we have a lot of athletes wants to register with our federation. Definitely we'll have pretty much 10 girls on our team.
Nice.
By next year.
And tell us, was Layla excited or even anxious about paddling out in cokes?
She was definitely. I mean, every athlete in cokes is like, they have a little fear about it, but that's like the meaning of surfing. You know, you have that fearness to just keep going and paddle out.
Right, overcome your fears, absolutely, and that's what Layla did. You saw her paddling quite a big wave for the conditions right now, and even though the wave already break, she was still, you know, after that, not giving up, but doing the takeoff and having her nice little stance there. So, man, you can be proud.
Yeah, I'm really proud of her, definitely, and of the team, you know.
So exciting. She's got a score on the board now, so she is chasing a 3.53 to get herself into that second place position. But the great thing about this, we've been, you know, talking about it the entire week, is the fact that it's non-elimination yet. So she's going to have another opportunity if she isn't able to find herself onto a wave that gives that open face. Now, being that she had a super critical takeoff, and when she stood up, she was in that white water, the judges are really going to take that into consideration with their score lines, Afri, when it comes to finding a wave where they can connect with that green open face in comparison to getting onto the white water for their actual scores. But I think more than that, the important part is that participation. It's that growth of a new surfing nation, that inclusion for it, and the example that she can be setting for so many more women. And for me, I think especially to think of how far her surfing will come over the next few years specifically. Only 7 months and she's out here charging.
Absolutely, Shannon. You said it. I mean, nobody is expecting her to surf like Carissa Moore or Stephanie Gilmore. That's not the point. It's for her opening the door for all the Saudi surfers, Saudi female surfers, and actually all surfers around the world.
Having a ride here now, Rika. Oh, into a super heavy section. It looked like she was going to maybe try and tuck up into the barrel, Afri, on the takeoff.
Right. I mean, whatever she was trying, it was intense. Look at this, going up and bam, smashed by the lip. But again, I mean, this is what you want to do if you want to have the high scores. You just go for those critical waves.
Now, Faisal, I'd love to ask you, I know you're operating as team manager in charge of finances behind the scene, but are you able to get into the water on these trips where they're going into Sri Lanka to the training trips? Have you been learning how to surf as well?
I tried to learn, you know, but I didn't put it in my mind like I want to go. But I always like get really excited, you know, seeing the athletes going to the water, catching some waves. I want to go there, like to surf, you know. But definitely, I'll get into the sport. Definitely,
yeah,
you'll see me one day riding some waves.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see you here competing one day.
Yeah,
hands on.
Yeah, right. Definitely, I'll do that. Yeah.
Nice. Tell us, did the fact that surfing has become Olympic change something in Saudi Arabia? Maybe even the support from the government or somebody else?
Yeah, we actually our federation gets funded by the government, the Ministry of Sport, and the Olympic Committee. We have Olympic Committee, so the federation gets funded by the government, and you know the sport every year they see our participation in different parts of the world. ISA, World Surfing Games, and here the Asian Surfing Federation and the championship. So they see we're like in a progress, and they support us.
That's great, awesome. So, as you can hear, many countries, many governments starting to support their surfers, male and female surfers, since surfing has become Olympic. So that definitely made a change for the sport.
There we saw Mirai Ikeda from Team Japan. She's getting ready to paddle off, to jump off the top for her paddle. There's a little keyhole there in the reef, which is the easiest section to get through. Means you should be able to avoid some urchins just on the paddle out. So you can see a couple of the women opting to paddle from there. As we take a look at some live action here, Camille for Singapore, drawing that high line, great style, goes in for that floater, but isn't able to kind of torque that body around and get the finish on that maneuver. But I've loved the style that I'm seeing coming through from her surfing, and she's got a bright future ahead of her.
Yeah, this is the way you might want to surf racetracks in Uluwatu. You know, it's a very fast section of the wave, and that's the wave she likes most. Like her brother, the wave that she most often surfs in Bali. So she knows how to do those high lines. But unfortunately, that wave didn't give her much to do more on it. But she's still on the second position, ahead of the Japanese surfer. Who would have thought that?
Japan's Rika Shoji just unable to find a wave that she can connect a couple of different maneuvers together for. Now for Camille, out of Singapore, she took out the win this year at the Tioman International Surf Comp. So even though she lives in Singapore and doesn't have the best of waves at home there, she said she's been able to, with the traveling back and forth from Indo, get that time in the water so that when she enters into competition, she's feeling comfortable and ready to go, which has been really exciting to see.
Nice.
And I think going back to your, the kind of the story that you're telling us about where Saudi Arabian surfing is at right now, Faisal, China is a great nation to look at as an example of a nation that's has a long history of surfing because they've got a lot of coastline. They have Hainan Island, which has some world-class waves there. But from a competitive perspective and real investment into the sport, it's newer for them. And with the Olympics coming into that conversation, for us to be able to see the strength of the Chinese surfing squad over the last couple of seasons and the amount that's been poured in from their government as well, I think is a great example for the success that can come from that investment, like what you guys have happening at home in Saudi Arabia.
Definitely, we are investing on our athletes, and same as what I mentioned, we are growing the sport, and even the Ministry of Sport of Saudi Arabia, they're looking at us. They're seeing the achievements. They're seeing our participation. They're focusing on us, and being in Olympic games, so become more focus on it.
Nice one. What's the resonance so far from the population in Saudi Arabia? Did you receive any feedback, maybe from other surfers who reached out?
Definitely, we have a lot of athletes. They want to be as surfers more and more. Definitely, a lot.
Nice.
A lot.
And tell us, regarding the preparation, where was Layla surfing here in the Maldives? Was she mainly focusing on Cokes or the other spots that are around? We know that you have a Brazilian coach, so how did they work and where did they work in here?
Definitely, we go to different parts of the surfing points. Either we go to chickens or baby chickens, or yesterday we went to Sultans.
Nice.
Sultans. We did some training there.
Think of that, Shannon. Training and Sultans to surf Cokes. How good can it get? Two of the very best waves in the world, and you use one to, get prepared for the other.
And what an incredible experience as well for them, surfing waves in Sri Lanka that are really fun, thinking of the point breaks there, the beach breaks as well. But coming to the Maldives, it's waves of consequence that have, they're a bit scarier. They've got those steeper sections. A lot of them on takeoff are those tall stand-up. They start pitching to barrel straight away. And so it's great to know that coming here, even a few days early means that for yourself, for the surfers for Saudi Arabia, and for a lot of the different nations of the 18 represented here, they've been able to train and prepare in waves of consequence where maybe the training beforehand were in waves that were a little bit softer.
Definitely, we try and, Sri Lanka has different waves, different kind of waves. A little smaller, we have to take the athletes to the different level so they can get more better in surfing. That's why we say let's go to Maldives, participate. Right. Definitely.
Now, you shared with us that there's about 15 surfers on the Saudi team now. How many are represented here this week?
This week, just 2, Layla and Rakan.
Amazing.
But definitely next time we'll have the full team here.
Inshallah.
Sure. Inshallah.
And tell us, I've heard that there is a plan to build a dynamic wave park in Saudi Arabia. But what do you know about that?
We will have 3
Whoa.
unit surf pool in Saudi Arabia. 1 in Riyadh, 1 in Neom, 1 in Jeddah.
Okay.
Pretty much we have 1 right now ready, pretty much ready by the end of this year, or 24 to be completed.
That's going to be incredible for training opportunities. Absolutely. So that the crew living at home in Saudi Arabia are able to be into the water more. As we take a look at some live action, now this is a wave that really matters for Camille. Unfortunately falls on that finishing section, but she had a really beautiful wrap on her first turn, and she's looking to seal up that second place position with this last one.
Right, you can see her on the roundhouse cutback going again for the high line. She needs to focus on her bottom turns a little bit more. That will give her more speed to finish that kind of maneuvers she's trying.
That looks like Layla's surfboard. So she would have had another wave. As we see Rika just come unstuck on that first turn. And there you can see Layla paddling on the left-hand side of our screen. And she'll have to try and get over that wave. The size of board that she's riding would be a little bit more challenging to duck dive, but she looks like she's feeling comfortable out in the ocean. She got that helmet on as well, which is great. I mean, is that something that's been exciting for you guys to see coming into this, just behind the scenes, the investment into safety for the surfers?
Yeah, for sure. She was like a little nervous about it, and she was like, no, I can't do this, and a little motivation. Said, okay, put the helmet on, just don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Go ahead, and there we go. She took off on one of the actual set waves, which not a lot of surfers have been going for today, so incredible performance so far from Layla.
You can see that for sure. Less than 1.5 minutes left. Luckily for Camille, the Japanese surfer couldn't make her wave to... Oh, there you go. Was that the second wave of Layla?
That was the second wave of Layla.
Wow, 2 scores for her. Awesome. She can be really proud.
Yeah.
Sure, she will have a smile the whole day. Hey?
Definitely. She's really happy right now.
So good. So we've got a few scores. We've actually got a third score dropping in for her as well. So she would have had a third wave. Maybe on the paddle back out has decided to take one. We've got another score to drop in for that last of Camille. And then this one of Rika, unfortunately, she fell, so that's not going to factor into her top 2. So she's having a bit of a shocker out there in the lineup today, but she's going to have that opportunity to reset if she can't get herself into something else. Down to 40 seconds on the clock, and it is China's Ying Xuan who is sitting in the lead. She opened up with that incredible 7.17 AFRI, backed it up with a 5.5, and she has been so patient she hasn't taken off on a third wave.
Absolutely. Who would have thought a couple of years ago that the Chinese would actually be ahead of the Japanese? So you can see in East Asia, this is the competition that is going on right now. It's not only the Japanese anymore, they're definitely the Chinese surfers up there too. So I won't be too surprised if we see even some Chinese surfers at the very end of this contest.
Well, scores are in. It is China with the lead, Singapore with second, dropping in at 2.67 for the last wave of Camille. Rika in that third place position as all scores are locked in, and Layla Sahid of Saudi Arabia falls out in fourth. Third and fourth place will have a chance to surf again in the repechage rounds. This has been a really fun and interesting heat to call. Faisal, thank you so much for being in here and just sharing with us what's happening with Saudi Arabian surfing.
Definitely. Thank you so much for everyone. We really appreciate the Asian Surfing Federation and the Maldives, the people in the Maldives for welcoming us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, stay tuned for the recap, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
with 6.17 total points. Third place is red, Rika Silvi from Team Japan, 3.63 points. And from Saudi Arabia in green, Layla Sahid with 1.70 total points.
Yep, go. Okay. Here we are, we're back with Heat 3, everybody. Women's main round 1. Heat 3 will feature Mirai Ikeda in the red out of Japan. Chinese surfer Siji Young will surf in blue. Miss Isabel Faye Higgs out of Thailand will surf in green. And Lena Kamal Adel Noor is out of Lebanon. We're going to have a chat with the team, manager, federation, president in a moment. Mel Caithness is going to join me. Mel, good to be back in the booth.
Absolutely, Mark. It was amazing. We had a little bit of a lunch break there, and look, I've got to give credit. Perry Hatchett and the event organisers are all over this. That was absolutely pumping when I got back. Really, really super classy. And yeah, we're straight into it. The action is really happening here this afternoon.
And we're going to welcome in Ali, who is the... Give us your title and your full name, please, if you don't mind, Ali.
Yeah. Hi, Mark. Hi, Mel. My name is Ali Alamin. I'm the president of the Lebanese Surfing Federation and the team's coach at the moment.
Splitting duties.
Yeah, trying
Here
to
we
keep
are.
it.
You say hi to your team at home. Straight
How's it
down the
going?
camera. All right, it's good to have everybody in here and give everybody a little moment of joy. Tell us firstly about your competitor who's in
Lena Abdenoor. She's a little ripper down on our coast. She's been surfing for about 7 years almost. She travels a fair bit. And to Sri Lanka, that's her local joint where she goes and surfs. But she holds her own in the lineup in Lebanon amongst the other people.
Okay, so speaking about your hometown, Lebanon, and what goes on in the lineups over there, you got any waves like this?
No, we don't. I wish we did.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Mate,
That's pretty sick.
This is insane how good it is.
All right, let's have a little look at Red here. Screaming down the line, trying to get barreled. Just pumps around that section. Does not get a scoring move in. But, yeah, so far your experience, Ali, on your time here at Thulusdhoo?
Beautiful. This is my 7th time out here.
Wow.
Been coming here since early 2000s, and this place is magical.
It is, isn't it? We keep saying it, and we're sort of, harping on about it a lot to the people online, but it's not fake news. The dream is real, and it's right here in the Maldives, and there's a lot to like. Do you normally park up at Thulusdhoo, or do you move around?
Usually we were on a boat, so we're hopping around, checking out different ways, but definitely Cokes when it's on, it's on. It's such a fun wave when it's in the 4-foot range, and seeing it a few days ago in the 6 to 8 foot, probably 10-foot sets coming through was definitely scary. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, okay. Mel, would you like to?
No. So Ali, I turned up on day one. I'll leave it to you, Mark, on this commentary.
All right. Well, let's just watch young Isabella here out of Thailand, because the live action is what we're really here for. And she's thrashing away there. Now, I did meet Isabel last year in Thailand when we did an event. She did, I think, qualify for a New South Wales state team one year as well. So she splits her time between both, but does fly under the Thailand banner these days. So anyway, we'll get some scores in. Your surfer in, let's see, Siji in the blue. Just put together a 5 to start with. That's so far the highlight of this heat. I imagine Isabella's is going to go pretty close to that as well. So once again, back to you, Ali. Your experiences again in the Maldives, they're wide and varied.
Yeah, beautiful place, all over, from Cokes to Sultans to chickens. Have you guys been looking at chickens lately?
Yeah,
all day.
Had to go out there yesterday morning, so I could see what all the fuss is about, that's for sure.
Ooh, that place is, I mean, the first day I was out there, I think the swell was on the rise. Got a pretty good licking.
Mel?
So I met Ali on my first day. I've never been here before, mate. And we sort of walked down the point, and I come down there, and I looked, and I went, Team Lebanon? What's this? And then the big fella here was sort of standing there, and we hit it off more or less straight away, didn't we? Brothers from a different mother, I'm sort of calling it. So how's it been for you guys since? I hope I've been able to sort of maybe make you guys froth a little bit and or more. But it's not about me. It's about this actual event. What does this event mean to Lebanon going forward and surfing in Lebanon?
Oh, it means a lot for sure. I mean, definitely meeting you and helping us calm our nerves. You're always a legend in that. You're just making everyone relax and telling them to count their seconds underwater and all of that. For sure, everyone loves you, Mel. I mean,
Yeah.
including me. What about you,
Good
Mark?
on you, Harley. It's nice to know we got some fans out here.
Yeah,
Some
man.
friends. Yeah, real.
But yeah, no, it's a big statement from us to be out here, for sure. I mean, surfing in Lebanon has only been on the rise the past 10 years, and so for us to show up here they're all locally bred surfers, so it means a lot to me and it means a lot to them, I'm sure.
So where do you live, mate? Where's your place of residence?
I live in Lebanon, in
Yes.
Beirut. I grew up in California.
Yep. So all year round nowadays in
Yeah,
Lebanon?
yeah, I live in Lebanon all year long.
All right.
So what was the move all about? Did you marry or you just love it over there? What happened?
Parents were getting older and they retired, so just came back and then saw an opportunity with the surfing thing. Figured why not?
Yeah. Now, was it difficult to round up your team and get them here? Funds-wise,
Yeah,
travel-wise?
we're all self-funding it. We're all
Okay.
pitching in and trying to, help one another and all of that. The federation, as a federation, the whole country is at a disadvantage at the moment, so we just wanted it to happen, so we
Made it happen.
made it happen.
Cool. Well done.
Yeah,
And
thanks.
you've got a 4-member team, you were telling me?
Yes. We have Lena Abdenour, who's in the water right now, and then we have Lena Alam, who's coming up next. And then from the men's side, we have Alfred Badr and Christy Irani.
All
And
right,
they're
so-
coming up in the repechage rounds.
Okay, all right. So we've got your 2 female surfers coming up, back-to-back heats, I believe. So
Yeah.
coaching duties have been pretty
Oh.
thick and fast for you.
Yeah, I can't tell you how stressful it is.
We're done coaching. We know what it's like when you've got someone from your squad in the water, man. It's pretty nerve-wracking.
Big
I
time.
hear you. Yeah, it is
Big
indeed.
time.
So
You just-
Ali, I know when you take teams away, and we've done it before too, have you got any characters in the team, and have you got any stories you can sort of elaborate that we could put on there?
I mean, all of them are unique individuals. They're all, you have your Alfred, who's a graffiti artist who just absolutely is all talent. And then you have Christy Dunn, who's all around athlete, snowboarder, skateboarder, surfer.
Sick.
Lena Lam, who's like this financial advisor, who's actually a brain, but yet she surfs. I don't know how, but and Lena Abdenour as well. They're all unique in their day-to-day lives, but yet we always run into them in the water.
Well, we've just seen a really cool replay of Isabel's opening ride, so hopefully we can get a number to that any moment now, because for me, 4 pretty good snaps done right in the pocket. The young lady out of Thailand, I think she's going to probably challenge maybe to go close to first, just off one single wave with some pretty good surfing. All right, so what can you tell us a little bit more about your charger in this heat, Lena?
Lena, I remember when she first came down for her lesson, it was probably 2014, 15, and her husband at the moment, who was working with me, gave her that lesson. And since
Oh, there's this action replay again. It's really cool. We'll jump back onto the Lena story in a moment. But this young lady here has got a lot to like about her surfing, Mel. Everything's been done in the pocket. There's lots of good use of the rails. Really tilts the board when she does a manoeuvre. So when she told me in Thailand last year that she'd made this, New South Wales state team, I'm like, well, you've got to be a shredder because that's not easy. Anyway, that was a good replay. Back to you, Ali. What more have you got for us out of Team Lebanon?
Yeah, Team Lebanon. So Lena right now at the moment, she's in the water, and we're hoping she snags one of those like top up the reef type of corners that come through that just kind of are a bit more mellow, not the barrel section. They don't have the barrel section. So we've been trying to get them all morning before the call was made. So
Yep,
hopefully
okay.
she sticks to plan and gets one.
Is that your main message before they go out, wave choice?
Yeah, for the women, yes. Just aim to do a couple of carves because they're a bit scared at the barrel. They're not used to.
There are some waves that break at a nice slow pace, and they're the ones you're chasing. Your team members are
100%, 100%. Just try and keep the board on rail. Try and do a couple of maneuvers. Hit the bottom. Try and do a little carve. That's what we're aiming for.
Okay, so I believe we have an interview down there with Kayla, and I think it's one of the Saudi surfers, I think, out of the last heat. So we'll throw down to you, and let's hear from yourself, Kayla. Go for it.
Hi guys, I'm here with Layla Sahid from Saudi Arabia, and she was just in the last heat. Walk us through what it's like representing your country here at the Asian Surfing Championships.
I couldn't be happier to be representing my country, being one of the few females. Like we're like 4. It's amazing, yeah. Couldn't be happier, honestly.
And what does it mean as a female to be competing in this event and to be showing others around the world and even from your home country what surfing does?
It's crazy. Like a year ago, I don't think this would be possible. And now our government is encouraging this. We have everybody's support, literally. Your family, the government, the community, everybody's with you. Everybody.
That's amazing to hear. Walk us through catching those 2 waves in the heat. It was so powerful. I honestly teared up watching you stand up. Can you give us a little insight as to what was going through your mind?
I focused on staying a bit outside because I knew my level. I haven't been surfing that long, maybe like less than a year. So focus on catching those small waves by the end. Just paddle as fast as I could and put my chin down and stand up as fast as I can.
Amazing. Yeah, it was really special to watch you out there in the water. Is there anything you wish to say to your friends and family back at home?
Yeah, just thank you everybody for your support. You know, if you want to do something, just go for it. Follow your dreams. Nothing is impossible. Look at me. I'm here in Maldives. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you and look forward to watching you in the next round.
Wow, that was really cool. I got a bit of chicken skin after that interview.
That's a rock star effort. That is coming from that part of the world, Mark.
Didn't she speak well?
How was that?
Layla, and she was a surfer that caught a couple of waves, went down on her stomach, Mel, stood up in the foam. The arms went out wide in full survival stance in the foam, and the whole team lit up on the beach. And I'm like, whoa, you know, it's just such a different buzz at this event. You know, we normally go to events and you see people that are pretty highly rated and, you know, huge credentials, and here's a young surfer like Layla out of Saudi Arabia, surfing less than a year, Ali. How good's that moment?
Oh, dude, she's a rock star. She's my favorite surfer for sure.
And Ali, would you agree this event just has a whole different vibe to it, given the countries that are involved?
Oh, 100%. 100%, Mark. It's beautiful to see everyone. Everyone's cheering for everyone, even though it's a team contest, but yet everyone's kind of cheering everyone on. Everyone wants to see everyone do better, and it's so good. We were getting tips from Team Japan that were helping us out, and you guys always helping us out. Everyone's just trying to help one another out here, and it's awesome.
Everyone just wants to see everyone have a good surf.
Absolutely.
And have fun.
100%.
All right, unreal.
I'm just going to chip in there, and out there in Webland, I've got a message from a couple of the fans. Mark, Clayfish and Sutton are at home watching the telecast, so we'll give a big shout out to Clayfish and Sutton out there in Webworld. And look, if there's anybody else that's out there in Asia and they're doing, get onto that YouTube forecast and drop us a line on the live chat.
Oh, have a go at Red here, guys. Screaming down the line. This is a really good piece of wave choice. Mirai Akita just teeing off here. Stop it. This is going to be a huge number. And she knows it. So she kicks out, gives herself a better chance to get out the back again nice and quick. Team Japan just killing it at this event. Sumomo, I believe, was a huge standout in Heat 1 of this Open Women's round. Team Japan, absolute, you know, stamping their authority over this event in the early stages. We've got a colour out the back, Mal.
Yeah, meanwhile, up and riding. This looks like white to me, Mark. I hope it is. It's a little bit difficult on the screen there. But now she's looking at a way down the line, and she's trying to sort of get herself into a high manoeuvrable position. And here we are. Is this a replay? Yes, this is a replay. Sorry, they've cut me there. And Blue just going through the paces on this one here. Nice work from the surfer in blue here on this wave. And then just overcooks that thing, trying to crush that lip.
Chinese surfer there. This is back to young Isabel out of Thailand. So maybe when we get to Lena's wave, Ali, you can talk us through it.
That'd be cool, Ali.
Hopefully we can see a little replay of her wave. So Isabel will be putting herself in a good position. She's actually in the lead. Her best number is a 6 for that first ride, so that's going to be her second good number. Let's see if we get a replay for White. I'm not sure there was a whole lot caught on video of that wave, but we'll get a number to that in a moment for your benefit as well, Ali, and all the crew that are watching. Now, do you have people at home that have been tuning in? Did they hit you up for what's the web link and how do we watch?
Mark, everyone.
Everyone?
They're probably stuck to their phones or laptops just watching this right now.
Give us some names. Throw some hits out. Throw some shouts out to your gang at home. Come on. You're allowed to.
There's probably Karim Fluti, Paul Abbas, Jad Ghussan, Ahmed Farhat, who else? Ali Qasim, Nadir Taha. All the boys are probably watching them. Everyone's tuned in. They're messaging me like crazy, like, what's going on? What are the waves doing? Who's doing what? And I'm like, dude, I got to concentrate a bit.
I'm the coach, remember?
Yeah,
well, your phone's going to be lit up when you get out of here, mate, so you've got some catching up to do in a minute. But let's have a look at the live action again. This could be blue, I think. It is. All right, so this is the young Chinese surfer. Again, heavy landing. Good luck making that thing that explodes around your ankles. That whitewash definitely packs a punch. You've been surfing here. Pretty hard to land that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that was a pretty aggressive maneuver for sure.
All right, here's the replay. Now, this is the one I wanted to see. This is our Japanese surfer. That first turn was so crazy. Look at her eye on the prize. Here she goes. Now, look at this turn. That is so Carissa Moore-like. And then gets a second one. So back-to-back, forehand carves. And she's happy with that. She's out of there. That's going to be a big number.
And Isabel again going from strength to strength. Little replay here of what we're going to call her backup score. Already has a 6. Young CG, the Chinese surfer in blue, has a 5 as her best score. Those two are holding it down at this stage. Actually, is this blue again? Live action. What? Mal, look at her in the matching red board. Ali, how's, you know, the inspiration and the talent that's here? Surely everybody's watching our top-ranked surfers going, I want to be like that.
Including me.
Stop it. I've seen you. You go pretty good.
No, I wish I could lay a board like that. She was going for it.
Yeah, no, there is some pedigree sort of board angles going on that. I love the way she sort of gets the board off axis as such, and then her acute turns, then just going into the lip and then powering. It means that you are going very fast when you're doing that sort of stuff.
Well, she's sort of being heavily challenged here, the surfer in red, because she got off to a really slow start.
Yeah.
We've only got 7 minutes left. She's just put together a couple of waves that she's hoping will claw her out of third and get up there and challenge Isabella perhaps for the lead, or get rid of CG and get herself into second. So it's a really close heat going on here, and that was a missed opportunity for CG to probably slam the door shut on second place. That was a good-looking wave.
Well, we saw on CG's last wave, Mark, her commitment that she went into the lip on that one. She is not lacking in that word, commitment. So once she gets a wave linked together, as you say, I'm going to call this. This is the heat of the day for me so far. The girls are hammering tongs at each other, and this is some really, really good down south hard surfing going on out there.
All right, so question time again for you, Ali, seeing as there's not a whole lot of action going on out the back. Tell us, how popular is surfing in Lebanon? Is there only a small percentage of people that do it, or is it growing rapidly like it is everywhere else?
I think it's growing. It's definitely grown. It's grown from when we started pushing the sport in the country. It has a lot more people wanted it more. They see it, they like the way it looks, and then they give it a try, and as we all know, you get stuck.
Is it hard to learn? Like, is there equipment readily available? Is it tough to get any coaching at a young age? I mean, what is it like?
No, we have a shaper. We have a couple of board shops. We have a local shaper from Lebanon. He taught himself how to shape, and his name is Paul Abbas, so he's doing quite well. And we have a couple of surf shops around that bring in boards from overseas and all the accessories and stuff. And there's also a few schools. There's from north to south, there's the Troon Surf School, and then Ishmael Surf School, which Lena is married to Karim Fluti, the owner of that school. And then there's Surf Lebanon down south.
Well, now, a question that I have often asked of people is, if you weren't a surfer, what would you be? What would Ali be if he wasn't a surfer? In other words, a pursuit of happiness. What would it be for Ali?
A fisherman for sure.
Fisherman for sure.
Life on the sea.
Yeah, can't get away from the sea, huh?
Okay, a quick update, everybody. Red's just boosted into the lead. The last two waves, a pair of 7+ rides there for a 14.8 two-wave total. Pretty bossy comeback right on cue. Here's your girl. Take us through this.
There's Lena Abdennour, just trying to pump down the line, and got out of there early, probably saw the section.
A 187 locked in for her right there. So let's have a look at CG Young here, holding on to second position, the Chinese surfer. Lining up the end section. This is the one that was crunch time. That's pretty hard to land that sort of stuff. I don't care who you are. That's not an easy move. And Isabella was in the lead. She's dropped into third, so she's going to have to regroup here. And I'll give you the update requirement in a moment. But pretty nice technique. She's picking good waves, doing some decent surfing, and she's probably thinking, really? Am I in third? It's like, well, yes, you are. Chinese surfer ripping. The Japanese surfer is ripping. It's a tough heat. It's a tough heat for your girl to be in. Let's
Yeah, I mean, all the ladies are top notch. I mean, I would love one of their waves any day.
All right, so this would be the last wave of red Mirai. This is the 717. She's also got a 767 for everybody that's playing along online. Quality surfing. Isabella is in third position to regain a qualifying position. A 5.51 is what she needs. She's rapidly running out of time. Down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Geez, Mark, I like the way the judges got the split on those two rides then. To me, a 767, 717, pretty well much spot on there, you know.
Two best waves of the heat.
Two best waves of the heat. Yep. So I'm really liking the job they're doing up there today. And as I said earlier, I think this is probably one of the heats of the day to just see how they're having a crack at each other. Over to you for the live action.
Right, a nice rebound off the wash there from the Chinese surfer and a little layback to mix things up. Gee, she's added some variety already. You haven't seen too many people this week do a roundhouse cutback and still get around and lay in another turn. So good read on that wave. They're the sort of waves you were saying your team are chasing, those slightly slower paced waves that allow, look at this. This is quality.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Now, what I like about that first cutback, ladies and gentlemen, is the way she actually went round and then went back to 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock almost. You know, she didn't cut it short. She actually went pretty well much what I call a hairpin bend turn, where, you know, you're actually going...
Here it is again. There it is.
Watch this, round the hairpin bend. That is hard to do, you know. So, great surfing from the Chinese girl here. And then, yeah, she's... So there's Red's answer back behind her.
Well, this is first and second place duking it out here. Red doesn't like what she sees down the line, but
No,
you can
she's out of there.
You can see why they're in qualifying positions.
Boom.
Really good techniques.
100%.
Good read on the waves when they do catch them, and they're kind of maximising all their opportunities, these two. So Isabella can consider herself pretty unlucky to be sitting in third spot right now. 11.17 total, and she's not in the mix to advance at this stage. All right, so we've got a couple of minutes left. Ali, tell us about your team again. Is everyone behaving themselves, or are they keeping an eye on you?
No, Mark, not yet, not yet. No, they're all good. I mean, we were fortunate enough to get a solid swell when we rocked up, and that definitely put butterflies in their stomach when we showed up. They weren't expecting it to be that big, but luckily they got amongst it and got a few and realize it's not as bad as what it looks.
Okay, so I was going to say then, for you as a coach, how do you approach that situation and try and steady their nerves?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, he's going to throw away from the question. Let's watch Isabella here. She's in third. She needs a 5.5. We're going to not let you off the hook. We're coming back to that, Ali. But Isabella's doing a really good job. She needs to. She needs probably something a little bit more here. If she could tag this and ride out. Wow.
She's asked the question, hasn't she? That's what I like about this. She
Yep.
has asked the question with this one.
Really competitive heat, this one.
Very good.
Take us through this, Ali.
Oh, she just went solid on that. She needs to check her fins after those two.
Oh my goodness. Wow. She's packing a pair of sevens. I reckon she goes probably into the excellent range with that one.
Are you kidding me? Look at this replay. It's my pleasure. Look at that. That first turn is quality. Look at this second turn, folks. Smashes that thing and then gets a third carving cutback and then decides, oh, I've not had enough here, and then rides this out to make the completion. I'm figuring she's improved, and in fact, this could be her best wave and the best wave of the heat thus far.
I reckon well in the excellent range on that ride.
That's good to see.
First two turns were done with authority, and so does Isabella delete or knock out the surfer in blue? That's the one that's on with the head on the chopping block. It's a smallish wave, but Isabella kind of getting stuck into it with the rails, doing, you know, in comparison to Red, it's well under Red, but she only needs a mid-5.
There you go.
All right. Reds will probably be 3 points better than that ride, 2 to 3 points better, probably 2, 3, good 3 points better. But Isabella hanging a hat on trying to get, well, it's a 9.5, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, well, we're going to probably wrap this up. We're going to have a recap coming for you soon. But listen, Ali, that was awesome for you to come on in here, and stoking that you're having a fat time here in the in the Maldives. And yeah, I don't know, you guys from Lebanon, you got a pretty big shout out the other day. So
Go on, give your boys a shout out.
Yeah.
We're right on live.
There
They
you
can
go.
see you right now, so go for it.
Yeah, boys. Hope you guys are cheering us on. And when I get back, I better get some waves. You guys ain't paddling for my waves when I get back.
You've been warned.
Yeah.
Ali-
Haven't surfed yet.
Ali's
barely.
coming for you guys. Man, that was really good
Pleasure,
fun. I
Mark.
love your work.
Awesome.
That was awesome.
Thank you,
Well
Mel.
And Mel, and geez, the 9-5 of Reds. The recap is coming up
Oh,
right
it was
now,
a
so
9-5.
get a load of this,
Okay,
everybody.
then.
Here's the recap. Okay, back with the live action here at Cokes on Thulusdhoo main island here. The waves are firing. Have a go at blue. So this is the Indonesian surfer. And I've got their captain, coach, manager and all of the above in here about to have a chat with us. We'll just watch the wave first. Dia is a famous surfer. She won a big event with us in Thailand last August when she took that out, and she was all smiles. It was so cool. I'm here with obviously Mel Caithness, my good buddy from Margaret River, and also Aria, who will get your clear title in a moment. Aria, did you like Dia's wave?
Well, it's pretty good waves, even though the size a little bit small. But I hope the wave's going to be. The ocean going to be deliver a better wave, and for sure it will.
All right, well, so I know she surfs better than what she delivered just then, so we will see better than that. But tell us your whole title and how you guys came to be here.
Okay, I'm a former president of Indonesian Surfing Federation, and then right now I'm become the coach of the Indonesian national team for the national team. And then in this event we brought Dea and Danny. Both are their siblings. And they both really good shortboarder and longboarder.
Yeah, I've seen Dia on the longboards.
Yeah, Dia he just won the longboard contest back home in Kuta Beach. So Dia and Danny, I know them from early days. They always spend 8 hours in Kuta Beach.
All right, Mel, you got anything you
so
want to ask?
Aria, as an administrator of the sport, you're obviously very experienced in Indonesia. Have you made the trip to the Maldives that much over the years? And if you have, what's been the highlights for you over the years?
Okay, this is actually my third time to Maldives, but this is the first time I'm in Thulusdhoo Island, and Maldives has always delivered amazing wave. And I'm from Indo, and this wave is like super consistent here. Maldives always like been amazing. It's like a dream place for a surfer, also even for a normal tourist who loves the ocean, for sure. And then they deliver so much variety of waves here. It's all world-class wave, and I'm really happy that now we have a contest here.
Oh wow! So that's official. So we've got the main man in Indonesia coming here to the Maldives and telling us how good this place is, Mark.
Yeah, well, look, Ari's been involved for a long time at high-level events. We'll just watch red here, and we'll just confirm that is youngster Japanese surfer Kanon Takahashi.
And meanwhile, out the back live action is our surfer in green. So green here got a good backhand turn, the goofy footer, surfing on a backhand, sling blades that carving turn twice, in fact, back into the critical section of this wave, 3 turns, and then just gets caught up a little bit in the soup there. But look, she is on her way, and just pokes the nose in the shallow section of the wave there, Mark. So
all right, so out of China, Aria, would you have a clue on how I pronounce that name? No?
No, let me check. Jinxing Zhang. I think
Jinxing Zhang.
Jinxing Zhang, if I'm right.
Well, we've probably gone near abouts. I'm sure most people online will have the format in front of them, heat drawing, knowing that the Chinese surfer just teed off on a very good-looking wave. So he's also up against Lena Iglal from Lebanon in the white. That surfer in green we just saw, your surfer Dea Natasha in the blue, and Kanon Takahashi in red.
And meanwhile, have a look at the lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. This is one of the bigger sets that's broke in the last sort of couple of hours, and I'm pretty much sure that's probably taken most of our competitors out at this point.
Pushed pretty wide.
Certainly didn't it, mate?
That's one of those waves you're paddling halfway out, and it's probably going to drop right in on your lap if you were paddling out at that point. All right, so Aria, there's a lot that goes on in Indonesia. Obviously, we just did the Krui event. The government heavily invested in surfing now, especially after the success of Rio.
Yeah, that's true.
What things can you see on the horizon for Indonesia?
Okay, because the good thing, because surfing is in the Olympic, and then Indonesia, finally we can prove that we can qualify to the Olympic. That was a big news for the nation, because the last Olympic we only from 33 sport discipline we delivered only 8 discipline, and one of it is surfing. So it's opened the government eyes, like wow, surfing is amazing. Even though in 2019 we already have Southeast Asia Games, and then we have the Olympic, and it's the government like wow, surfing actually we can deliver something from, because before nobody really think about surfing, and then that's why it's really important to make surfing included in the next Asian Games in Japan, because normally each government in each country they only support if the sport disciplines involved in any multi-event. Like the highest level is Olympic Games, and then in Asia we have Asian Games, and then we have Southeast Asia Games. So I hope surfing will always include in these 2 big events in Asia and then in Olympic.
And while you're right on screen there, Aria, would you like to shout out to a couple of your perhaps friends or some of the big players in the industry in Indonesia?
Halo semua, salam dari Maldives. Mari kita berdoa, kita harap supaya surfing Indonesia akan tetap maju, dan ini adalah suatu event yang luar biasa karena kita berhasil mengumpulkan 18 negara Asia untuk bertanding di event Asian Surfing Federation ini. Tetap nonton.
Mantap.
Because this is pretty amazing with this event, because we can collect like 18 Asian countries involved in this event, and some of the country they're landlocked surfer from Mongolia. That was pretty impressive. 18 countries. That's a big leap for Asia.
And did you see, in Heat 2, the young girl out of Saudi Arabia who was catching green waves, going down on her stomach, standing up in the foam because she's only been surfing less than a year?
Yeah, Layla. She was I was pretty impressed. She did a late takeoff, and somehow she made it in the bottom. But wow, for someone who never surfed, that's pretty amazing.
Here goes Natasha,
Dia. Dia in replay.
Take us through this, mate.
Well, this is pretty nice. Turn she did, and then, yeah, another nice top turn. And then the waves die.
Little incompletion there.
Yeah,
red Canon. So we're a little short on our score updates, I think, on the monitor here, but it's looking like we've got at least 3 really good surfers here. We've got Green going for it now, the Chinese surfer, Jing Zhang.
Yeah, some of the waves like tapering, some of the waves is like standing, keep standing, and that gives the benefit to the surfers.
That was a good wave, whereas Dia's wave ran out of puff. This wave had push and nice contour the whole way, helped herself to a whole feast of manoeuvres.
Exactly.
So Jing Zhang, a 4.67 for the best wave of the heat. Dia has a 4.4, so that is the second best number. Your girl Aria, Indonesian surfer, is in second. Canon Takahashi, I'm pretty sure all her numbers are in. So red is in third and white currently in fourth.
So Mark, I'm going to go out on a limb a little bit here at the early stage of the event, and I'm calling our surfer of the event is going to be Layla Sahid.
Just based on the way she spoke and the way she surfed that head.
Exactly, that captured the spirit of this whole event, in my opinion, almost in just a competitive 20-minute moment, and then to get her interview afterwards. And that's what we like to see. You know, you can almost sort of feel the emotion as to where she's come from, what she's done, and just to see one of the women at the event have her moment in the sun. I'm pretty sure she's going to go away from this with a pretty impressive memory about this event and how it's affected the plight of women around the world today in 2023.
Oh, mate, I'm glad that she got the interview because, you know, she spoke from the heart and she said she can't even believe she's here out of Saudi Arabia, surfing less than a year, and she's in a monster event like this, just, you know, doing her best. And Aria, we've been to plenty of events together, and you've been to a lot of surf contests. This one is different. Let's just watch Green. We'll get back to that question. So this is the Chinese surfer who is already in first position. She's trying to improve on a 3.33. Nice bit of commitment. Rides out smoothly from the end move. So I reckon she's updated. Here goes your girl.
Yeah, nice first turn. Second turn also nice. The waves look like going to keep standing. And then 3 turns, not bad for Dia.
All right, well, we are owed a couple of scores. There was 2 good rides that just went on there. I think Dia's really going to help her situation out. While there's a little mini break in the surfing action, we will throw down to Kayla Moore, who has Team Lebanon for an interview. Go, Kayla.
Here with Team Lebanon's Lena, and she just got out of the water. If you could just tell us a bit about what it's like representing your home country here at the Asian Surfing Championships in the Maldives.
It feels so good to be representing my country. This is our first surf competition outside the country, and we're setting a bar, you know, for a first time. And hopefully this is going to pave the way for the future generations to join surfing, improve in surfing, and really push it harder and, you know, raise that Lebanese flag higher and higher everywhere in the world.
That's amazing, and I really strongly believe in creating a legacy for other women that come after us. Tell us about surfing in your country. How did you get into surfing and start representing on the world stage?
Yes. So Lebanon is a small country where you have high mountains where there are ski resorts, and yet you also have the beach, which is like very close. So I am a snowboarder since a young age. And when I knew there was surfing in Lebanon back in 2014, I was so eager to try it. And from the first session, I was hooked. And from then on, it was a love story.
That is a beautiful love story. And thank you for sharing that love story with us here today. Is there anything that you wish to say to your friends and family back at home?
I just want to tell them I love them so much. And yeah, I want all the Lebanese girls and boys, you know, to join surfing and improve in surfing, and you know, because surfing is such a special sport. There is no other sport like surfing, and yeah, hopefully we spread it as much as possible in Lebanon and throughout the world.
That is beautiful. I could not agree more. Surfing really brings people together and allows for amazing experiences such as this. So thank you.
Okay, well, Lena out of Lebanon, the love story continues for her here in the Maldives because that was a great interview, and once again just spoke so well, and you know, picking up surfing late in life, having the snowboard background, but she said there's nothing like surfing, and we know that. She doesn't have to sell us on that, but that's pretty cool. So Dia, I'm pretty predicting we'll have a good score to drop, and also we saw the surfer in red teeing off, actually green that was. So this heat's going to really tighten up. We'll get some numbers in a minute. What else have you got for us, Aria? You know, the Sporting Federation Indonesia, the whole Asian region on the, you know, on the other tour, the WSL tour as well. Asia and Indonesia, pretty much between Japan and Indonesia are kind of splitting hairs there for first position on that tour, I reckon.
Yeah, and also.
Here goes your girl. Take us through this wave first. Hard wave to ride.
Yeah, the first top turn is pretty good. The second one, she did okay, and then the wave just like shut down.
So back to that one, the Indo-Japanese rivalry. Right now, I think, or just even yesterday, there was an event going on at Karamas featuring Japanese surfers and Indonesian surfers. Only two countries allowed in the event.
Yeah.
So the Japanese are headbutting with the Indos for top billing in the Asian region.
Mm-hmm.
And that's got to be a good thing, right?
It's a good team, and it's good to because Japan is always like for a long time like always like the best in Asia. So now it's like after Rio, in the cities like bring confidence to all the surfers, and all the grandmas want to be Rio become the role models, which is really important for the development of surfing in the country. So now every kid's like they know if you surf, there's a goal. Not as like you're not going to end up like beach bum like our time, but
like us,
like us. So now they have a purpose of surfing, and that's good. And also it's good like the last contest in Kramas that both Indonesia won in both divisions. It's also like it's create like a self-confident. Like we can do it. We all can do it. It's just a matter of hard work and keep surfing, and have a good trainer, and then just surfing smart.
All right, green now, our heat leader, the Chinese surfer. She best score is still a 4.67. We're owed a number, and we're watching some live action now of wave number 4. So we're a few scores shy of having a correct updated situation on the leaderboard. I reckon this is a real three-way mix going on here between Dia, Cannon, and Jingxing. It's pretty close. So a quick question for you again, Aria, Indonesian surfing. Who are the next big things coming through that you can see getting dragged through in the wake of Rio Wider?
Okay, we have Ketut Agus.
Yep.
And then Ketut is like one of like complete surfer. Like he's now in Challenger Series.
Yep.
Also One in the Challenger Series, but One just have a kid.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether he can follow the whole series. And then in the younger version, we have Bronson Mady, and then we have Pajar Adriana, we have Farun,
Danny
Widianto, obviously.
Yeah.
And then like for the under 14 or 12, we have like Dharma Wisesa, and still so many good surfers like the twins, like Blairo and Tojo. This, even though still we consider as the
they're rock stars at home, mate.
They're
never going to go on tour. They're happy ruling home.
Those two are like a contest machine.
Speaking of contest machines, we're seeing a really good stack of replays from those last 3 waves. All the goofy footers going head to head here. Some numbers coming through are showing just how close this heat is. Dia's got another banging score, a 5.67 and a 4.4 to be holding the lead. Jingxing has a score to come, which could upset the apple cart. We'll just have a look at those numbers again. All right, so Jingxing has a score to come. She needs it to be at least a 5.41 to dislodge Dia out of first, so the Indonesian surfer is in the lead. The 3 goofy footers are going hard at it for these qualifying spots. The surfer in red, the Japanese surfer, currently in third, needing just over 5 points. Yep, 5.07 to go into second, where Jingxing Zhang is holding it down, and her best score was that last wave of 4.77. Really close here, but I'm glad while you're sitting here that Dia is in the lead, because that's good news.
It's a good news, but it's still like everybody still have a possibility because it's like really narrow leads. Yeah, I hope that she can find a better wave again.
The only difference in this heat really is that 5, 6, 7 of Diaz.
Yeah.
Everyone else is in the 4 range, and it's super close. Without that 5, it would be you know, a 3-way tussle. She's got a slender lead, 6 minutes to go.
Exactly.
Let's watch green here again. So it's all these goofy footers that are holding it down. Good use of the rail. She knows how to you know, go from rail to rail when she gets to the top of a wave. We're watching the Chinese surfer here, Jingxing Zhang. Getting a number of moves away. That little finishing move could have been handy, but either way, it's a 4.77, her best score, so she'll be happy with that. So what's your main message before the surfers go out in the water? You've only brought 2 here, so you're hedging your bets off that you've got enough here to win this. What advice do you give to your 2 chargers before they hit the lineup?
First, like, surf smart, and then pick the best wave, because the waves are pretty consistent, and so they have to make sure, like, analyze before they heat, like two heat before they heat, and then just study from there and trust themselves.
Here goes Cannon. She's got to trust herself that this is going to be at least a mid-range 5. She lands this thing, she's got it. Got a little hung up. She's sitting in 3rd spot, needing the 5.07. She was on her way to that number. That first turn looked pretty good. Have a look at it when you see this replay, Mel. See if you can pick what might have gone a little bit wrong. But oh, okay, okay, all right. Maybe Aria, when we get the replay, can have a look at this for us.
I just can't see anything.
Anyway, exactly 5 minutes remaining. Yellow flag will be heading up. Geez, I think Cannon will really waste it well. You know, it's hard to say and it's hard to be, you know, brutal like that, but she had the wave, rides out of that finishing move, she gets the 5. Meanwhile, take us through this one. This is Dia.
Yeah, this is Dia. High line first and then set up the bottom turn. Oop, a little bit hung up. Still managed to make a good turn. Second turn also nice. Third turn. Like,
wow,
that's pretty good ride. And he finished it well.
So yeah, just apart from that little bauble in the early stage, she really got back into the rhythm of that thing and then managed to get a series of fine quality turns as she's worked her way down the line up there. So what's she chasing to
Oh, look, she's already in the lead. So she's actually trying to improve on a 4.4. I reckon she's done that.
I reckon she's done that.
She'll probably go close to her better score. Let's watch Green now, screaming down the line. She's trying to consolidate 2nd spot here. The Chinese surfer goes upside down, gets a little bit too ambitious on that move.
Yeah.
But I like the intent.
That was sick. Keep up the theory.
Yeah,
just got to get the execution.
She's doing a good high line raising and expecting like to the turn, but sometimes the section doesn't allow you to make a tight turn.
Correct.
So you end up only make a half turn, and then
she's gone for a big turn.
She tried the second turn, but the wave already swallowed her there.
Well, Dia's wave had a lot of strength to it. Those bottom turns and the commitment and the power that she shows in the top turn grind back. What I really liked about what Dia was doing as well is every time she did a top turn, she brought a board all the way back right to the foam.
Yeah.
So putting it right back into the critical section. I'm sure the judges will note that. They've thrown a 5.4, so her 2nd best number. She's improved the lead. You happy with that, Coach?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy because the judge also they always take a look into the rotation of the board. So her rotation, like, they consider, because if you're less than 90 degrees, they call it, consider that as a check turn. That one, like, pretty nice sweeping turn.
Yeah.
No, you're right,
Now,
100%.
I really liked it as well. And you, as coach, and probably having to have a debrief with her, maybe just sort of suggest a little bit of variety out of that.
A little bit variety.
Maybe a little more towards 12 o'clock. All the turns went out on the face and back to the. They were all the out and back, the out and back, and maybe a little more up and down.
More up and down.
Get in her ear in that area. I think she'll easily hit the 7 range and beyond.
That's true. I'm expecting like a bigger range, but the wave sometimes not deliver.
Here it is again.
With the replay.
So you have a look. This is what we're talking about. You have a look at these turns. So that one was the bobble. Then all these other turns, the out and back motion. It's a good motion, but the judges, after she did it a couple of times, probably went, oh, okay, more of the same. Here we go. Bringing it back to the foam. That's the good part of this. Strong bottom turn. There it is again. Anyway, I'm sure you could use a bit of that footage for the debrief, mate, and
exactly, we'll do for sure.
This contest will just get harder and harder.
Yeah, harder and harder.
Yeah.
Do you think the wave's going to be bigger tomorrow or the next day?
Look, I haven't even spoken to any local that could give me some proper advice on that, so I'm going to sit on the fence and not even comment. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I had a bit of a chat with Mikey, one of the judges, this morning, and we actually thought that, yeah, the swell was going to wane somewhat between now and sort of Friday, but the way it's actually showing is it looks like it's probably going to stay in this range, and it's pretty much period stays the same, secondary period on the swell is pretty much the same, so the forecast is still saying 4 to 6 foot. Wow. As such, so you know you can probably almost say, well, that's got to be solid 4 foot for the next couple of days anyway. And after that, well, it's going to be interesting to see where we go with that.
So you guys had a good time so far, Aria?
Yes, this is an amazing place. Like,
how is it?
Yeah, because this is live.
There again, it is live.
Yeah. Oop, oop.
Trying to improve the lead, got to improve on that last wave. That was the 5-4, so I don't think she has.
Yeah, I don't think she has, Yeah, but your question, this island is amazing because when I was, normally here you have a resort island, which is, you don't mingle with the local. But the good thing about this island, about Thulusdhoo, you can mingle in the hotel because it's like, you can mingle with the crowd here, with the locals, everything. Because this is like a public, it's not a private island. So the advantage of staying here is always like, you can meet the local, meet so many nice people here, compared to the other island.
Super cool observation, and I'd back you up 100% on that. I've just been very impressed with how welcome everybody's made us feel. You walk down the streets and it's not event staff, it's even a local person, and they just love to smile and say good day, or say hi.
Exactly.
Well, that was a good heat, and congratulations to dear Natasha taking out the win. So,
Thank you, guys.
We're not finished with you just yet. We'd like you to look down the chute in a moment. We're going to get your head back on the camera, and I'd like you to give a big rev up to some of your team members at home and crew that might be in Bali or Jakarta that are watching right now.
Okay, untuk yang di Indonesia, mari kita support atlet-atlet kita yang berlaga di sini, dan jangan lupa selalu untuk nonton acara ini. Sampai jumpa. Mantap. Thank you, guys.
Cool. That was unreal, Ari. I'm going to
thank you. Thank you.
Well Here is the recap, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back shortly with the men's round 2, the boys, junior boys round 2, just in a moment.
Welcome back to the action here for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. It's been a great day of surfing so far. We began with our Open Men's Division Round 3, started out next after that with our Under 18 Boys Division Round 1, followed by our Women's Open Division. So we got to see the women in the water for the last 4 heats, which was really exciting to witness their skill level. And now we're back into our Under 18 Boys Main Round 2. We've got 3 heats that are going to be hitting the water before we finish off with our last 2 heats of the day, which will be 2 heats of our men's Rapid Charge Round 1 that will be paddling out for the last couple heats of the day. So exciting times here in the Maldives. We've had a great time calling all the action. Shannon Hughes here alongside Afri Amu. It has been so fun to call the action with you today and get so many insights as you're competing, as well as just have personal relationships with so many athletes around the site.
Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate being here with you. We know each other since quite some time from all the World Surfing Games, the last one in El Salvador 6 weeks ago. And yeah, it's been great doing commentary in this event. Cokes, Thulusdhoo, Maldives. It's as good as it gets when it comes to quality waves. We had incredible swell yesterday, little bit of a drop today, but that's also fine because then we can see all the surfers showing their best skills in this type of wave.
Well, out in the water now, kicking it off for main round 2 on the under 18 boys division. Heat number 1, we have Riki Sato of Japan in red, Iko Watanabe of Japan in blue, Master Natri Jariya Watanawajit of Thailand in the green jersey, and Kanoa Heja Palmiano from South Korea in the white jersey. So this is going to be an exciting heat to watch.
Absolutely. And look, we got the 2 Japanese surfers who we know they're ripping. We have Kanoa surfing, a non-Japanese surfer, Kanoa from Korea. And we also have Natri surfing here. And live action for Surfer in White, Kanoa.
Kanoa up and riding. Great re-entry to start things off on his backhand. He's a really strong competitor coming out of South Korea. We saw him put together a great display of surfing at the World Surfing Games just a few weeks ago. And now he's taking all that excited energy into a strong finish for his opening ride.
And one of the rare surfers who actually making the last wave at the end section. And here we got the replay from our Japanese surfer, Riki Sato, doing the smooth, clean technique surfing, nice hit off the lip, work himself through. Couldn't make the last bit, but that will still be a good score. This is the wave from the green surfer, Natri from Thailand. You can see he's reading the wave correctly. Wanted to do, I think, a little bit more of a re-entry. Couldn't get his board out, and on the second wave couldn't make it again. Lacking a little bit of a deeper bottom turn, but on a fast wave like this, it's difficult to really make the call for a deep bottom turn.
So a couple of scores to come through from that first exchange. We're just waiting for it from the panel. And for Natri's family tuning in back at home in Thailand, we do apologize. In the last heat that we called together, we were referring to him as Master, but that's actually his title. So Master Natri is in the lineup, and we're not sure where he got his title from, but we're going to be hunting that information down this week.
Absolutely, because he's still young. I mean, I'm really curious to hear what kind of master you can get in such an early stage of life, but we will find out why his ID has also that, that title of a master in. So coming back to Kanoa, the surfer from Korea, youngster, I had the chance to surf with him a couple of free surfs in La Bocana in El Salvador because he was traveling there with his dad, and this guy's stoked. He loves surfing. You can see that. Like he was out there every day in the heat of El Salvador, a heat that even the surfers from Saudi Arabia, the ones from Maldives, were complaining about because that heat was brutal. But Kanoa didn't care. He went out there day after day, session after session, and you can see the progression. I mean, already now he's made himself easily pass through the first round, surfing now round 2 at the sub-18 Asian Surf Championships in Thulusdhoo, Coke Surf Spot, in the beautiful surrounding with his crew from Korea and all the other surfers.
He opened up with a 6-point ride for Kanoa, so sets himself up in second as Riki has dropped in a 7.33 for his first wave. So Riki currently sitting in the lead. Iko with a 2.5 and Natri with just a 2 on the board so far. 17 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And Sounds like we have Kayla Moore ready to go down on the beach, so let's go down and catch up.
I'm here with Team Lebanon's Lena from the last heat. Tell us what it was like coming to the Maldives to join and represent your country here at the Asian Surfing Championships.
It's such an honor to be here and to represent my country, Lebanon. I've been surfing for 12 years. I started surfing in Lebanon. Our waves are definitely not as consistent or as strong as the waves in the Maldives. But I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to learn more about the waves, about, you know, like how to surf properly, actually. It's quite different, and it's amazing to see the whole community here and to share some good times.
I agree, the local community here is amazing and very welcoming. What is it like surfing in Lebanon? Tell us a bit about your waves, about the surf culture, and about other women surfers there.
Yeah, so our waves are not as consistent. However, we get proper swell in winter. This is when we get kind of world-class waves. Unfortunately, you have to wear a wetsuit for that. But yeah, I started surfing there, and I think, you know, like anyone can pick it up in our country. When I first started, there wasn't a lot of women in the sport. It was very still underground, and I think with the years, you know, like people started to get to know more about surfing in Lebanon and join our community. We're very welcoming, which is something that's not maybe available in other countries where they have a lot of surfers in the water. So I think it's a pretty good country to start surfing and to enjoy, you know, the sport.
Well, it definitely sounds very welcoming. What are some ways that women can get involved and how they get involved with your surf community that you're talking about?
Yeah, so I mean, again, when I first started, there weren't much women surfing. But we're trying as much as possible, you know, to especially support the young girls. I think it would be interesting to add the sport in our schools so that they can, you know, start talking more about it, maybe, you know, get more comfortable and just, you know, doing it.
Amazing, yes, and get through the ranks as people progress through their education as well, and look forward to seeing it develop in your country more. And thank you for sharing your message. Is there anything else you'd like to share?
No, I'm just very happy to be here. I hope I made my team proud and my coach as well.
Most definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kayla. That was a great interview with Lena and just learning more about the Lebanese surf culture. The fact that it was pretty underground when she began, especially for women being included in that conversation, and now that it's a full movement happening.
Absolutely. What a humble girl. What a nice interview. So cool that we have surfers like this competing here. And there you can see, wow, look at Kanoa, incredible. Nice. He's really charging, you know, not trying to make a, I don't know, like nice, easy roundhouse cutback. No, instead he's going for the deep bottom turn and really trying to hit the lip and even making the last section, the last bit. So that was his first wave, a successful wave for him.
That was his 6-point ride. So for Kanoa, currently sitting in the lead, he did have a quick kind of throwaway score, but right now it has him with a heat total that's higher. A 1.5 behind that puts him just ahead of Ricky Sato. Ricky, though, with a score to drop, so it's likely to change that situation as he just needed to stand up, essentially, to get what his requirement is. Let's see what he did as he stood up.
There you go. He's pumping the line, waiting for the right moment. Bam! Hitting the lip and landing it. Trying to get... Oh, okay. Then he saw the wave was just too fast. But that one maneuver already was the deal. That was already what gave him all the scores.
So single maneuver, still waiting for that score to drop through, but he'll take the lead with that one for Team Japan. Comes from Chiba originally, loves surfing in Shita, and he loves fishing as well. So dream location for someone like Ricky to be traveling to here in the Maldives, knowing that he's got amazing surf. And if the surf goes flat, which it may do somewhere in the waiting period here, he's got some great fishing opportunities as well.
Full waterman. And if he doesn't know by now, I will tell him to also not forget the snorkel and the diving, because that is world-class too here in the Maldives. It's just crystal clear. You know, you sit out there in cokes and you look down and you see all the coral, all the fish, fortunately also the sea urchins, but at least you're aware of it. So if you want to go for a beautiful holiday with all different sorts of water activity, these islands are the place to go.
So much opportunity here. We heard from Aya, one of the women competing for the Maldives, a marine biologist, about the work she's doing to preserve coral, to preserve the coral life and to restore the areas where they've had that bleaching and they have begun to die. And so it's great to know that there is a lot of that local work here on the ground, or actually in the water. As we take a look at Natri now, with an opportunity in front of him, goes for that big first turn, just gets caught by a bit of that kind of wobble on the face of the wave, which has looked pretty challenging today.
Yeah, it is. I think the mistake he did here, you'll see, is the front part of his board just hit the wave and then he fall over. But still, he's trying his best. It is a little bit challenging right now. That's true, because it's so different to what these guys and women and girls were surfing the last days. We had quite an impulse up until yesterday. The day before was huge. So now adjusting to the size makes it a little bit different. You know, if you have that big swell, you don't have to pump too much. The wave just pushes you. Whereas here, you do have to work a little bit yourself. But yeah, every wave you surf here, you helps you to understand the wave better. So they still have plenty of time, plenty of opportunity to master the wave.
Still 11 minutes on the clock. Ricky currently sitting in the lead. Now the other Japanese surfer in the water is down into fourth, Iko Watanabe, with just a 2.50 heat total, just the single score on the board actually for him. He's been pretty patient through this. He is sitting with that second priority next to his name. First priority is sitting with our second place surfer in Kanoa. And priority has been really important within this event, because when those sets come through, there's a lot of opportunity if you're on the right one for some big scores. Natri now up and riding. Check turn to start. Really frothy section. Challenging to maintain his control, but he's able to kick out. And it looks like we've got another surfer in white Kanoa now up and riding. So quick turn out the back. Sloppier section in the front as well, as he looks to get a little bit more in the score line. But he's already got that 6 on the board, and anything he can do to increase on that makes it even more challenging. But at the moment, given the very small scores, Afri, that we have for both Natri and Iko, their requirements are in the 5-point range.
Right. You can see back-to-back waves for Natri, trying to get the score that he needs. On this one, he tries to surf a little bit more conservative, not wanting to waste too much energy paddling back, losing the priority, 10 minutes left. And then wave after of Kanoa, which I'm sure we'll see soon, he's trying his best to get rid of his score of 1.5 to cement his position, or even try to get to first position and drop Ricky to second.
Scores to come through now. A 197 for last of Natri. Does jump into his top 2 scores. However, his requirement has changed as Kanoa's dropped into 2.23 for his last wave. So the requirements jumped up to a 6.23 for our Thai surfer, Natri, as Iko is now up and riding. So this is the wave he's been waiting for. Nice snap to start. Drives hard off the bottom and pushes through the tail. Nice big wrap back into the pocket on that second turn and drifts that tail for a moment as well. Linking it together nicely. Can't find the finishing section, but got a lot of important work done in the beginning.
Absolutely. Patience pay off. Patience is gold.
Now Ricky up and riding. Nice snap to start. Flicks that tail around as well. Up into the lip. Dynamic, challenging maneuvers that he's throwing down. Nice slide around. You can see a bandage on his knee as well. I'm wondering if he connected with the reef at some stage during his free surfs or even during competition so far.
That or his beautiful footwork, which we will see in the replay, maybe causes that. But there we go. Surfer in blue. Japanese surfer waiting long time for his second wave, but it paid off. As you can see, clean technique, roundhouse cutback. All the board is out, almost the fins. So showing all his repertoire, small little turn there, but unfortunately couldn't make his last maneuver. Nevertheless, he had plenty of maneuvers on that wave, so that will be a big score for our surfer from Japan.
So some important scores to come through for both Japanese competitors, Ricky and Iko, out in the water. Down to 7 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. Now Kanoa's I would say now he's in a questionable position, because we know Iko's wave is going to be strong. We know that Ricky's going to improve on his backup score of the 3.67 as well. But Kanoa with an opportunity here in front of him. Great opening turn. Drives straight through the pocket. Nice and 12 o'clock. Second hit as well. Into a critical section, and that was very well timed.
Beautiful.
In sync, 3 back-to-back turns.
Right. He felt the urge. He was aware of it, that the Japanese surfer, Iko, most probably had a good wave because he was waiting for long. He saw him surfing before, so Kanoa knew he had to, well, go for a risky maneuver, and that's exactly what he did. 3 maneuvers, all under the lip. That will be a big score for him. Definitely will drop his second wave of a 2.39. So let's see what the situation will be.
Kanoa's got a strong history of competing already, but his goal is really to become one of the best surfers in Asia to qualify for the Elite Challenger Series, which would then lead him onto the championship tour. So it's awesome to see that at just 15 years old, he has big goals set in front of him, and he's doing well to work his way through the heats that he's been surfing in so far here at the Asian Surfing Championships. He did share with us that it's the very first time that South Korea has put together a juniors surfing team, and it's the first time for them competing here at the Asian Championships.
Right. And plus, he is the nicest guy around. Such a talented boy that is humble and nice. You just want to, sit down and talk with him. So I really enjoyed the time that we had together in El Salvador. We were staying at the same place, so always had breakfast together and a surf session.
Oh,
so
that's so good.
Absolutely. I'm really happy to see how, even after that short amount of time, 6 weeks, his surfing even progressed. So I see a bright future for this kid.
Incredible. It's so fun getting to go on these trips and to connect with surfers from different parts of the world and to hear more about their stories and, the challenges or just the experiences that they're having of surfing maybe within their culture, especially if it's nations that are sort of trailblazing surfing. And of course, South Korea's had great waves for a long time, and there's been some great surfers to come out of there as well. As we take a look here at Natri, going in for a big re-entry for Team Thailand and unable to pull out of it. Scores to come through, and Iko now up and riding and tucked into the barrel. It looks like he was clipped. I don't see him tracking through in the blue jersey anymore.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. It looked like it was closing, but there was still a blue jersey inside the barrel. But yeah, that was a little bit too fast for our barrel specialist, Iko. Coming back to Kanoa, it's really interesting to see all the Korean surfers, because they have Japan right around the corner, one of the most known surfing nations worldwide, definitely in Asia, and then also China putting so much focus on surfing. But the Koreans are saying, hey, wait a sec, don't forget us. We have waves. We know how to surf. So there you go, Kanoa being an ambassador for Korean surfing.
Less than 5 minutes remaining on the clock, still waiting for some scores to drop through. Ricky currently sitting in the lead, improving on his 3.23 with a 3.67. Kanoa with that 2.23 as his backup score. And Iko with a score to drop as well.
Here you can see the Japanese team, all still very young, but that doesn't mean they don't know how to surf. It's the opposite. Very professional, coming early, analyzing the spot. They're always very sharp in what they do. So very organized team, and it pays off.
And of course, for Team Japan, the pride of having been the nation to represent surfing for the very first time on the Olympic level at Tokyo 2020. They're at Shirigasaki Beach, Shirigasaki Olympic Surfing Beach. It was an incredible, to be able to see surfing rise to that level of international competition at, the kind of greatest sporting showcase of different sports around the world at the Olympics.
And even winning 2 medals. Silver medal, right, for Kanoa. And then female, it was bronze.
The bronze medal for Amuro.
Right, there you go. Shannon, you were commentating during the Olympics. How was that?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was such an insane experience to be there on the ground and to be able to just see our friends, able to see them walk away with medals. To be Olympians in the first place, but then also to be Olympic medalists was a pretty special thing to be able to witness. And Japan did incredibly well there to get 2 of their surfers on both sides of the draw, men's and women's, into the medal rounds was really, really special.
But you're also an Olympian commentator. Hey, you should do one of those ring tattoos.
Yeah, I don't think we qualify that if we're not competing in the event, but I'll take that one. It's definitely something that I'm quite stoked with as far as my career goes. Let's take a look at some replays here because we have got some scores coming through, and at the moment, Iko's jumped himself up into that third place position.
Right. You see, every maneuver is different. He's showcasing everything that he got. Well, I'm sure he got even much more than that, but unfortunately for him, it's the last bit that didn't allow him to finish his maneuver. Also, you can see surfer in red, Japanese surfer Ricky on the replay.
Couple of great scores that are coming through from this exchange now. So the judges took a little bit of time. They were watching those replays, really dissecting things. This one for Ricky jumps through at a 7.93, but the last of Iko that we just saw was an 8.67. So we've got an excellent score on the board, as we see Ricky finishing off on the inside. But Kanoa's wave, also exceptional. Taking a look at this one, drops through as a 7.93 and holds him in second place position.
Look at him. He's right underneath the lip and goes for him. Bam! Spray there, bottom turn, and again, bam! Doesn't care if he falls on the sharp reef on top of the urchins. No way. Bam! He goes for it.
Incredible consequence to each of those maneuvers, throwing in that risk, meaning that if he falls on one turn that he's going so risky on, he loses opportunity on the rest of the wave. Then we saw this one from Iko. So scores to drop. We're not sure where it's going to fall through. We do know that it needs at least a 5.26 in order to get the advancing spot, and this wave's looking pretty favorable.
Yeah, look at him. He doesn't lose any speed whatsoever. The transitions are so smooth, so super clean technique.
Goes for the layback on the finish as well. This is going to be a really interesting to see who walks away with that second place position. So scores to drop. Ricky Sato currently in the lead with a couple of 7s. Kanoa in that third place position with a 7.93 as his last wave, a 6.0 as his opener, which holds in for his top 2 waves. We're still waiting for a couple scores to drop through for Iko, but we do know that he was able to find himself an 8.67 for his previous ride. And for Natri of Thailand, he hasn't been able to scratch himself out of the 2s so far, but we do have a couple scores to drop through. So we're going to have to wait till after the buzzer sounds to get an actual result for who's going to be advancing through. As we see Ricky now flying down the line, sets that rail, looking sharp as ever. Great hit to the second section and throws a lot of spray, drives through that third turn, now sets himself up here on the inside, looking really hungry and wanting to showcase his surfing to the world here at the Asian Surfing Championships. So the buzzer has sounded. Let's take another look at this one as we've got scores to drop around the board.
Look at his footwork. I mean, everything he does is so clean, but the footwork is amazing. Look, like transitioning, like having his back foot straight on that fast roundhouse cutback, and again, like it's amazing to watch these guys surfing. I know that they're training a lot, and also the static waves, you know, like we're all familiar with the dynamic waves, indoor waves too, but those static waves, you know, that wave that doesn't move, that actually allows you to fine-tune your technique, and the Japanese teams, they're definitely making use of this, and this is where you learn how to, you know, do the right calls with your footwork, and you can do it again and again and again in the same conditions, and this is the outcome of it. This is how, well, that pays off, as you can see with Ricky Sato.
That's such an interesting point, one that I haven't thought much about when it comes to training in surfing, but it makes sense because you are able to just literally do the same maneuver over and over and over again, which is really great to see. So we are still waiting for scores to come through. We're not entirely sure who it is that's going to be advancing because Iko had a great wave to finish. He may jump the spot over Kanoa. Ricky with another score as well. But we do have our recap ready to go, so we'll give you those results when we get back. Welcome back to action here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. We are into main round 2, heat number 2, but I do want to give the update on the results from that last heat because we had a change up. Iko Watanabe dropped in a 7.83 for his last wave, which jumped him from 3rd up into the lead. Ricky Sato jumped from the leading position down into 2nd, and that unfortunately knocked Kanoa, the South Korean, down into that 3rd place position. So it'll be Noah and Natri for Team Thailand that'll be falling into the rapid charge round, but they will have another chance. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside of Afri Amu. It's been great to call the action with you, and we just saw such incredible surfing that last heat.
Yeah, that heat was insane. Up until the very last bit, it wasn't clear what will happen. All 3 surfers, well, more than deserve to proceed. But again, they have another chance, not only Kanoa, but also Natri. We have the rapid charge rounds. This is why this format is so cool. You know, if you are in a heat where you can't show your best surfing or whatever the reasons are, you have another chance. All good. You know, surfers traveling all over Asia, coming from the Far East, like Korea. Then we have surfers from Palestine, from the Far West, Central Asian surfers, Mongolia, for example. They're all traveling from these faraway places. So give them at least the second chance, eh?
Yeah, it's incredible to be able to see those second chances available with a rapid charge round. And now we're on and rolling through into heat number 2. On the board, we have 2 surfers from Sri Lanka, 1 surfer from the Maldives, and 1 surfer from Chinese Taipei. John Chan from Chinese Taipei, Kailash Mason from Sri Lanka, Mohammed Inan Abdul Hanan of the Maldives, and Kanapathe Ramesh J. Hailar from Sri Lanka. So this is going to be a great heat.
Yep. And actually, you can almost say John Chan being the only non-local, because the Sri Lankan surfers, it's around the corner. You know, like the southern atolls of Maldives are further away from Cokes than Sri Lanka. So these guys, they travel both. Like the Maldivians travel to Sri Lanka, Sri Lankan travel to Maldives. They know what they're surfing. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting heat because John Chan, he also knows how to surf. He might not have the experience of surfing Cokes as the others have, but he surfed a lot of waves in his life, and yeah, I'm sure if the waves will be the same as they were in the last couple of hours, this heat is going to be an interesting one.
That's a great point as well, because John, of course, representing Chinese Taipei, born and raised there, but has moved to California with his family in recent years and now lives in Southern California in Encinitas. So he is very far from home, coming back to surf in the Asian region. The Maldives is about a 12-hour difference, so opposite sides of the planet from Southern California, where he is currently calling home. As we see him there with a quick duck in and out, he had some great style coming into his waves over the last heats that we've been able to see from him surfing so far. So a quick kick in and out. And as we wait for that next set to roll through, we can hear that Kayla is ready to go down to the beach. So let's check up with the surfer from that last heat.
I'm here with Team Thailand's Natrai. How was being here? What is it like surfing in your country? If you can share a little bit about the waves.
Yeah, being here is amazing, so amazing. I get to surf with a lot of people and get to surf world quality waves. And yeah.
Yeah, so is it similar to your home, or how are the waves in comparison?
Oh, it's not thing like my home. My home is beach break, and here's point break. Waves here are a lot faster.
Yes, they're quite different. Tell us how you got into surfing, how old you are, and what your passions are.
I started surfing when I was 12, and I just love surfing. I just want to surf every day.
Amazing. Well, keep surfing every day, and you will definitely keep improving, and we will enjoy watching you in the next couple rounds.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So much as we take a look at live action here with John Chan, setting himself up for this opening turn, looking really good as he goes from rail to rail, and he'll duck out. Nice to hear from, throughout this event, we've been hearing a lot from surfers that haven't taken the wins in their heats, but really getting to know every surfer that's represented at this event and from the different nations as we take another look at this one from John.
I like how much he compresses when he goes down. You definitely see that he's surfing in Southern California where you don't have the biggest wave, so you really have to make sure that you have that extra push which comes, for example, from that compression. But yeah, to build up on what you just said, Shannon, exactly. So you saw Kayla interviewing Nasri here, who was fourth in his last heat, and normally, from the WSL or the ISA, you would expect only hearing an interview with the first ranked, but we're here, we want to do it differently, because the Asian Surfing Championship is, for us at least, not just another event. It's special because it's a region where you haven't seen that much surfing all around the continent in the past. And in that spirit, we want to give the chance to all surfers from all over the world to tell their story, to share their country, their joy of surfing, their passion of surfing. So since we are going to see and hear a lot of the surfers who proceed within the next rounds, we really want to have the chance to listen to the other surfers. So I love that Kayla is doing those interviews.
Yeah, I really enjoyed them as well. Just getting to know, if we've talked to a couple surfers from the same nation and heard a little bit about the background. Of course, every individual has their own story, and we're so excited to tap into that with surfer after surfer. But it's been really great to hear from different nations, to be able to hear a little bit about what that dynamic looks like among the team. And it's been fun as well to have some of those team coaches and managers in the booth today to be able to share even more insights. So we're going to be doing the best we can as well for our audience listening in to give even more interesting content, to really be able to search down those stories, because a lot of it is stuff that you and I maybe wouldn't be so familiar with ourselves even. Talking to the team manager from Saudi Arabia, now understanding the influence that surfing getting into the Olympics has had on the Saudi Arabian government and what they're doing to pour into surfing there, like building 3 new wave pools. Those are all such interesting things, so it's been really fun to get to know some of the stories behind the individual surfers, as well as just behind the nations as a whole, and to see where the push is from their surfing federations. Hopefully they've been able to connect and get some funding from their national Olympic committees as well to grow surfing in these some of these nations that are lesser known surfing nations.
Right. And all you out there hearing this, I'll tell you something in a sec, but before that...
Oh, Mohammed with a nice quick in and out. He had a great heat win earlier on today, so we'll be looking to see if he can find himself with another one, but continue with what you were saying.
Right. Come and engage with us, follow us on social media, write it in the chats. Nice little jump there, Cenk. Because... at the end of the day, it's you we are talking to, it's you whom we want to provide the information. You are going to see all the surfers from different nations. So if you have any questions or recommendations, feel free to leave some comments. We are actually trying our best to make it as interesting as possible for you guys out there.
As we take a look at some live action now here with Kanapathe for Team Sri Lanka. Driving down the line, nice wide stance as he goes in for that first lip line floater, and nearly rides out, gets a little too bumpy there for him to kind of find that acceleration out of the foam, unfortunately. Right. But we'll take another look at it here.
On his backside, he could have twisted his upper body a little bit more to be fast on that wave, because that is a very fast wave, but still trying to, he managed the floater, but was a little bit too late for his final maneuver. Still, you can see why this surfer from Sri Lanka won his last heat in a very competitive heat, because he knows how to accelerate.
Scores to come through for this first of Kanapathe, which would be out of the strength of that first turn, of course incomplete on the second. Now talk to us about the way waves are judged, because we, looking at surfing, you may think, whoever does the most turns gets a score. Whoever catches the most waves wins the heat. But how does it actually work in a heat? As a competitor yourself, break it down for us.
Quantity does play a role, but what is much more important is obviously quality. And surfing a wave like this, it's especially how critical you surf it. So here in Cokes, we have 2 major sections, the outside and the inside. And some waves go all the way through. Now that the swell dropped a little bit, you have to sort of pick the spot that you want to surf on. And as you can see, we have some of those very fast waves and then the not so fast waves. So if you manage to do good on the fast waves, obviously you will get a higher score.
As we take a look at some live action here with Kailash, Sri Lankan, looking really snappy on his backhand. Great third snap coming in for a fourth. Able to drive off the bottom. Goes for a little chop hop, reverse, unable to ride out complete, but throwing a little variety. We'll see if he's able to land something of that later on.
Yeah, right. You could here, for example, you can see he definitely went for quantity. Apart from his last wave, he went for those turns with spray. Couldn't get his board all the way up, but still was doing 4 different maneuvers before he tried his nice little jump there. Couldn't finish it. So let's see how the judges will score that. But coming back to the judging, we have some of the best judges with our head judge, Perry Hatchett, definitely one of the very best judges out there, most experienced judges. So what they are looking for is different criterias. One is, how critical are you surfing? How close are you underneath the lip? How vertical do you go up? What is the maneuver you do? How difficult it is? So it's all about quality. With one clean, critical, major maneuver, you can get a better score than with 4 medium kind of maneuvers.
Taking a look at this last one for John. Unfortunately, just gets his weight a little too far forward. But yeah, that's a great breakdown, you know, noting that the quality is more important than the quantity. Of course, if you can manage to string together 3 or 4 incredible turns, you're looking at a great score. But you can also get a really solid score off of that single maneuver. Best 2 waves count. I think I saw the Beach Marshal. There's a 12 wave max as far as wave catching. As we take a look at Mohammed flying down the line, he is going so fast right now. Snap off the top of the lip, looking to set his line here, and just comes unstuck, but managed to finish out that last turn as he was pulling in for another maneuver. So he's staying active, and now he's going to put that second score on the board and really start to challenge for that leading position. A 4.17 drops in for the last wave of Kailash Mason of Sri Lanka, and he takes the lead.
There you go. Still almost more than 14 minutes left, so plenty of time for all the surfers to, well, at least make it to second position or even kick Kailash from the first position.
Kailash currently sitting in the lead. He took out the under 18s division in an event called the Red Bull Ride My Waves, so he's got some great competitive experience. And here we go with our surfer in the blue jersey. Take a look at that replay now. Judges taking their time to drop the score.
I mean, you can see he's got a very loose skill there. Probably needs to compress a little bit more, especially in the transitions, to not, well, have that wobble in his surfing. But he does generate the speed, but the last section was just closing. Nothing he could have done there.
Surfer in red now up and riding. Kanapathe. He is doing a good job on his backhand here. Oh, dynamic turn, sets himself up here under the lip, and he'll ride out clean. So he's looking to increase on his first wave, which was just a 2.77. So anything he drops in now is going to help him get himself into that second place position. He is British Sri Lankan, half British, half Sri Lankan, has been surfing since age 6, so he spent the majority of his life as a surfer. But this is his very first time representing Sri Lanka on the international stage, which is exciting to see him getting to be in the mix with surfers like this. Kailash Mason for Team Sri Lanka as well. He's done well to hold on to the lead. Goes for another creative finish on the in section as we take a look at Mohammed trying to find a little bit of a cover up here, and he'll just lose his footing on that opening turn. Nice solid sized wave. So we've got a couple scores to drop through before we can give you a proper situation update. But what we can tell you is that the waves are firing here at Cocos
For
Bay.
sure. What I found interesting is to see the difference in style between the two surfers from Sri Lanka. The surfer in red, Kailash it is, Ramesh, having a very powerful style, really uses his whole body, whole strength, whereas surfer in green, Kailash, being much more smooth. Yeah, you know, they have the variety in their country. They have so many nice waves in Sri Lanka. You have 2 different seasons. There we go. Now we could see some of the waves in the replay. Here we go with our powerful surfer Ramesh, almost forcing the wave. I mean, nice technique, but he might need to work a little bit of his smoothness. Then he can use less energy. With the less energy you use, obviously, the more efficient you will be in the long run. Whereas his compatriot here, having a much more smooth style surfing, backhand. He, on the contrary, would probably benefit to use a little bit more force in his maneuver. So these two should pair up and help themselves, trying his, as you said, creative finish again with that small little jump. And at the back, you can see the surfing green, the local Maldivian surfer. Fortunately, didn't move his head and shoulders early enough to make that last maneuver of his.
All right, so we've got some scores and we've got some situation changes out in the lineup. Currently, our surfer in the red jersey, Ramesh, is sitting in the lead for Sri Lanka. He dropped in a 5.50 for his last wave, which takes him into first. Kailash is sitting down in second with a 4.17 as his high score. He does have his second wave to come through, which had a couple really solid turns on it. A 3.43 is where that one drops in and has him sitting in second place. Now our surfer in the blue jersey, Mohammed, teammate to this guy coming up next. Mohammed has a 3.77 and a 1.7 on the board and leaves John from Chinese Taipei down in fourth position.
Right, and there you can see Yusuf Kayan Hamdan Zaki as the caddy with his Maldivian caddy going out for the next heat, getting final kiss and ready to go for the next heat.
It's been great to see where the local crew has been deciding to paddle out each day. Because most of the time the Maldivians have actually been paddling from the shore right here.
Yep, and you know what? In my heat, I couldn't be bothered to find out what the best place is. I was lucky enough to surf with a Maldivian, so I was just right next to him, behind him, and I was doing the same thing as he does for the entry and for the exit, because these guys know how to avoid the reef. These guys know how to avoid the sea urchins.
Well, you were the sea urchin attached to the Maldivians in that heat, following them around, getting into that positioning. So coming down to 9 minutes on the clock and all scores are locked in. Situation remains the same. Kailash is in a more solidified second place position as he's dropped in a 3.43 for his last one, which does mean the requirements into the 3 and 5 point range for third and fourth place surfers. It's been a big day of competition here. Day number 3. Of course, day 1 ran in pretty sizey conditions. We ran 6 heats of our men's opening round. And unfortunately, weren't able to have the broadcast going, but there's some great highlights footage from that day 1 of competition. Yesterday, kicked things off through the afternoon, capitalized on the conditions after that low tide bottomed out, and had some really solid surf for our men's main rounds, finishing out main round 1 and then into main round 2. And then today it's been fun to see every division aside from the under 18 girls division out in the water.
Still to come. But yeah, we really want to make use of this day. It's a long day. Reason being, we don't want to see this surfers just paddling, because this is what happens if we let them surf during the outgoing tides on a bigger day. But today the size is good enough to see this surfers surfing here.
Mohammed with a great snap to start, heading around the section, looking for that open face once again. He won't be able to get there, but well composed on that opening section. He's chasing down a 3.84 to get himself into an advancing position.
Right, went for his first maneuver. That made him lose a lot of speed, so he couldn't really deal with with this fast wave. But well, he did manage to do one maneuver, and we will see if that was enough to drop his second score of a 1.78.
So scores to come through for last, a blue, the local superstar here from the Maldives.
7:20 left, and still the surfers from Sri Lanka having the first and the second position. So if it will stay like this, these two surfers will proceed to round 3, and the surfers from Maldives and Chinese Taipei would still have a second chance in the repechage round 2.
Now we will see the very first of our repechage rounds running later this afternoon. We'll have 2 heats for men's repechage round 1, which means unfortunately we will be sending our first 2 surfers home by the end of competition today.
Right, but home doesn't mean that they have to take the flight back. That means that they can enjoy the beautiful Thulusdhoo and the rest of Maldives, have some amazing free surf. If not in Cokes during the competition, then Chickens, which is right next, 2 minutes boat drive, or go to some other world-class spots like Sultan's, less than 20 minutes away. So I don't think they will be too sad having that opportunity, eh?
I agree. I think it'll be a great time for them to just have a little break before heading back home to the busyness that life always has. As we take a look at Ramesh here, great start, opening turn, ditches the fins out but can't hold on to the finish.
Yeah, right. You can see he's a very powerful surfer. I like how compressed he is, but here it was a little bit of a misreading of the wave because he pushes his tail so hard that his fins got out, and that made him lose all his speed, and then he couldn't even land it with the lip. So yeah, he's got the power, he's got the technique with that power. Next thing he has to focus on is to make it more smooth and maybe anticipate the wave a little bit better.
Yeah, that timing is really important in surfing, especially a wave that's so fast. If you're late to the section, then it can be really challenging to pull off the maneuver or that turn specifically. So being on time to each of the sections that you're trying to capitalize on is always an important thing.
Almost 5 minutes, exactly 5 minutes left for this heat number 2 of the main round sub-18 boys division.
Now I'm curious to see if we're going to see John get himself onto a good set here. He's sitting with priority. He's had 3 attempts, but he hasn't been able to get himself out of that 2.5 range. Where in his heat earlier today, he put together some really exceptional surfing. I'm hoping that we see him get an opportunity where he finds that open face and is really able to showcase the surfing that he's been working on back at home.
Absolutely. And as you said, I love that he's wearing the helmet, the Simba helmet, because it does protect you from injuries. You know, oh, there we go, surfing green.
Kailash now up and riding, looking to hold on to that second place position, maybe take the lead away. Great opening turn, throwing a bit of his own flair and style into things. Kicks away quickly, little scissor kick to get that board far away from his feet as we take a quick look at the replay.
High line for Kailash, going down, touching the board on his bottom turn and snap there. I wonder if his fins are small, because it seems to be super loose the way he surfs.
Yeah, that's a really good call for equipment. It's been great to see and sort of, have a little look at some boards on the racks. There's a great setup in the kind of competitors area by the beach marshal, where there's racks there that all the surfers can throw their boards into. Some surfers that are newer to surfing, have started surfing in the last few years, maybe riding equipment that's a little bit bigger, and then those that have more experience riding your more traditional high-performance shortboards. As we take a look at John here, this is the wave he's been waiting for. He's staying low and compressed, driving through each of those turns, small wave surfing, and he's looking really good as he finishes off on the inside.
Absolutely. And what a beautiful technique, almost like Japanese style technique. You can see he worked a lot on his surfing. Definitely, I'm 100% sure he's having a coach teaching him, because you can't surf as clean if there's not somebody giving you feedback on how to do it.
So true, and he's only been surfing for 2 years. As we take a look here at Mohammed, with an opportunity to get himself a good score, nice cutback, setting himself up here for an important moment, and he gets that finish, feels it. He can hear his team cheering for him. Love that little claim with a clap.
Yeah, this heat is, well, we got less than 3 minutes left, but it's still super exciting. Everything is open. Everybody can still make it. So the last couple of waves, they will be important to see who will proceed to the next round and who goes to the repechage rounds.
So 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Scores to come through for last of green and last of white. Both very important scores, as well as the score now for last of blue. For white, that's going to be the one I think that really factors into, the situation within this heat. As we take a look here at Ramesh, trying to solidify himself in the leading position. Maybe a mistake there. Didn't need to go for a wave of that quality without the opportunity to really build on the scores he already has, because he's sitting in the lead.
Exactly. His second wave being at 2.4. I think he wanted to show his capability. We saw it already. He is a good surfer, but probably that wasn't the right time to broadcast that. He probably should have gone safe to really solidify his first place. But then again, his first score was quite high, so he feels comfortable enough to go for a risky maneuver. 2 minutes left. Let's see if it was a mistake or not.
All right, so scores to come through. We're waiting for last of our heat leader, Ramesh, in red. We've got a score in for last of Kailash of 4.17. Has him sitting in second place position for our surfer in green. Surfer in blue with a score to drop, and surfer in white. White currently chasing a 5.84 to get himself into second. And let's take another look at this last one.
We see his compression and boom, hitting it. You see with the spray how powerful he surfs, and that was too vertical for that size and for this slope. So I reckon he will have another look on this wave, and hopefully in his next heat he will do a different call in the same situation.
So scores to drop, still waiting. Kailash now with another opportunity. Nice snap on his backhand. More open face wrap for the second. Finally pulls off a little chop pop rotation and throws a little flare on the finish here. So he'd be feeling good even to complete that. We'll see where the judges go with it. It won't be anything too extreme, but that bit of variety is always nice to see. Now Mohammed up and riding, looking to keep himself in the mix. This has been a really exciting heat, a little bit of back and forth, not any huge scores really being dropped down, but that's kept it even more exciting knowing that it's really close between the entire field.
Yeah, there you go. Surfer for Sri Lanka having a loose, almost casual style. I like the coolness of it. And there you go. Finally, he made the move he was trying so hard. And it feels like almost that was all he wanted to do, because right here he could have still tried to do another maneuver, but he was like, nah, I got what I wanted to do. Should be enough, so let's go.
Scores to come through. We're actually waiting for multiple scores. So the really important one we've been waiting on was John Chan of Chinese Taipei. Drops into 7.00 for his last wave. Low, compressed, in the pocket surfing. Excellent. Well, not excellent, but nearly excellent with a 7-point ride. Takes him into first. We are still waiting now for scores to come through for last of red, green, and blue to see how that final situation will unfold. Roughly 4 points as the requirement, or just over 4-point rides for each of them to be able to move their positioning either into the lead or into that second place position. We're going to go to a quick heat recap, and when Mark and Mal come back into the booth, they'll give you the results from this last heat.
Okay, here we are, everybody. We're back. It's Mark Clifton, Mel Caithness, going to take us through the last heat of the main round for the boys under 18s. So this is round 2 for the boys. So it's a big deal, and we are looking at Kaisi Adachi in the white, representing Japan. Srikanth D doing it for, I think it's Sri Lanka. It is. It's India. He's out there in the green. In the red for, let me see, Japan, it is Yusuf Koya Hamzad Zaki. I'm not sure he's Japanese, but Taro is the surfer in red. Taro Taki is the surfer in red. So blue is actually Yusuf. He is a Maldivian surfer. So that is the makeup of this heat, and they're ripping straight into it. Surfer in the red is Taki Taro, sorry, tongue twister. Taro Takai doing it for Japan. This is him. So, Mel, here we are, the last heat for the boys. It's been pretty impressive division.
Oh boy, has this ever been a really, really good division. Both of the last heats, Mark, have been excellent surfing, and boys are really bringing it and crushing it here at Thulusdhoo at the main break at Cokes and Colas.
And do have some results from that last heat, everybody, just to make it official. John Chan did take it out, the surfer in white from Chinese Taipei. 7-point buzzer beater to win the heat over red from Sri Lanka, Kanapathe. So in third was green, and fourth was Mohammed in the blue.
All right, blue up and riding here. So, yeah, not much happening there. Blue's just overcooked that little turn there and has elected to kick out. So, meanwhile, out wide, Mark, it looks like surfer in white. Who have we got, mate?
White, it is Kasai Adachi from Japan, 15 years of age. Riding his slated design 5'7". Favourite wave he's calling Haleiwa. Shades of that out here at times by the look of it.
And look, it's just a slugfest going on here right now. Red answering back with a great couple of quality turns and then crushes the end section. Red's going to be happy with that. It'll be interesting to see that on the replay and what your take is going to be on that, mate. 2
Japanese surfers going back to back, and I think we saw green in the mix there as well, which was Srikanth D out of India. We've got 1 Maldivian, 2 Japanese. The Japanese are in red and white. The Indian surfer, Srikanth, is in green, and Yusuf, the Maldivian, in blue. So let's have a look at Yusuf's wave here. Bit of a boggy cutback, not much going on there for him. An absolute throwaway, in fact, white now. So it is Kasai.
So up underneath the lip, good 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock slam there. Next turn goes glide on that section. Puts the monoshock in on that board there, lands it, but then just overcooks that last turn. So 2 good turns, third turn won't count. This is the one I like, mate. Over to you.
For sure. Like a bigger wave, clean, open face, really helping himself to some big old hits. Really good timing, positioning of the surfboard, great read on that wave with a perfect finish. Probably going to go, you know, close to maybe excellent. It was pretty good surfing. I think it'll be somewhere in the 7 range, and green just went down for the count. So Srikanth is going to have to use his wave choice a little wiser.
Phew. Red.
What a way to start a heat.
Oh
my God, a lot going on.
Boys came out swinging in that one, and yeah, I'm liking Taro Takai for me. We're going to see where the judges go with that.
Yeah, surely it's going to be heavily rewarded. So there's the judging stand, everybody. Tower out on the end of the boardwalk. Recently been finished and built just for the purpose of this event. Sitting right in front of the Cokes break. The orange tent on the end of that little point out there. It's a tiny little island. It's where quite a few of the punters kind of sit and watch the lineup. Really probably your closest vantage point. A lot of people jump in right there if they want to take on the urchins and attempt to paddle out from that point. That's pretty much where the go-to spot is most of the time. There's Jed Madison on the safety ski right there, corner left of your screen, out of Margaret River. Water Patrol Australia campaigner, got the call up to come and keep the lineup safe, and he's doing a great job.
Absolutely, and a marriage between the Maldivian Surfer Foundation and Perry Hatchett. He's come out, he's spent the last 3 years here, he's been really getting in their corner, was pretty well much the architect behind the construction of this tower on the reef, and we see, here's our man in red. Over to you, mate.
All right, well, wave number 2, maybe wave number 3, I think it is. It's wave number 3, so he's teeing off once again, just slamming away. He's made the most of every opportunity pretty much in this heat so far, and we've only been rolling 6 minutes, 3 waves. That's what we call good rhythm.
You're not wrong.
Hey.
Why not take advantage of it? Here we go on the replay. My turn to have a look. I'm loving this work. Gee, I tell you what. He just gets into that rhythm, as you said, and then just jams hard on that rear foot there, gets that heel side rail engaged, and manages to just pump some power into the tail and the fin section of that blade.
And as we said this morning, and for those that might have only just logged on recently, well, there is a good set coming, but the Japanese surfers have brought their junior team and put them in the Opens.
How is that?
And they're all winning through in the Opens. They're all going to win through here in the juniors. The boys have got a heavy, workload ahead of them, but more surf time you can get out in front, the better. So they're going to have to just pace themselves through this week, because this is one of the major contenders, Taro Takai.
Look at that first turn. That's just to die for. And this second turn here, pinpoint accuracy, laser-guided surfing going on here by the Japanese competitor.
Yep.
And look, he's liking that. A little bit of body lingo going on there.
Tell you what he will like.
He's cool for school.
This number that came through on his second last wave, a 733,
beautiful
is a huge advantage early on in the heat. You know, we were just saying 6 minutes off the clock. He's also backed it up with a 5.67 for that very last ride we just saw, Mel. So adds up to 13 points. The nearest contender in second is his fellow countryman Kasai, and he's only sitting on a 5.17 total. He only has one wave, and that is it. So the Japanese surfer's off to an early start. The Maldivian now, Yusuf, thrashing down the line. We've got Yusuf, is only 12 years of age. The little Grom, he's kind of big in stature, and he's got a big heart because he's having a red-hot dig out of Colombo, Sri Lanka. Resides in Malé, the capital. Mal?
Yeah, no, I'm liking this as well. So, yeah, looking off he's eyeing off the prize down the line here. Here's his major manoeuvre. Yeah. And then just gets underneath the lip there. So 2 manoeuvres, 2 scores will come, or 1 score will come from those 2 manoeuvres.
All right, and we'll get that in a minute. We'll just have a look at this live wave. I know we have Kayla ready for an interview down there, but we might as well stay with the live action here because the Japanese surfers are that good. We've got to watch everything they do because you blink, you're going to miss something pretty good. A well-structured wave again, 4 hits. Thank you very much. While we're waiting for those numbers to drop through, let's throw down to Kayla Moore, and I think she's got a player from the last heat. Over to you. Thanks, Kayla.
Hi, guys. Yes, I have the winner of the last heat, John from Chinese Taipei. How was it coming and winning that heat at the almost final moments?
I was so stressful. Like, I couldn't help myself to catch a wave, but I waited and it paid off. It was so good.
Yes, well, sometimes patience is worth the wait. What was your strategy going into the heat?
I mean, it wasn't that good because the offshore, but I was just trying to wait for the best wave and get the higher score. Yeah, and that's it.
Well, you definitely did that. In the rounds coming up, what do you look forward to in the waves here at Thulusdhoo?
I mean, I've been loving the barrels, and the waves are super good, like way better than at home, but it's super fun.
Awesome. Well, keep enjoying yourself. Don't get too stressed and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Unreal. Good work, Kayla. It's always nice to hear the thoughts of the winners as they come out of the water because they're always beaming, so very cool. Exactly 15 minutes remaining. This is the final heat of our round 2 for the under-18 boys. So they've had a bit of a day, bit of an outing here at Cokes. A couple of rounds will be run and done here for the 18s, but let's have a look at green. So this would be Srikanth D from India. Did you like this wave, Mel?
Yeah, no, there's a few good turns in on this one here, Mark, and yeah, I'm liking it as probably up there, you know, in the top couple of waves, the top sort of 2-3 surfers at the moment. So Srikanth doing a good job on this one here. The Indian team has been a huge surprise for me, and I know you as well. And yeah, we're really liking what they're bringing to the table here at this event.
So 18 years of age, Srikanth, the regular footer there, riding the CI Almerix. National champ, got a few sponsors. One of them is the TT Group. So Srikanth, a bit of a hero there in India. He's bringing his act down to the Maldives and throwing his hat in the ring. See if he can take the crown back to Kovalam, his local beach there in India. All right, the scoreboard, let's have a little look at it. Moving up the leaderboard is Kaisi Adachi. His second wave locks in at a 5:03 Mel. So the Japanese surfers now have owned the 4 best scores of this heat. Srikanth just locked in a 4.67. So the Indian surfer moving into 3rd position. He now needs a mid-5 to get up into 2nd. Kaisi to win, he's going to have to put together at least a 7.83. And Yusuf, the Maldivian surfer, in 4th spot, a 6.97. Make it a 7-point ride, and he moves into 2nd.
Yeah, so if you look at that, Srikanth really only just got to slightly improve on that last wave at this point in the heat to be able to get himself into qualifying position there. So he's knocking on the door. He can burn off a 2.83 there to improve his position. But exactly that, these Japanese surfers, they are just so committed, and they're just sitting there at the moment just waiting to attack. And
well, we've said it before, Mel, they just seem well drilled.
Oh,
they compete well.
They do.
They compete well, they've got really nice styles, and they're machines once they put the race vest on. Here's one of them right now. It is Taro Takai. Wave number 4. Overcooked it a little that time, right on cue as we say they're well drilled and doing all the right things. He goes and throws away a wave.
You know
Mel.
that's going to happen. Up to you again, mate.
Maldivian surfer, the 12-year-old Grom.
You go, little guy. So, yeah, the speed run. Here's the bottom turn. Here's the first major coming up. And, he hooks into that thing. So, the little 12-year-old, I'm willing him along on this wave mark. And, tries to just then get the fin chuck out the back going, but just can't quite get that nose back down the face. So, at 12 years of age, little guy, you are impressing me.
There's a lot
Who have
to
we
like.
got now, mate?
Okay, so this is Srikanth D, the Indian, who is in, at this stage, 3rd position. Oh, nice little kind of variety there for his second move. Winding up now his season end section. He hits it and floats with it and maintains that momentum for a really nice finish. So these replays are going to look good. Surfer in red, this is a throwaway number for Taro. No. He's got a solid lead though. He's got a 7.33 as the highlight of the heat. Yep.
So, yeah, wasted opportunity there for the surfer in red. Doesn't matter at this point. No. Holding a commanding position in 1st place at this point.
Been pretty keen to see the young 12-year-olds replay.
Yeah, no, he's starting to get a gig going there. He's only got to improve on a 1.07, so he's going to definitely do that.
Yep, needed a 6 to go in a 2nd place. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but he did do some pretty strong work on these first 2 turns. So you can see
have a look at it.
His confidence built up here, Mel, as he went along because, you know, he digs in here.
There it
His
is.
second turn was really quite bossy.
Yeah.
No, maybe not that one. The first one was the one.
Yeah. And then you could sort of see his brain engage, and he wanted to see, he knew what he wanted to do, and he was definitely going to give it a crack. And unfortunately, everything just went a little bit awry at the end there, and unfortunately, able to land that manoeuvre. But I like the intent.
So that was
like the intent.
Yusuf Kayan Hamdahan Zaki, 12-year-old, resides in Malay. He's a Rip Curl team rider. Was born in Sri Lanka. Now resides here at Malay. So favourite wave Sultans, and I can understand that.
Yep.
What a ripper.
So here we go. This is the one I wanted to have a look at. This is the Indian guy, and we knew that he only needed to get sort of pretty well much just over a 5 on this to get himself back into qualifying position. I'm sort of thinking this one's on the money. It's either just going to be there or it's just not going to be there. So let's see where the judges go with that. He finishes it. It wasn't a very big wave mark, so that will throw a little bit of a shade on it.
Man, that board his looks that loose. Every turn was just like bordering on a tail slide or a finner or even the floater. He kind of looked like he could have lost it at any point, but, you know, held his momentum to his credit. Got 4 pretty good moves in.
And look at the pit team. They're on the point.
Drops in at a 5.7 into second position, the Indian.
Yeah.
Taro now winding up, heat leader, trying to throw away, I think, a mid-range 5. Takes it to the sky, and the offshore doing him no favours right there. So Taro is trying to burn off a 5.67. Mel?
Yeah, second wave of the set now. The Indian fresh off that +5 thing, and no, unfortunately things don't go according to plan on that. So knew that he didn't have much to lose. He's under priority there, and yeah, just doesn't quite get that right. And now needs to be able to like say, hang on, press the button, reset, let's go back out and get a gig home with this. The beach announcer will be letting him know exactly what he needs, and yeah, the whole thing's been unreal. We've got Che on the beach announcing up there, Mark, at the moment, so it's really good to see how we're able to come here and like train up a lot of these guys and get them going, because the future is all spades for the Maldivian surf.
Yeah, and now the work crew invested in this thing, mate. They're loving it. They're all, there's a lot of them because it's a big budget, big deal event here, the Asian Surfing Championships. We've got a really close heat going on here for second spot, Mel. The Indian surfer is 0.17 ahead of the Japanese surfer.
Oh, wow.
For all important second spot. So it is red first with a strong lead. He's trying to improve on a 5.67. Srikanth, the Indian in green, 0.17 ahead. Here he goes now. So he's got to try and improve on, let me see, a 4.67 to make this worth doing. You have a look how loose this board is. It's a small little thing. I reckon he's packing some tiny fins as well, because it's got a touch of the slippery slideys every time he sort of puts his foot down.
Yeah, well, he's got the flying carpet going, being an Indian surfer here at the moment, so maybe there's not even any fins in that thing.
All rail.
But no, good stuff, India.
So, what does the Japanese surfer Kasai Aduchi needs? Only just over 5 points. A 5.21 would do it. The 12-year-old, the Maldivian, in fourth. He needs a 6.67. His last wave, Mel, was a 3.7. So he's chipping away. He's gotten better with every wave he's ridden. That's a plus.
That's cool.
But now he's got to ramp it up and get over that 6-point mark to challenge for that all-important second spot.
Well, I love the surfing contest and the heat. Kasai in third place. He's got to get something better than the first two waves that he's had.
Here he goes.
So let's see what he's got for us. Will the class go up?
Oh, there's a tube.
Away here. Look at this view from above. Boom, missed that, but oh, he's pulled it off. I'm going to let you see the replay, but yeah, not much going on there. Well, he hasn't got the score.
No, he won't have the score. So he went a long way for not a lot of reward here. So his read on this wave might have been a touch out. He was thinking here like major move, and then he kind of took his time about it, and he took so long he almost kind of overcooked that first turn, and then he's thinking tube, something, needs something else, gets nothing else, turns into a one manoeuvre wave now. So he rode a long wave for that.
Certainly did, yeah.
Probably going to be a
he was waiting
3-ish.
for something perhaps more than was on offer. Blue, mate. What's
12-year-old punk.
Look at him.
He needs a 6.07 here, Mel.
Go, little...
Whoops. You could just see all his Maldivian teammates out there on the boardwalk under the orange tent. Look at him here. He's pretty big for a 12-year-old, really.
Isn't he ever?
So he knew what he wanted to do. He must be that nervous, you know, when you're in the team, you're only 12. He's got to be the youngest member of the Maldivian team on home soil. So there's probably a lot of people that know him, and he's like, oh, I can't kook out here. I've got to do something good. And he's just kind of in the spotlight, and I think he is feeling the pressure here.
Well, you raise a really good point. At 12 years of age, through his love of surfing, he's in an event, he's got his mates here. This is pretty well much a big deal, an international event. So one way or the other, his self-esteem going out of this event is going to be boosted massively. And who knows, mate, maybe one day he might be a pro surfer, but if he isn't, he could end up being a judge or an event organiser or a graphic designer or something that's built around the sport. So yeah, I'm going to wish him all the best, and hopefully I get to see how his trajectory pathway goes.
All right, well, he's got a big future. He's only 12, mate. None of us were doing this at the age of 12, so I take my hat off to him, really.
But the sands of the hourglass are ticking down. We are sub 5 minutes mark, and second and third fight is on.
Yeah, it is indeed. 1.7 separating Srikanth, the Indian in green. We can see him now just starting to move around and search for another opportunity. He needs to improve on a 4.67 to fend off White. Japanese surfer coming into picture right now. That's him sitting up in the white rash vest. Srikanth needs a 7.31 to win or upgrade a 4.67. And old mate in the white there, Kaisi Adachi needs a 5-2-1.
Yeah, so, you know, as I said, that's going to have to be Kaisi's best wave, in fact. He's got a pair of 5s.
Yep.
They're hovering around that amount, but he's going to need his best wave now. I'm really loving this. This is going to be interesting. You'd almost think it's a little mini upset if the Indian guy manages to take this from the more fancied Japanese opponent.
Well, he might be more fancied, but it's just what happens inside the time slot. So
100%.
you know, all the kudos and reputations kind of go out the window once the Rashi's on. It's just who gets the waves, who manages their time and takes their opportunities. It goes Grom. So Yusuf, teammates are yelling and squealing at him out there on the boardwalk. Jamming away now. He's starting to find his groove. The thing shuts down. The little fella, that's not the 607 he needs. But he's competing hard. That's wave number 5.
No, well done. And I don't know, am I seeing a little bit of cool dude there when he takes off here? Does he wipe his nose?
Yep,
He certainly
there he
does.
goes.
Well done, little guy.
A moment to compose himself.
Yep. There it
Sa.
is. Just gives that a little bit of sa action.
Slash in the pocket.
Yep.
It's
Bottom turn, top turn combo. And then, yeah, Yusuf, he out of there.
Well, you know, he's probably sticking to the plan. The coach has said, you know, you get a couple of moves, finish your wave.
Ooh, now
And
this
he
is
did.
going to be interesting. Are they going to call a priority on that? And this could open the door. Priority
Okay, so that was
change on that.
Srikanth that paddled and pulled back.
Yes. Ooh, this is
So
going to be
Marcella up top will have her eye squarely on that and
100%.
trying to dissect whether he'd have to lose priority if he had
I'm
it
thinking,
over.
I'm tipping, yes.
Because that was more than a paddle. He just about went over the falls. So yeah, 2:20 on the clock. He's sitting in second place. I reckon he's pretty nervous, having Kaisi breathing down his neck. Japanese surfer in the white. Look at him all out
did the
there.
sell job on that, frankly, I thought.
This is classic. So we've been talking about the boardwalk out there under the trees, and that was it. That's what they look at.
So cool. How's that little, like, forest, or not forest, but grove of trees that you go through?
Like a
The
little
actual
tunnel, isn't it?
climate changes in that thing, you know? It's a special place.
2 minutes, mate.
Wow.
So real nail biter here. I'm not sure on the priority listings at this stage.
I think this is interesting.
Had a lot of waves caught in this heat, 18 of them.
One surfer here wants this heat to finish like a la right now.
Yeah, green.
There's another surfer there, and look at them. They're going to go and have a bit of a ding-dong at each other here
So
at this one, Mark. Bit of
white-
paddling going on.
White, so look at red sort of
Ooh, look at
beelines
red.
it for green. So Japanese tactics.
So they've gone up the reef here for this.
This is Team Japan. So red says white.
Here
Off
we
you
go. He's rolling the dice. Over to you, mate.
All right, so Kaisi, this is surfing for his life in the qualifying rounds. He doesn't get knocked out of the event. Should he place third? But he wants to advance through. Oh, nice big finner. Geez, he took his chances on that move,
Yeah,
Mel.
I
That was
actually
sick.
thought he's got to do something a little bit special here. You know, there's a whitewater soup in front of him there. Here we go. Let's have a look at it. He's taken off here. He knows he's got to get a mid-face 5. So this is a slow, sleigh turn. That's not going to excite the judges too much. But looking down the line now, he knows he's got to go to the air here. And he just gets that fin ditch pretty well timed.
I liked it.
There you go. Mark likes it. For me, whether or not they're going to go there with that to +5, I'm hesitant.
Pity the first turn was a bit lackluster.
Yes.
You know, he's going to be hoping that turn earns him about 4 points. It might do. It was a pretty tricky manoeuvre. It was pretty tough.
True.
Red, look at the size of this thing,
Oh.
Taro. The only surfer out there who didn't need a wave with 1 minute to go, or 10 seconds to go.
Oh. Get
Stands
out of here.
tall. All right, well, this heat's just about done. I'm not sure of the outcome of it just yet. There will be a very important number to come from Kaisi Aduchi, as the grommet there just signs off, catches the last wave of the heat. So
All right.
in full grom fashion, gets more waves than anybody in the heat.
Let me go through this replay. That first turn there was massive. Now this second turn here, look at this, folks. Boom. Fully just crushes that. And the core strength, the leg strength that the Japanese surfer has. So he's won the heat. We know that. But look, I'm excited, Mark.
Bit of a no-claim there at the end there for Taro. His body language suggested he really liked it. It's all going to come down to this number for white.
Is there an upset in the wings?
I think the number might be in, mate. I think the number is in. No, maybe not. All right, well, that is going to be, either way, the end of our junior round. We are crossing over shortly to our first repechage heat of the Open Men's. We'll enlighten you as to who's in that in a moment. Still yet to confirm exactly the outcome of this heat. For sure, Taro wins it. So let's pencil Taro into first.
Well,
Second, let's go for it, Mel.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, mate, the judges are really working on this. This is a pretty important score, so we know that. And we're still waiting on a score to drop here for
so what we'll do, Mel, is we'll just throw to the recap and we'll come back shortly with that result and then boost into the repechage round.
Good
Back
plan,
in a moment,
buddy.
everyone.
Good plan.
And we are back here this afternoon, live action. It is now the first time we've boosted into our repechage rounds. So let's have a look at this. The surfer in blue is Rakan Tarabuzny from, what was KSA? Let me see. I've got it here. No, I don't.
Saudi Arabia, Mark.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Mel.
Yeah.
So it's actually repechage heat 1, heat 2 for some reason. No, maybe they've got that wrong. That's upcoming. Okay, let's go back to this one. No. Yep. Okay, repo heat 1. Here it is. So that was Natri. Okay, got Natri as a 15-year-old out of Bangkok. So Thailand surfer. That was him in the blue. In the red here on his backhand, Alfred, the Lebanese surfer. Big fella. He's got the matching red board, Mel. Tidy dismount.
And then we've also got Palestine in there too, Mark. So
We have,
yes,
and he's our 46-year-old competitor, Sam, Surfer Sam, we've nicknamed him, and he's out there. The surfer in green said he hasn't surfed for 2 years. He's a solo team member. I'll be looking forward to him, and he's was there. And let's just have a look at the replays again here. So this is officially the 15-year-old out of Thailand, riding his Paisel Ghost. Red, look at Red here. Watch this dismount, Mel. Alfred, he's had enough. You watch this. that'll do. 37-year-old from Beirut. Good work. His local spot is Jiheh in South Lebanon. His favourite wave is La Punta in Zikatala. His biggest achievement in his life is competing in this event, he's saying.
Boom.
Yep,
How good's
so
that?
good. Yep,
No,
classic.
I'm rating that highly.
He's got a quiver of boards though. Geez, he's bought a 5.6, a 5.7, a 5.9 and a 5.10.
And look, I tell you what, with a bloke that big, I reckon he could ride two of those at once.
Maybe that's why he brought them.
One for each foot.
Anyway, Alfred Eli Badra. First of our repechage round. So these are effectively the people that finished in third or fourth yesterday afternoon in the men's round, that first round of the men's. So this is where, you know, there is so much stoke involved in this, because these are all the people that are kind of inexperienced, Mel. They're surfing for their nations. They're down here having a great time. Most of them paid their own way to be here.
Yep.
As the Lebanese surfer Ali was telling us earlier, his whole team paid for themselves to come down to this event. So we've got a Thai surfer, a Lebanese surfer and a Palestine surfer. So I'd imagine right now, Surfer Sam in the green, out of Palestine, has got priority, hasn't surfed for 2 years. He sat out there with us yesterday afternoon when it was pretty big, or the afternoon before, and he's like, oh, I just had to come and have a look, but I'm not going to catch a wave. It was pretty big.
Well, you've got to remember back. Let's just flash back a little bit to that opening ceremony. And for the benefit of those people out there in web world, we had the most amazing mixture of cultures happening here in Thulusdhoo there the other day with the opening ceremony. And as each team came into the end and the ceremony started to go towards the flag waving ceremony, the Palestinian representative walked down the aisle, Mark, if you remember this.
Yeah, I do.
And just got the most amazing crowd reaction. Everyone just hooted and yelled and laughed and applauded.
Almost a standing ovation,
wasn't it? And it was just such a special moment. And then notwithstanding that, then the Lebanese team turned up, because they all knew that what these guys had done, as we spoke to Ali earlier on, they paid their own way. And then the same thing, thunderous applause, a round of clapping that was just huge, and only beaten by the home team. So we got the two most popular teams in the whole event here, and it's unfortunate that in this three-man heat, two are going to make it through to the next round, but one person's going to sort of wonder what might have been.
Well, I was speaking to Surfer Sam just a moment before we came in here, the Palestine representative in green, and he's like, I said, good luck, man, good luck. And I said, listen, just catch two waves. You know, you've got to beat one guy here. Do yourself a favour, ride two waves and give yourself a chance of getting through. And he's just like, right. And I could see this determination, like he's drilled into his head that he's going to catch two waves here. Could be his first two waves in 2 years. He didn't get any in his free surf the other day, but he was out there doing his homework.
Well, it's a wonderful human interest story. What happened here, you know, he told me, he said he went through numerous roadblocks, even on his way across the globe to get his way here to the Maldives to be able to compete in this event. And I don't know, there's a winner for me one way or the other, you know, in the whole event. And just to be able to see that, I don't know, what this is part of the global sport, that, you know, someone's prepared to really put it down, come down here and spend some time with his spiritual brothers to see his way of, I don't know, communicating in the world through the sport of surfing. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, good on him. Let's hope he can get a couple of waves here. Beat one person, Sam. We'll see you again in tomorrow's qualifying rounds. So heat one, I think we only have two of these heats today. Effectively, I think there was about 6 of them, Mel, but I believe heats 3, 4, 5 and 6, only having 2 surfers in them, they automatically advance. So I'm pretty sure they're not going to be getting surfed.
Yep.
So to round out this afternoon and finishing off day 3 program is one more heat of our repechage round. I think that features 3 surfers again. You've probably got
Certainly
it there.
Does. I'll let you know who's coming up next. There's Christopher Durrani from Lebanon. He's going to be coming up, and he'll be in the red jersey. In blue is Rakan Tara Bazouni, and he's travelling all the way also from Saudi Arabia, so he's also a very, very interesting character. And look, closing it off is our Palestinian representative. That's Mohammed Abu Ghanem.
Oh, I don't think... is he? Yeah. He is here? Okay.
He's here? Oh, well, there we go. We got a heat. So Shannon's given us a thumbs up. The boss said, yep, he's here. So I'm looking forward to finishing the day off with that. It's been a great day, hasn't it?
Halfway through the last heat here, Mel. It'll be an 18 heat day if we do get to that point, which I'm confident we will. So a big day of 25-minute heats with a 2-hour break in between over that low tide. So with the scheduling, 87 surfers, the time pressure isn't huge on us, so we were able to make the most of a bit of a hiatus over the low tide. Exactly 12 minutes to go. While there's a little break, while there's a little break in the action, I think Kayla has someone from the Indian team out of that last heat, so we'll throw down to you right now, please, Kayla.
Yes. You can say in your language.
லாஸ்ட் ஹீட் பண்ணது ரொம்ப ஹாப்பியாக இருந்துச்சு. இது போல் நான் அடுத்த ஹீட் பண்ணுவேன். தேங்க்யூ.
Awesome. And is there anything else you want to say to your friends and family in India?
Thank you, my family and friends, my sponsor also.
All right. Thank you so much. And we look forward to see you in the next round.
We've got all the surfing, or a lot of the surfing nations in Southeast Asia, and I get it. You know, we don't all speak the same language, but I don't know. I think there's some sort of communication between them all there that just said, yeah, well, let's work with this. We need an interpreter there, and I'm liking the fact that that's what this event is about. It's all about participation, hearing from the competitors, their stories, and I don't know, that's just natural for me, that one. So I'm going to say, well done, Kayla, under tricky circumstances, and look forward to her next interview.
And well done to Srikanth. You know, what an outing to surf 2 heats today, to get through them both and remain in the qualifying side of the draw at this stage. Got to be a hero out of the Indian team right there from Kovalam Beach in India, national champ. So the good news is he's still going to have a get out of jail free up his sleeve as well, due to the fact that he's qualified twice. He still hasn't dropped into a repechage heat, so the Indian surfer has still got at least 2 more surfs on his side and potentially more.
Yeah, and exactly that. As we said, that was a little bit of a mini upset for me, and I'm just liking the way that he stuck to his guns. He had to get his best wave. Remember that? He was needing his best score, and he did it.
Yeah.
And that's got to be something that he can hang his hat on. He won't forget that, I'm pretty sure, when he leaves this event now. Anything for him, I think, is a bonus going forward. And, pretty pleasurable moment, that one for me, then seeing the Indian. More fancy Japanese guy really didn't sort of... He was also in the money too. Remember that? He only just fell short by actually 0.6 on getting the score that he needed there to advance. So that was a close one.
It certainly was. So well done there to Srikanth. And it was pretty classic. He was just that shy, and he's standing next to Kayla, and he's just like, oh my God, I don't know what to say. He was about to walk off. He's just regrouped. His mates are like, no, say something.
Yeah, well, you know, when you think about it, you know, you're standing there next to Kayla. There's obviously something there that make you a little bit shy. So no, well done, you guys.
But
good stuff.
Due to his limited English, I wonder if he even understood the situation when Ben Way's up there, giving him the beachcom hints over the PA.
True.
You've got to wonder whether he realised it was that close, or whether he just put his head down and surfed his brains out. And hey, he's into a qualifying round probably tomorrow. Have we got a call time yet at all?
Nothing as yet, and I'm pretty sure that they're sort of going to stick with that one a little bit, you know, to sort of have a look at the conditions, think about, I'll throw my hat in the ring in this way. I spoke to Mikey this morning, the neap tides going to be about similar to what they were today. So the differential between high and low it isn't actually much. I think it's about 0.1 of a metre or something or other there that we were looking at this morning. So the tides are going to be in our favour to possibly have an early start. So if you're out there watching on the web, as we see a set coming.
I'm throwing Sam on my mojo here, mate.
Good.
He's surely got priority. He's in green, 46 years of age, out of Palestine. Where is he? Says he hasn't surfed for a couple of years. Wasn't allowed to bring a surfboard with him, mate, out of the country. Well, either way, win, lose or draw, tomorrow morning we've teed up an interview with Sam.
Sweet.
And find out exactly the nitty-gritty of how he got here and what it means to him. Probably our eldest competitor, but blue's on the inside. He gets his wave. There is no sign of Sam, so off he goes down the line. A nice whack in the pocket for Natri. This is the Thailand surfer in blue. He's 15 years of age. So how's the difference in this heat? We've got a 15-year-old and a 46-year-old now.
That's unreal.
And in between, Beirut, Lebanon, 37 years of age.
Look at that. And just quietly, here we go. I'll go through the replay on this one. Nice steep takeoff there. So the first turn is useful. Here we go. This second turn now. He's managed to now get a score on the board. I'm calling this is going to be his best wave. And then look at this. He doesn't have to do much to land that. But, yeah, that's a good wave there from... Now, I'm going to have a crack at this because that's a really good surname there. I'm going to call it Natri Jari Watana Widget.
All right. Probably close. Favourite wave he's saying is at Karamas in Bali.
Oh.
Out of Bangkok.
Yeah.
Got the Paisal Ghost under his feet. He does have a few sponsors. Billabong Thailand.
Nice.
Also Surf Mud, Captain Fins. And he started surfing at the age of 12. So he's only been doing it 3 years.
Yeah, well, this is sort of unearthing talent too, isn't it, this event?
There's Surfer Sam. See the long hair and the long beard. Green rash vest, ladies and gentlemen.
We love you, Surfer Sam.
Send him some mojo here. The guy hasn't done a lot of surfing recently. Some nice waves. It's not too big, Sam. Come on, brother. Get over the edge.
Yeah.
That would have been a nice wave for him. Pretty easy wave to ride.
Wow, how is the Kola/Cokes reef? It's just pretty perfectly sculpted, isn't it, you know? I like the way that, you know, it just goes up the reef there, runs its way down, subject to the, you know, the highs and the lows of the tide. Different parts of it come into play. It's definitely got variety in it this way.
Oh, look at that little peeler, mate.
That's what I mean, mate. Look at this.
There's a number of moves begging on that little thing.
Certainly is.
And there's probably 3 to 4 different takeoff spots on this wave, given the size, you know, depending on the size. But those little upstairs runners from deep, you know, on the big days, the medium ones from up there were gold. They just trickled along forever and broke at a really good sort of 4 and 5 turn pace. The bigger ones tend to break a bit wider of where green and red are now, and they kind of tube straight off the takeoff and offer quite a lot. There's kind of an in-between spot as well. There's, yeah, you know, it's definitely can sort out a crowd.
Well, I've got to go back, you know, to what I was talking about yesterday. Has the Asian Surf Federation gone back to the future now with this Dream Tour concept at the moment? They're going to crush it. If we keep getting this place as an event location for international events going forward, this is the real deal. You know, the Maldives is the real deal. Could we perhaps one day see a CT event at this place?
I'm sure the crew from the talent scouts from the WSL will probably be watching, because they're kind of always looking for a new venue and new options to keep it fresh. So if those people are playing along and watching, take note. We've had it's day 3 of official competition. We've had 3 days of amazing free surfs to go with it. So out of the 6 days we've been here, Mel, this is kind of the smaller day.
Yes.
And we've had some absolute gems in between, up to 6 foot and beyond. Ali out of Lebanon was calling some 10-footers the other day, so he got a bit excited, but there was definitely some 8-footers.
Yeah, no, I'm hearing you. And, you know, 3 surfs a day. You know, yes, the tide does cause a little bit of a problem there, you know, and depending on what time it is, you can get 3 surfs a day in around here. And look, what about the other locations around the area, Mark? Tell us about your travels on the boat around the joint.
Yep, had a good look at a few spots. Surfer Sam, I wonder whether that was him having a sniff. Maybe it was Blue.
I think it was Blue.
All right, Nutri out of Thailand. Anyway, there are plenty of options yet. We've rattled them off before, and everybody is familiar with these names. It's Chickens right across the bay. It's a big, long left-hander. I think I'm going to go and do a bit more research in a moment, Mel, being our last heat of the day. Some other joy down the road a little bit further south or west from here. We were lucky enough to be invited to have a crack at Pasta the other day, which is an exclusive wave to that island of Don Valley. Just thanks to Dara there for giving us the call up and going, righto, 6 of you can come if you want. 4 of us went. We had a great time. Sultan's the day before that. I know Nick Muntz has been there a couple of times and he's rating it. It is a really good wave. It offers a lot of turns and a big old bowl section on the inside as well. So they're just a couple of the spots. We did pass another wave called Ninjas on the way. That's another kind of exclusive kind of setup. But I'm sure if you're in the know, you could get to surf that. Southern atolls, there's thousands of atolls around here, mate. So there's a lot to like.
So yeah, we have got a little bit of a break, and it would be remiss of me not to thank the sponsors for the event. So yeah, the organisers of the event are the Asian Surfing Federation, so thanks to all you guys there. And the co-organiser is the Maldives Surfing Association in partnership. Over to you, Mark.
Well, I'm sending old mate Sam my mojo again. I'm giving him the west side forks right here. Come on, brother. Can he catch a wave? I certainly hope so. 6 minutes. Last wave in, best wave of the heat for Blue, a 3. He's sitting on a 3 and a 2. Alfred's only sitting on a 1.5, the Lebanese surfer. So Surfer Sam's got to get to his feet. A 1.51 will put him into second.
Woo! That's all he's got to do, isn't it? Just catch a wave and get to his feet.
Angle a bit.
But look, this event, and what an event it already is, this will go down in legendary status in the Maldivian culture, is presented by the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment. Our destination partner is Visit Maldives. Boy, oh boy, have they got the second easiest job in the world. I know I'm a little bit one-eyed with that call, but boy, oh boy, well done to the crew of Visit Maldives. The local partner is the Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo, and our event host partner is the Secretariat of Thulusdhoo Council. So I guess that's the general sort of public here. And as someone intimated earlier, when you go here, or you go to other events, you stay at a resort, you don't get to meet the locals, but you do get to be able to have some converse with the locals here. Our hotel partner, oh my goodness, Kieran in the kitchen or in the restaurant, all the girls on the front counter there. Junie, I said I'd give her a shout out. She's beautiful, one of the receptionists there. So a big hello to all of them. So Season Paradise, you guys rock. Our digital partner is Daraju. Thank you guys. Our apparel partner is Apparel 360. Our printing partner is Print Lab. And this is the one I like, the travel partner. If you're going to come here, go with the crew on River Speed. We came across on this and I could tell straight away, because I know boats, that the skipper on the boat, he did the drive, and like just that was so cool to be able to come here, get on that boat, check out the islands on our way over, blamming across in between islands for the first time ever. I know my jaw was pretty slack as I saw what was going on and where I was going.
A quick one on that, Mel, if I don't mind. River Speed were the ones that gave us the free trip over to Pasta the other day and gave us a free ride back so that we didn't have to part with any rupee. It was just thanks, River Speed. So cheers, boys. Kudos.
Well, anyone out there who's from home, get in touch with me when I get home and I will fill you in who's the best crew to come over here and check this place out. And look, it's just one of those, bucket list things that really you've got to do. As I said, coming in on the plane, when you view the atolls from the aircraft, as I said yesterday, there are 7 natural wonders in the world. I'm saying there should be 8. I get it that it has been nominated in the World Heritage listing as a marine park, the whole area. So it's actually a ecological park that's been sort of designated. But mate, to me, one of the great wonders of the world, and that vision I'll never ever forget in my life before I die.
Well, coming out of the airport as well, there's a big placard there that's saying it's been the world's #1 tourist destination last 3 years in a row, Mel.
Yeah.
20, 21 and 22.
That's right.
So they're quite proud of that tag, rightly so. There's a lot of spots you can holiday in the world, and the Maldives seems to be dragging more people here than anywhere, and per capita and what's on offer. So they do it well. Obviously tourism is a huge part of the economy around here. Fishing is another one, but I imagine tourism is hands down their #1 kind of money earner. Blue, let's stay with this. This is the Thailand surfer. He's got a 3 and a 2 to be leading the heat. He's got a bit of a dodgy wave, a no manoeuvre wave there, so I'm not sure he upgrades his 2. Leaves the door open for Alfred, who's had a 1.5 and he's getting through. He's probably like, come on, Sam. You're over to you, Sam. You got 2 minutes and 10 seconds to catch a wave. But I'd love to see Alfred go over and just give him a little push onto a wave in the spirit of the event.
Yeah, no, I'm hearing you. That's really cool. But I'm also, you know, when you come to the Maldives, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
How many times have you put on and listened to the world news?
I try not to. A lot of it's a bit bleak, but go ahead. Where are you going with this?
Oh, I'm just saying 0.
Yeah.
Who cares? What's going on outside this beautiful island paradise?
Oh, since I've been here?
Yeah,
since I've been here. Okay, no.
Sorry, that was where I was going with it.
No, I thought you'd been ever. But no, since I've been here, no, not really, mate.
You don't want to know about it. You turn up here.
Too much fun. Like, geez, our days, we're either down here working, or we're off surfing, or we're up on the top deck of the pool, poolside.
This is the world.
Or we're in our best buffet ever zone in the restaurant there.
No. So if you want to while your time away and forget about your days at the office or your days at the factory or whatever, come here and do that. Over to you.
Here's Alfred. Wave number 2. Look at his lazy style. Oh, again, he's pacing himself, Mel. He doesn't want to overdo it. He's in no risk of pulling a hammy or anything. Look at this style. Just lackadaisy over and out. He's working on his flick outs. He's got a good array of dismounts. He's shown us 2 rippers so far.
Hey, go on.
He's probably put together another 1.5. Let's see what that score is.
I'm just waiting for the wipe of the
No,
nose.
it's less. It's a 107. So he's living in the 1-point range, and he's leaving Samia now. Sam, Surfer Sam, Palestinian. The 46-year-old needs a 2.67. What's he got? 35 seconds. Go over there, Alfred. Give him a push. Come on, mate. Let's talk Sam over the edge.
I don't know. I just think, you know, when our mate Surfer Sam gets on the beach, I reckon they should chair him up the beach, eh?
Yeah, there'll be a moment for sure.
Out there, crew?
If we get out there quick enough and get him to come onto the shore, we'll join in the Sam Brigade parade there. That'll be pretty cool. So the surfer in blue is still leading with the 3 and the 2. So not a whole lot will probably feature on the day's highlight package out of this heat, but it doesn't matter. The stoke is the same, you know, like the Thailand surfer Natri, as the heat finishes, he takes away the heat win. Alfred, 2 lackadaisy, 1 point something rides, moves into second. Either way, he'll be stoked because he gets another
100%.
surf.
Yep.
He'll get to bat up again tomorrow.
With, you know, 3 people out, maybe.
So that was pretty cool. I really enjoyed that. We have our recap lined up for all the people online, so we'll let you guys enjoy that. We'll be right back with Shannon and our Lebanese lady to take us through the very last heat of the day. Back shortly.
Welcome back to the action here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. This is Shannon Hughes, commentator, alongside Lena. Lena from Team Lebanon. You were in the water earlier today. It's such a pleasure for me to have you in the booth to call the action because we've got one of your teammates in the water. How are you enjoying your time in the Maldives so far?
It's been amazing. It's one of a kind experience. I mean, meeting all the people I normally see on TV, being here in that room, it's pretty amazing. It's a great experience that I will never forget.
Well, it's been something of an experience for us to have you guys here as well. It's really exciting to have you in the mix, especially being that for a lot of your team members, yourself included, it's your very first time surfing in a competition.
Yeah.
How have the nerves been?
Well, yeah, it was pretty nervous, but you know, I was being able to get into that state of mind where I would visualize what I would do on a wave and just, you know, go in for the fun.
Very exciting. Yeah. Well, it's been so good. How many team members do you guys have with you?
We are four members, 2 boys, 2 girls.
Amazing.
Yeah, and the boys are doing well.
Yeah, it's been great to see the guys. We've got the guys action
Alfred
out there.
just moved to the, I think...
he made it through his heat, didn't he?
Yeah, he made it through the rapid charge. Now it's Chris. Hopefully, fingers crossed, he'll pass too. So, yeah.
Very exciting. Well, out in the water right now, we are in our second rapid charge heat. It's actually going to be our last heat of the day for those of you tuning in with Mohammed Abu Ghanem from Palestine. He's just flown in and arrived just in time to be in competition as we take a look at some live action here now with Chris,
yes,
your team member from Lebanon.
Yes, this is Chris. He started surfing not too long ago for a few years. He's also a snowboarder, but he picked it up so quickly and he's so good and talented. And yeah, I mean, imagine that kid had started since the age of 5, what he would have done today.
Oh, absolutely.
So this is what we are looking forward to, you know, to push the sport more, and with the events like this, with the amazing platform that you created that allowed us to, you know, showcase what we can do and push the Lebanese surf community to, you know, grow and do more and be inspired.
I guess we could say that Lebanese surfing is at the grassroots level, the beginning level for competition, but not when it comes to actually surfing, because you were just sharing with me that that Lebanese crew have been surfing since the 1970s.
Yes, we have pictures, black and white, of surfers on the beach grabbing their boards. It's nice to, you know, I mean, it's too bad it didn't continue ever since. Maybe it would have been in a different place if there wasn't a 15 years war. But yeah, I mean, we reignited the scene thanks to many people today. So yeah, hopefully, you know, just looking forward to more growth from there on, and hopefully it won't stop.
We're looking forward to that as well. We've got a couple replays here. We saw that first wave of Mohammed, a 1.4. Chris got this one, a 3.67. What are your thoughts on this wave?
Yeah, Chris is showing us some spray.
Couple of great turns. Yeah, spray, that's such a good word to use when describing a good maneuver, right? Because you can just see so much spray flying off the back of the wave.
Yeah, power, using really all of the wave. Yeah, and Chris can do, I mean, this is also an easy wave for him. I mean, I've seen him surfing. Hopefully, he'll be able to catch more waves now and improve his score.
He was charging in his heats yesterday.
Yes.
Also in the water right now, we have Rakan Tarabozini from Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
So Palestine, Lebanon, and Saudi Arabia in the water right now, all with a chance to be advancing through. Unfortunately, we will be seeing our bottom surfer dropping out of competition.
Yeah.
So it's our first elimination round heats that we're running through this afternoon.
Yeah.
But that's the name of the game, and that's what competition is about.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see, you know, the Middle East being there. I mean, it's awesome. So, and I hope it's gonna push other Middle Eastern countries to join and surf, and yeah, hopefully we see more Middle Eastern countries in the future.
How does that bond connect you guys together? Being from the Middle East, these surfing nations, you were sharing with me the connection that you have with the Saudi Arabians as well, and the fact that so often you guys are traveling to Sri Lanka to surf together. But do you feel that connection and that want for growth of surfing across that entire region of the world?
Yes, for sure. I mean, look, surfing, it's all about respect and, you know, sharing that sport is, I mean, it's amazing. And being able to share it with our Saudi folks is good. And seeing them, you know, is also Layla, you know, the girl, we're very proud of her. I mean,
especially for Saudi Arabia. So we feel the connection. I'm pretty sure.
She had a pretty incredible heat today, didn't she?
Yeah,
did you
she
see that
did.
wave that she took off on?
Yes, she took several waves, and yeah, she was scared before and very nervous, and yet she did an amazing job. So yeah, we want more girls like Layla.
Incredible. It's been great to hear from the background of the Saudi Arabian team that they've got so much investment now that surfing has entered into the Olympics conversation, that their government is wanting to support and push the growth of that. They've got roughly 15 surfers on their Saudi team at the moment. Of course, not all of them are here competing this week. It's a bit of a smaller team, I think with just 4 surfers. But the growth of the nation there has been really incredible to see with that region of the world.
Yes. You know, the nice thing about surfing is that the people that surf come from different backgrounds, gender, and it's a great place to, you know, mingle and share that wave together. So it's that community spirit that's nice, and it's lovely seeing it happening in Saudi Arabia. And yes, they have so much support from the government. Yes, I hope one day we get that same support for our country.
I hope so as well.
Yeah.
I love that reference that you make about, you know, the connection that us as surfers have when we paddle out in the lineup. It's that even playing field. It doesn't matter where we're from. It doesn't matter our race, our gender, any of those things, our creed, but we're able to just be in the ocean together to enjoy those waves.
Yeah.
What was it like for you coming from a competitive background, mostly in snowboarding and some other sports, to enter into surfing? How different did that surf culture feel to you to anything else you've been involved with?
Surfing is, I think, it's so special. I mean, the fact that you are sharing one wave with other people. You gotta respect them. You gotta respect your surrounding even. You know, that wave, you know, you're never stronger than nature.
Never.
Yes, but at the same time, you're sharing that wave together, cheering for one another, you know, different social backgrounds, meeting on that same wave and having to respect each other and speak probably the same language if they don't speak the same language. I mean, it's so unifying as a sport, and at the same time, it's individual because you get to challenge yourself. You know, you're surfing on your own on that wave. It's such a special sport, and I think it does good to this world. You know, the more this sport grows, I think the better, and the world would be in a better place.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so much of one of the reasons why surfing was eventually voted in and accepted into being an Olympic sport was the youth appeal to it. And the fact that, okay, we've got so many kids growing up around the world. They're the next generation. They're going to be here for the next 70 to 80 years. We're all going to be gone at some stage before that. What can we be doing to invest in that Grom generation, or that youthful generation? As we see a quick getting out from Chris, he is absolutely charging out there. He's got that 3.67 on the board, a 0.5, and here's the replay of his last one with just a big exit out the back. But really, that conversation to bring surfing into the Olympics, as well as skating and sport climbing, all 3 of those together, and some newer forms of BMX as well for BMX biking, was the fact that there's so many children around the world. What kind of sports are they going to be interested in? What are they going to want to tap into? And surfing is one of those that ticks all those boxes, that's got that appeal for the youth to come into and really has the opportunity to change generations moving forward.
Yes, absolutely. I agree 100%.
So currently out in the water, we've got 15 minutes on the clock, Lena. Chris is sitting in the lead. He's backed up his 3.67 with a 1.37.
Yes. Go Chris.
Go Chris. Mohammed from Palestine with a 1.40 and a 1.07, and Rakan from Saudi Arabia with just a 0.87. So fairly even playing field at the moment. Chris seems to just have that step ahead of the rest of the pack. Nice couple turns, just pushes a little too hard on his back foot for that last one. And it looks like our surfer in green, Mohammed, with a great wave as well, just ducks out through the back of the barrel.
Yeah.
Taking a look at this one, what do you think for this last wave of Chris?
Yeah, that one first turn is good. Maybe he felt a bit off balance. Yes. I mean, the wave bit died. Yeah. I mean, he's doing great.
So score to come through. He's got that 1.37. We've got scores in for Chris, but we do have an interview ready down on the beach with Kayla Moore and Sam from Team Palestine.
Hi, I'm here with Samir from Team Palestine, which is very special to have him here at this event, the Asian Surfing Championships 2023. Please tell us what it's like for you to be representing Palestine here.
Let's say I'm really thrilled to be here, and it's for me, representing Palestine is a cornerstone for Palestinians and for all water sport in our country. It's well, let's say surfing is still in its infancy in our country, in our especially Gaza, and we do lack all the material, the basic material to make surfboard, even to buy them because of the blockade by Israel. It's hard to get anything useful for us to use for surfing. So I hope this is I would say a first step for a big thing to come.
Absolutely. I think it's so important to have knowledge about this. So many people don't understand the lack of resources there to be even able to get in the water and to be able to surf. How did your journey with surfing begin, and how has it brought you here?
Well, the first time I started surfing, the first time ever, it was in Vietnam, very small waves, you know, total beginners. And then a year later, I moved to Indonesia. I surfed a little bit there, on and off, for 8 years. Never been like anything like professional, anything, just for fun. So, and I have stopped for the last 2 years, almost 2 years, 3 months I haven't surfed, so I'm still rusty, to be honest. So that's why probably I didn't perform at all. And but hopefully I'll be back on my feet surfing again. Maybe this November I'll move back again to Indonesia, probably different island, maybe not Bali at the moment, but Sumbawa or somewhere else. And this was well, my plan so far. Let's see what happens.
Well, I think that's a really great plan, and I think it's also very special, you know, no matter what, just to be paddling out there and to be representing, the feeling and your as well, to be able to educate people around the world and to be able to represent your culture, your country here in the Maldives. So I really appreciate your time. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Well, thank you for everything here. It's been a great time for me and everyone else. I met a lot of nice people, and I hope to do it again one day, and I hope to come back to this beautiful place. So thank you so much for everything.
Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing your message.
Oh, thank you so much. That was a really special interview, getting to hear from Sam from Team Palestine. Hasn't surfed in the last couple of years, didn't actually take off on a wave in either of his heats, but it's that feeling of just having him here on the ground to showcase and to represent for Palestinian surfers. And I'm sure he's going to get on a boat over the next couple of days now and get some really fun waves.
Yes, I would love to share some waves with Samir. He's a really cool guy, and I'm really happy for Palestine. I mean, the cheering he got, you know, during the ceremony was so emotional. Like, we were all just, I don't know, we just felt something. Like, we were really happy that Palestine was there, and I really hope he will get to push the sport thanks to this event. And hopefully they get to participate in future events in the future.
Well, I'm sure that with guys like Sam in the mix, as well as Mohammed, who just took off on that wave, take a look at this claim, hands up high, on a solid wave.
Yeah.
So good. So for Mohammed, the other surfer for Team Palestine, just the two of them here represented, he had a bit of trouble getting here, getting out of Gaza, and traveling is super difficult.
Yes.
It requires driving through multiple checkpoints to get to Cairo in Egypt in order to get those international flights. So he had a bit of trouble getting out, but we are so stoked he was able to get on a flight and arrive just in time to paddle out for this heat. So far, he's doing a great job with it as well. He's sitting in that second place position and looking to advance through. He actually missed his opening heat because he was traveling on his way to get here. And according to what Samir was saying, Muhammad specifically does surf a lot at home in Palestine, and he raves about the waves there, which is not far from where Lebanon is located.
No, I mean, we share the same coast down south. I personally didn't know that Palestinians surf, so see, like, now I know, and yeah, I would really wish them to go more into surfing. And you know, with the hard times that some people go through in their countries, I mean, surfing can be there for them. make them more at ease. I would say surfing has been there for me through thick and thin, and just being in the water, forgetting all your worries, it's such a beautiful feeling.
When did you learn how to surf?
And so towards 2015, I was 23 back then. Today I'm 31. I wish I learned when I was younger. But and 100% made in Lebanon. So just surfing in Lebanon, I get to travel probably on one surf trip per year because I work in a full-time job. But try to progress as much as possible.
Yeah, you were sharing with me that you work full-time as a senior investment analyst, which seems like a confusing world to me outside of the surfing world.
Yeah.
Incredible that when you do get that time off alongside of your husband, Kareem Fluti, who's from originally the Canary Islands.
He's Lebanese, but he grew up in the Canary Islands,
So amazing that you two were able to connect and that you getting more involved in surfing has actually brought his whole career and world back into surfing as well.
Yes, I supported him, in this, and he's so passionate and dedicated, and I think he's adding so much value to the surf community and the surf scene in Lebanon. And hopefully we're going to push more and more throughout the years.
Well, it sounds like it. He's got his ISA level 2 surf coaching.
Not fully, because he's been suffering from a back injury, but he did the course and he needs to just finish it with the 40 hours training.
He'll be there in no time.
Yeah.
And he's operating a surf school as well?
Yeah, yes, and he's a snowboard instructor.
Incredible.
Yeah.
So all around active.
Yeah.
Lebanon sounds like the most beautiful place.
Yeah.
You're describing to me the mountain range that runs through as well, and the
Yeah.
snow that you guys have where you can, similar to California, you can surf and snowboard in the same day.
Yes. Lebanon is a beautiful country. I mean, it's unfortunate that probably what people see on the media is just political and all the bad news, but usually bad news travel faster than good news.
Very true.
And I really invite surfers from everywhere to come to Lebanon. We'll show them the beauty of our country. They get to surf and snowboard during the same day and go out at night, party in the city. And the Lebanese people are very warm and welcome. So we'd be glad to share our waves with everybody from this world.
What is the local surf community like at home for you? Do you have a lot of women that you get to surf with?
Well, many girls are joining the surf community. We have more longboarders.
I'm a longboarder, so I'm all a fan of that, 100%.
Yes. We have really many girls who longboard. They're really good, who love the sport. We have a group of girl surfers, a WhatsApp group. We have a community of ourselves, So, it's nice. And I always, when I see little girls learning how to surf, I always push them, and yes, we need more girls.
It's exciting to think about that too, knowing that the investment, that the crew of you that are here, what you're going to be able to take away from this, even from a competitive aspect, to be able to pull in. Is there any local surf contests that are running in Lebanon?
Hopefully, yes.
So is that kind of in the works for plans, or is that something that you've already got some local events that are running?
Yes, I did. They did a surf contest in 2014.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a successful one because all the surf communities from north to south were able to compete together. I wasn't a surfer back then. I didn't get the chance to witness it, but hopefully we get to do more surf contests. And I think this is under planning. Yeah.
Incredible. And really cool then to know that you've got young girls, young boys that are getting into surfing. They're getting to see that example now past the years of the 1970s when surfing kind of began back in Lebanon, through those really trying years through the war, and now you've kind of got this more opportunity, this freer space to be able to enjoy the beautiful country that you live in, the waves that are, those storm swells through the Mediterranean Sea that are generated, and really get to take advantage of it. What are some of your favorite surf spots there, and what are those spots looking like?
I mean, my favorite wave is in the south of Lebanon. It's called Mustafa's A-frame, and Mustafa is the guy who mainly brought, the surfers together. He's a local guy, very sweet. It's a reef break. It works. It's more consistent than other breaks, But then you have in the north, you have other breaks that probably work more during storms, during the winter. Our spot is a beach break where Karim teaches, which is also a cool spot. Yeah, but I mean reef breaks are the most consistent ones. So yeah, this is my favorite spot in Lebanon.
Sounds like an incredible place.
Yeah.
I did notice that in the bios that we had the surfers all fill out that most everyone from Team Lebanon put Mustafa's A-frame as their favorite
Yeah,
wave.
he's the guy. I mean, the credit's all to him. Yeah.
Well, currently in the water, we're just under 4 minutes on the clock. These heats have been flying through. We've got surfers up on the point ready to jump off and get out into the lineup, get some practice in.
Yeah.
We got to see our under 18 boys in for a couple times today. We have yet to see our under 18 girls division enter the lineup, but we'll be seeing them over the next couple days as well. And you can see a crew of surfers getting ready to paddle out because this will be the final heat of today. Christopher, currently sitting in the lead for Team Lebanon. Your guy sitting there with a 3.67 and a 3.00. He is super active. I mean, he's like he's just literally bouncing around the contest site. If that's the best way to describe it.
This guy has so much energy, and I'm happy he gets the chance to, let this energy out in those sports. Yeah, he's incredible, and hopefully we get more Chris's in the future. Look at him. Yeah. Yeah, always positive, always pushing people around him. He's a guy who progressed so fast, even in snowboarding and surfing. And yeah, I'm sure he inspires many boys today.
Oh, so good to hear that. Well, he's currently sitting in the lead with a couple of threes, and he's got that master's in sports science as well. And yeah, so well-rounded. I love hearing that from, so many surfers coming from parts of the world where surfing doesn't seem to be at the forefront, but to know that snowboarding is available, that skateboarding, I mean, how accessible is it for anybody in the world, no matter the country you're in, to stand on a skateboard?
Yeah.
That's that building, that stepping stone towards becoming a surfer for so many people around the world, so that's really exciting to see.
True.
And our surfer in green with another paddle here, charging. Sorry, our surfer in blue, Rakan, up and riding on a solid-sized wave. That was awesome. Stoked to see him get something of consequence on the board. He's got a 0.87 and a 0.27 at the moment for the Saudi Arabian. He is also a great snowboarder, but he's really passionate as far as his surfing goes to start developing the next generation and the grassroots surfing within Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Which is well on its way with the wave pools that are being built there.
Yes, Saudi Arabia has such a large young population. I mean, imagine what you can do with that. And with the support that they get, I mean, I see them progressing so fast, really. And they're so adorable and genuine. Really, every Saudi person I met is awesome.
Well, scores are coming through, and we've got 2 more scores to come in for Rakan. He does need a 2.06, which does require, to get into those twos, a proper change of direction, or a maneuver that does actually change that direction. So we'll see where the scores fall through from the judges. A 1.67 for that last set wave for him. Chips away at the requirement, which is great, now chasing just a 1.26. And we've got Christopher with one more opportunity.
Go, Chris.
Oh, that was an epic first turn. And he'll be down to his belly to ride out the rest of the way. But that was a really good re-entry. It's kind of challenging sometimes to see from the drone angle to really get a feeling for what the turn looked like. But stoked. What a way to finish.
Yeah. Good job, Chris.
Well, Lena, it has been so fun to have you in the booth with me. You guys have a GoFundMe that's been raising money for Team Lebanon behind the scenes.
Yes.
In preparation for this, how's the GoFundMe coming along?
I mean, we've been able to gather already, I would say, a bit less than 50% of the amount we want. Hopefully, we get more, throughout the competition. It's great to feel the support of the people. Really, I never expected I would feel that much support, so thank you, everyone.
Well, scores in that last wave of Christopher is dropping in now, but guaranteed he's going to hold on to lead. It's a 2.60, which doesn't quite factor into his top 2 scores, but he holds on to the win. So Team Lebanon advancing through into the next round, feeling stoked. And we've got a recap, a daily recap from all the great action that we've seen today. So let's have a look at that now. Well, thank you so much for tuning in today here for day 3 of competition at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. It has been all time, and we've got another call bright and early tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. call for an 8 a.m. start. And it looks like we're going to be having all division out there from men's and women's to both of the under-18s divisions on the boys and girls side. Lena, Abdullah, it has been a pleasure to be able to call the action with you. We are so stoked to see Team Lebanon in the mix and to see the growth of surfing in your nation.
Thank you, Shannon.
What else do you guys have planned? Are you going to be heading home as soon as this event happens, or are you going to get some time to just surf for as well?
Gotta go back to work. I'm flying on Saturday, so I'll get the chance to probably surf for a few days after the comp. And tomorrow we got the rapid charge, so yeah, hopefully it's going to be fun.
Well, plenty more surfing to come from Team Lebanon as well as so many of the other surfers. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning.